Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Barkeep,
What'll it be, young fellow?
draw me a beer, will you?
Got it right here.
That looks mighty good.
Right, Farm?
Far enough.
I ain't seen you around Dodge before.
No.
There you are.
Thanks. Take it out of that, will you?
Take two out of that, barkeep.
Hmm?
I'm having a beer, too. Any objections?
Give him a beer, barkeep.
And that's right smart of you, fella.
I ain't looking for trouble.
Of course you ain't. Not with Jake Kroll, you ain't.
Not with anybody, mister.
I said my name was Kroll, didn't I?
I heard it.
Well, maybe you ain't so smart as I thought. Barkeep, I'll have a shot of whiskey with that beer.
What about it, young fellow? You buying him whiskey, too?
Anybody drinks with me drinks what I drink.
Bring me the beer, barkeep.
Okay. There you are.
Now, young fella, I'm going to show you what happens to people that don't do as I tell them. Watch how I drink your beer. Sticky wet, ain't it, young fella?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Hit me, huh? Now I'm going to have to kill you.
Killed him. Oh, Marshal Dillon.
Oh?
Did you see that, Marshal? Jake drew first, not the boy. Jake made him fight. He was bullying him right from the start, and then he drew first. I'll be witness to that.
I saw it. I came through the door just as it happened.
Good thing you saw it, Marshal.
Give me your gun.
What?
That ain't right, Marshal. It was self-defense, pure and simple.
I said give me your gun.
Marshal, you ain't listening.
It's okay, barkeep. It's okay. Here's my gun, Marshal.
My office is across the street. Let's go.
It ain't fair, I tell you. You saw it.
Who's this you got, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester.
I heard the shot. Did he fire it?
Yeah. Sit on there, fella.
Anybody get hurt?
Jake Kroll. They killed him.
He did?
It was self-defense, Chester.
Well, then why'd you arrest him?
I'd kind of like to know myself.
What's your name?
Andy. Andy Travis.
Where you from?
On west of here. I'm just drifting.
How old are you, Andy?
20.
Where'd you learn to use a gun?
What do you mean?
Jake had his halfway out of the holster before you even started.
He did? Well, say now, you must be pretty fast,
He's
eh?
real fast, Chester. That's why I brought him over here.
What?
I'm not arresting you, Andy. I wanted to see what you're like.
What I'm like? Why?
It happened to me once, Andy. And it's happening to you. Anybody that can use a gun the way you can has to make a choice. You can go on using it, or you can quit before you got blood all over you.
I don't like killing people, Marshal. I've done it before. I had to, same as today. But I don't like it.
How'd you get so good?
Practice. All my life I've practiced. I don't know why. It was fun at first, but it ain't fun now. It just leads to trouble. That's all I ever got out of it. Trouble.
Then why are you still wearing it?
I don't know. I wouldn't feel right without it, I guess.
Yeah. How long you been in Dodge, Andy?
Just got here today.
And you've already killed a man, huh? And the barkeep is going to tell everybody in town just how fast you are. And the first thing you know, you're going to have a reputation. It won't be very long before somebody tries to cut you down for it. You're going to have to go on killing the rest of your life. However long that is.
It's too late already, Marshal.
No, it isn't. You're not a killer, Andy. I know a killer when I see one.
No. No, I'm sure not.
But you're going to have to kill. One man after another.
I know.
Well, I'm not going to watch it. You take your gun off and you leave it off or you get out of Dodge. You go do your killing someplace else.
Marshal, you think I could find a job here?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Moss Grimmick's looking for a man over at the stable.
Yes, sir. On your feet, Andy. I'll show you where it is.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Andy didn't say anything. He just got up and followed Chester out of the office, leaving his gun with me. I unloaded it, threw it in a drawer. And I hoped it'd stay there forever. After a few weeks had passed and it was still there, I began to think that maybe it would. Andy worked out fine at the stable. Everybody liked him. And Moss Grimmick soon trusted him enough to let him run things by himself, while Moss started to get in more fishing than he had in years. Sometimes Chester went with Moss, and having Chester out of the office gave me a chance to catch up on some paperwork.
This the marshal's office?
Yeah, come in, come in.
You the marshal?
What can I do for you?
Remember me.
What?
Remember me next time you see me. I mean it. Take a good look, Marshal.
Who are you, mister?
Joe Kite.
All right, Kite, say your piece.
I did, Marshal. I want you to know me. I want you to know my name.
Why?
Because I don't want you to shoot me or buffalo me. or treat me in any kind of hurry at all next time you see me.
Why?
'Cause I might have to shoot a man.
What are you talking about?
I can't tell you now. I'll tell you after I've done it.
Are you drunk?
Plumb serious, Marshal. There's no need for you to get all fretted up. I'm not going to do anything wrong.
Shooting people around here is wrong, mister.
Kite. Joe Kite, Marshal.
What are you trying to tell me?
That I may have to shoot somebody. But if I do, there won't be nothing wrong about it. Now, I want you to know in case you come running up with your finger on the trigger of a shotgun or something.
You look like a bar bum to me, Kite. I doubt if you even own a gun.
Oh, I'm going to get one, Marshal.
I see you wearing a gun, and I'll take it off you and throw it away.
Now, Marshal, that's no way to
Get
talk.
out of here.
All right. But you're going to talk different, Marshal.
Keep moving.
You'll see. You just wait.
Chester.
What do you... Ah. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
What are you looking so guilty about?
Well, I'm not. Nothing.
Man spends all day out fishing. He deserves a little beer afterwards, doesn't he?
Yes, sir.
Where's Moss Grimmick?
Well, he went back to the stable so Andy could get away for a while. Andy's sitting over there with Miss Kitty.
Oh. Did you catch any fish?
Yes, sir. Yes, we did. We got a whole sack full, Mr. Dillon. All catfish.
Good, good. Well, you finish your beer, Chester. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Okay, sir.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. Andy.
Oh, Marshal. Take a chair.
Ah, thank you. I hear your boss is loaded with catfish, Andy.
He's over at the stable now, trying to give them away to anybody who'll have them.
Well, if he and Chester are going to keep on, we ought to fix up a fish model one of these days.
A fish muddle? I never heard of that, Miss Kitty.
Oh, then you've never been in Kentucky, Andy. I've seen them making in 20-gallon batches down there. It's, kind of a fish stew, I guess. But it's awful good.
Say, I'd like to try that. Let's do it, huh? Next week sometime.
First day Moss and Chester can guarantee the fish.
I'll tell them about it. I better get back to the stable now. See you later, Miss Kitty.
Okay, Andy.
So long, Marshal.
So long, Andy.
He's an awful nice boy, Matt.
Yeah, I think he's going to make out fine, Kitty.
He already has. It sure bothered him at first, though, not wearing a gun. You know, he told me he'd been working with a gun since he was about 12 years old.
Yeah. You know, he's a natural, Kitty. Some men can practice all their lives and never be any good.
Well, it's sure nice to know one man that wants to live peaceful.
Yeah.
He's mighty lucky he ran into you. What's that?
You better stay in here, Kitty.
Don't worry.
Everybody but Chester, stay right where you are.
You want me to guard the door, Mr. Dillon?
No, follow me.
What's Andy? That fella shot him. I never saw that man before, Mr. Dillon.
His name's Joe Kite.
Joe Kite?
Yeah.
Hello, Marshal.
You gonna use that gun again, Kite?
No, of course I ain't.
That's too bad. I kind of wish you wouldn't.
Oh, I told you, Marshal. I didn't do nothing wrong. Now, Marshal, no. Marshal, no. Marshal!
Mr. Dillon, Andy's still breathing.
Well, I'll carry him over to Doc's, Chester.
Yes, sir.
When Joe Kite comes to, you kick him into jail, huh?
It'll be a pleasure. How's Andy feeling, Mr. Dillon?
Doc doesn't think he has much chance, Chester. Won't even let me talk to him.
Clean murder. That's what it was.
Did, Kite say anything?
He started to, but I told him to shut his head or I'd buffalo him.
Well, I'll talk to him now.
It's about time you came, Marshal. You had no reason to lock me up. You had no reason to hit me either. I told you what might happen. Well, unlock it and let me out of here.
You'll get out of there when you go to trial.
That's where you're wrong, Marshal. You're going to let me out of here now.
Why did you murder him, Kite?
I didn't murder him. I told him I was going to take him in, and he resisted.
Take him in?
I was going to march him right in here and turn him over to you, Marshal.
What are you talking about?
His name isn't Andy Travis, Marshal. It's Andy Haycox. So, of course, you didn't know it, or you'd have arrested him yourself. I couldn't tell you before this, or I'd have lost the reward. $1,000, Marshal. That's what he's worth. And I get it. You don't believe me? You ever hear the Fisher gang up around Laramie? Well, Andy Haycox is one of them. And they're all worth $1,000 apiece, dead or alive. I just come down from Wyoming. They got their pictures up all over. Sure lucky I recognize them, ain't I?
You're lucky, Kite. You're real lucky. If Andy had been carrying a gun, you'd be dead.
If he'd have been carrying a gun?
He took it off his first day in Dodge, and he hasn't worn one since.
I don't believe you.
Don't you?
No, it ain't true. No, he had it under his coat. I stopped him, and I told him to come with me, and why. And then he started to grab for his gun, and I had to shoot him. An outlaw like, of course he had a gun.
I'll ask Andy what he did. If he lives long enough to tell me.
He'll lie. You're going to take the word of an outlaw against mine?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm going out for a while. I'll be back shortly.
What, you mean you ain't going to turn me loose? You're going to leave me in here? You got no right to do
if
that.
If he gets too noisy, Chester, club him.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Who is it?
It's Matt, Doc.
Come in, Matt. Come in.
How is he this morning, Doc?
Oh, about the same, Matt.
Will talking hurt him?
Yeah, if you don't get him excited, talk too long, I guess it won't matter.
It won't matter.
Well, he thinks he's in fair shape, Matt, but one hemorrhage and he's gone. It can happen anytime.
Now.
You go see him. He's in the back room, man.
Okay, Doc. Hello, Andy.
Marshal.
Well, I hear you feel pretty good.
I still got a bullet in me.
Oh, Oh, well, Doc will take it out as soon as he can.
It wouldn't be there if I hadn't forgot I wasn't carrying a gun. I just naturally went for it, and it wasn't there, so he shot me.
Yeah.
I guess he's told you about me, Marshal.
He said that you're wanted up in Laramie.
Dead or alive. That's what them posters said.
You were part of a gang, Andy.
Long enough for him to put up a reward for me. But I quit, Marshal. I quit.
What do you mean?
Fisher and them fellas. I told them I was through. They tried to stop me, but I said I'd shoot my way out if I had to. So they let me go.
You quit the gang?
That's what I'm telling you.
Well, why did you quit?
They killed a fellow one night after they robbed him. I don't like killing people like that, Marshal. I had to quit.
You should have told me, Andy. Maybe I could have done something.
It's going to make you look bad now, ain't it, Marshal? Being friends and helping me and all.
No, it won't, Andy. And I wouldn't care if it did.
First time in my life anybody ever done anything for me. I'm sorry it didn't work out, Marshal.
Everything's going to be just fine, Andy. Don't you worry about it.
No. No, it ain't, Marshal. Marshal.
Doc. Doc, come in here, will you? Well, do something for him, Doc.
Well, I'm sorry, Matt. I just...
He's dead, Matt.
Matt?
Chester?
Yes, sir.
Bring Joe Kite in here.
Okay, Mr. Dillon. All right, out of your cage, Kite. The Marshal wants you.
About time I got out of here.
Oh, shut up and go on and off.
Change your mind, huh, Marshal? Singing a different tune now, huh?
Andy told me what happened, Kite. You're clear.
I always knew I was. You should have believed me from the start, Marshal. That's all right. I don't hold no grudges. Hey, when do I get my reward money?
I telegraphed Laramie a few minutes ago.
You did? Good. How long do you think it'll take, Marshal?
I wouldn't wait around for it, Kite.
What do you mean?
Andy's dead.
Well, what difference does that make?
I put it in the telegram. I told him Andy was dead. And that I killed him.
You what?
Of course, I won't collect the reward. As a U.S. Marshal, I don't get cut in on reward money.
Oh, no. You're fooling me, Marshal. You didn't tell him that.
I think they'll take my word against yours, Kite. And besides, Chester witnessed it. Didn't you, Chester?
Yes, sir. I seen the whole thing.
You can't do this to me. You're stealing my money. That's what you're doing. You're being a thief.
Get out of Dodge, Kite. Get out of Dodge while you can.
No. He ain't done nothing.
Open the door.
This ain't fair, Marshal. You can't do it.
Get out before I kill you.
Mr. Dillon, I'm sure I'm sorry to hear about Andy.
Yeah.
Did you really telegraph all that stuff to Laramie?
I did. And it's true enough. I feel like I had killed him.
Oh, no, sir.
And what's worse, Chester, because of me, he couldn't even die fighting. I hope I have better luck when my time comes.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You filter tip smokers, when you change to L&M filters, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. Yes, L&M's pure white miracle tip lets you enjoy all the taste. No filter compares with it for quality or effectiveness. Try L&M's right now. They're great.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Handley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Joe Duvall, John Daner, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Terry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listing. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Matt. Oh, Matt. Where are you?
Sit down, Doc. I'll be right in.
Oh, well, thank you.
How are you, Doc?
Fine. What are you doing out there, Matt? Watering the prisoners?
I haven't got any prisoners.
Oh, well, then you're falling down on the job. Offhand, I can think of a dozen men around Dodge that ought to be in jail.
Well, why don't you give me a list, Doc? I'm going to need somebody to bring to trial next week.
That's so? What do you mean?
Well, there's a new circuit court judge coming. He's going to be disappointed if there's nothing for him to do.
A new judge?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to Judge Brooking?
Oh, he needed help, I guess. After all, he has to cover about the whole of western Kansas.
Well, who is this new man? What's his name?
I love the name of Judge Stokes. That's all I know about it.
Oh. Well, I hope he's a good one. I've seen some remarkably unlearned judges in my time.
Oh, it's not an easy job, Doc. And out here, it doesn't pay enough to make it worthwhile to most men. Judge Brooking could probably do twice as well back east.
Yes, and so could I, Matt.
Yeah, I know, Doc. But then you wouldn't have anything to complain about. You would shrivel up and die if that happened.
Well, at least I wouldn't go to the pauper's grave I'm headed for now.
Lend me $100, will you, Doc?
I'll lend you $100.
Go on in, Homer. Oh, Mr. Dillon. Doc.
All right, Chester.
Well, who's this you got, Chester?
This is Homer Tisdale, Mr. Dillon. There's a complaint against him.
A complaint?
Yes, sir. You know Van Walcott, who's taken over that little store next to stage office?
Yeah, I know him.
Well, sir, he's coming over here in a few minutes. He claims Homer was trying to rob him.
Oh?
I figured it'd be best to settle the thing right here with you.
Were you trying to rob him, Homer?
Yes, sir.
With a gun or what?
No, sir. I got no gun.
Ah. You were trying to steal something out of his store, is that it?
Yes, sir.
Where you from, Homer? I haven't seen you in Dodge before.
No, sir. I've been homesteading in the Saline River. I got starved out. I had to quit.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't have no luck at all.
Well, you sure don't look as though you'd been eating very regular.
No, sir, ain't.
Well, you got him here.
Yes, I got him here, Walcott.
Dirty little thief. Marshal, I want to sign a complaint against this man.
Mr. Walcott, you've been in Dodge about a month now, haven't you?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, back east, I guess they're a little more formal, the way they handle things. Now, why don't you just tell me what happened, huh?
Well, I was next door at the stage office talking to Jay Buford. We heard a crash over to my store, something falling. So we run out, and there he was. We caught him red-handed, Marshal.
Caught him doing what?
Stealing, that's what.
Well, you haven't told me what he stole.
He had a whole handful of potatoes, Marshal. The man's a thief, and he belongs in jail.
Is this true, Homer? Is that what happened?
Yes, sir, Marshal. It's true. I was hungry. I seen them potatoes. I thought he wouldn't miss a couple. I could pay him back later.
A man who steals belongs in jail.
He shouldn't have done it, Walcott. I admit that.
Then throw him in jail.
I can't do that.
Why?
Well, for one thing, Chester and I have got to ride up to Fort Larned for a few days. There wouldn't be anybody here to watch him or feed him.
Leave him some water. It's all he needs.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Take Homer over to the Long Branch, will you? Maybe Sam Noonan can put him to work sweeping out or washing glasses or something, huh?
Now, look here, Marshal. You ain't going to make a fool of me.
Get going, Chester.
Come on, Homer.
Now, look, Marshal, I'm telling you...
Mr. Walcott, why don't you go back to your store, Maybe somebody's found a few pennies and wants to buy that handful of potatoes.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The Miracle Tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's Pure White Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Doc was right. There probably were a dozen men around Dodge that should have been in jail. But if the law was going to start locking up men like Homer Tisdale, I figured they wouldn't need me to handle the job. At least that's what I thought on the way to Fort Larned. It was 4 days later when we got back, and I found out different. We were riding up Front Street, past the stage office, when Jay Buford, the stage company manager, and Van Walcott spotted us, started yelling. I had Chester take my horse while I got down and went over to see what they wanted.
You came back just in time, Marshal.
If he'd done what I said, it wouldn't have happened.
I was just telling Walcott if you didn't get back today, we'd have to do something ourselves.
What's the trouble, Buford?
Murder. Murder and robbery, Marshal.
Right there in the stage office. Charlie Reynolds is dead and $10,000 is gone. Happened this morning.
Hold up.
It was about 8 o'clock, Marshal. And I just opened up my store and gone into the stage office to say good morning to Jay. He was standing there talking to Charlie Reynolds, and I no sooner got inside than the voice out back yelled at us to throw up our hands.
We did, too.
And then this gunman come forward wearing a mask. Knew right where the money was, too.
I had it in the treasure box waiting for the stage to go north, Marshal.
He opened it up. It was all bills. And he scooped them out into his pocket, and then he stood there, Marshal. And he told us not to try to follow him. And then before he could even move, he pulled the trigger on poor old Charlie Reynolds and killed him.
Just like that, no reason at all.
You didn't follow him, he got away.
Who's gonna follow a killer like that? We ain't crazy.
Any idea who it was?
You bet we do.
Who?
That mask didn't hide nothing.
Well, who was it?
Homer Tisdale.
What?
Plain as day, even if he hadn't spoke.
Homer ain't so meek as he looks, Marshal. He's a killer, that's what he is. All that other's just pretending. You should have put him in jail first off.
Any idea where he is?
Must be halfway to Texas by now. But you better find him, Marshal.
Yeah.
Well, that Homer's a mighty cool one if he's still in Dodge, Mr. Dillon.
Well, maybe he hasn't heard about it yet, Chester.
You don't think he did it, do you?
We'll ask him if he's in here.
There he is, sweeping out back them tables.
Oh, hello, Marshal. Chester.
Hello, Homer.
Feller's looking for a drink. It ain't 10 o'clock yet.
Homer, how long have you been here?
Well, I come to work about 8:30, Marshal. Why?
Where were you before that?
Out back. Sam lets me sleep in the shed he's got out there.
Homer, can you prove that you were out there at 8 o'clock? Did anybody see you?
No. Nobody ever comes out there. Why, Marshal?
Well, the stage office was robbed this morning, and a man was shot and killed. Jay Buford and Van Walcott witnessed it. They say you did it.
Me?
They're willing to swear to it.
Well, I didn't rob him. I didn't kill nobody. I wouldn't do nothing like that, Marshal. You don't believe him, do you?
It doesn't matter what I believe, Homer. But there are 2 witnesses, and you haven't even got an alibi.
Well, Marshal, I was right out back there. I was eating a little bread and some bacon a feller give me.
Homer, will you promise me something?
Why, sure, Marshal. What?
That you won't leave Dodge.
Oh, I'm in bad trouble, ain't I?
Yeah.
Well, I won't run, I promise.
3 days later, Judge Stokes Circuit brought him to Dodge. I went over and talked to him about Homer Tisdale. But it was like talking into a rain barrel, or rather a whiskey barrel. The judge seemed to have more interest in corn liquor than in the law. And all I could get out of him was that a jury would have to decide the case. So the following Monday morning, court was opened in an old dance hall across the railroad tracks. A jury was sworn in, and Judge Stokes took over. First, he put Van Wolcott on the stand, then Jay Buford. Chester and I sat with Homer and watched.
Hey, Marshal, there's something I don't understand.
What, Homer?
Well, this judge, he's been talking to Wolcott about me, and now he's going to talk to Buford.
Yeah?
Well, ain't he going to ask me nothing?
Oh, sure, he'll put you on the stand, but you'll have your own lawyer to help you.
Well, what?
That man sitting right over there, he's the lawyer the judge appointed to defend you.
Oh. Well, how can he help me? He ain't even talked to me. He won't know what to say.
Well, he will talk to you, Homer. I guess there's no hurry about it.
Mr. Dillon, I never seen that lawyer before. Did you?
No, he's a stranger to me, too, Chester, but Judge Stokes seems to know him.
Well, what I don't understand is why there ain't no persecutor.
It's prosecutor, Chester. But I asked the judge about that, and he said that there was no need for one.
Well, I guess he knows what he's doing.
Buford's sworn in now. Let's listen.
Now, Mr. Buford, we've heard the testimony in detail from Mr. Wolcott, so to speed things up a little, I'll just ask you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
You were at the stage office when the holdup took place, right?
That's right, Your Honor.
And you saw everything Mr. Wolcott saw, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Bandit came in, took $10,000 in bills out of the box, and then shot and killed, what's his name?
Charlie Reynolds, Your Honor.
Charlie Reynolds. All right, Mr. Buford. Now, I want you to tell the gentlemen of the jury who that bandit was.
It was Homer Tisdale, Your Honor.
Homer Tisdale. How'd you know it was him?
Well, he had a mask on, but it didn't really hide nothing. It was him, all right. Besides, it was his voice, plain as day.
And you knew him before?
Sure. The day we caught him robbing Wolcott's store. He's been a thief ever since he come to Dodge.
Oh, now look here. Your Honor.
You're out of order, Marshal.
Your Honor, he's giving the jury a wrong impression of this man.
Sit down, Marshal, or I'll hold you in contempt. That's better. The jury is competent to judge the evidence, Marshal. All right, Mr. Buford, you may step down.
Yes, sir.
We'll now hear from the defense. Take over, Mr. Shipman.
Yeah, but, Marshal, he didn't ask me nothing. You said he would.
Wait a minute, Homer. Let's see what your defense says about it.
May it please the court and the gentlemen of the jury, you've heard the evidence. I rest my case.
Well, why, that ain't no defense, Mr. Dillon.
What's he mean, Marshal? He's sitting down already.
Mr. Dillon, he can't do that.
Silence
Marshal,
in the court. Silence! The jury will retire to consider the evidence, and it will return with its verdict in, say, a half hour. And it had better be the right verdict, or I'll hold you all in contempt. Now get to work.
I don't understand this, Marshal. I thought a man had a right to say something for himself.
Yeah, so did I, Homer.
Well, now, that defense feller, he sure didn't help none. Where's Judge going now?
Outside for a drink, I expect. You wait here with Chester.
Well, you talk to him, will you, Marshal? And tell him I didn't do it.
I'll be back.
Have a nip, Marshal?
No thanks, Judge.
I always like to get the jury out. It gives a man time for a little refreshment. That's good corn you make here.
Yeah.
You know something, Marshal? I'm a drinking man, but I've never been drunk in my life. Never once.
Well, that's fine, Judge.
Marshal, I'm sorry I had to sit you down so hard in there, but a court's got to be run by one man, or it'll get out of hand. I know. I've seen it happen.
I've seen some things happen in court, too, Judge. But I never saw an accused man not get a chance to defend himself before.
You heard the evidence, Marshal. What defense could he make? It'd just be a waste of time.
Oh, I see.
I want to get this trial over with. I got to take the Santa Fe up to Abilene at midnight, and that doesn't give me much time to see Dodge, does it?
No, I guess it doesn't.
In fact, a half hour is too long for that jury. I'm going to call them back now. If you'll excuse me, Marshal.
Sure.
Oh, maybe you'll change your mind and have a drink with me after, hmm?
Yeah, maybe.
He sure didn't give that jury much time, did he, Mr. Dillon?
No, he didn't, Chester.
Marshal, what do you think they'll say?
They haven't much choice, Homer.
Well, gentlemen, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
Let's hear it.
We find the defendant, Homer Tisdale, guilty.
Homer Tisdale, stand up.
I ain't guilty. I didn't do nothing.
Stand up, Homer. Go on.
Well, it ain't fair.
Homer Tisdale, you've been found guilty. Where's the money? What'd you do with that $10,000?
I ain't got it, Judge. I didn't take it. Honest.
Silence! Since you won't tell us where you buried that money, I'm going to sentence you. For robbery, you get 20 years in prison.
20 years?
But you'll never serve them, Homer Tisdale. You're a double-dyed monster, and your hands are steeped in human blood. Creatures of your like aren't fit to live. Away with you. For murder, I sentence you to be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
Sure, I
Court dismissed.
Marshal, did you hear? Marshal, did you hear what he said?
Well, I ain't never seen nothing like that, Mr. Dillon. There might just as well have not been no trial at all.
Take Homer to jail, Chester, and keep him there.
Marshal! It ain't right, Mr. Dillon. It ain't right at all.
Do it, Chester.
Yes, sir. Where are you going?
I'm going to have a drink with Judge Stokes.
What?
Yeah. We're going to become real good friends.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
Have another drink, Judge?
No more, Miss Kitty. I've got to be going.
Go on, pour him one, Kitty. He's got an hour yet before his train leaves.
Sure. You'll have another, Judge.
But
There. You can't sit around a whole hour without a drink.
but I told you.
Aren't you enjoying yourself, Judge?
Oh, it isn't that, Miss Kitty, but I haven't been alone all day or all night.
Well, it's been my pleasure, Judge. I don't often get a chance to be with a man like you.
Yeah, I know. There must be things you have to do. I don't feel right taking up your time this way.
No, don't worry about him, Judge. People don't get real serious about breaking the law around here till after midnight anyway.
I'll put you on the train, Judge, and then I'll get to work.
No, I don't want anybody to put me on the train.
It's less than an hour now.
Marshal, I insist I go alone. I'm going to leave now.
Well, it doesn't take that long to get to the depot, Judge.
Well, I want to walk. I want to walk around a little first, by myself. I like being alone sometimes. Everybody does.
Oh, okay, Judge. I understand. You go on alone, if you want.
I'm grateful to you, Marshal, for all you've done. Well, it was a pleasure meeting you, Miss Kitty.
Goodbye, Judge. Look me up when you come back.
And of course, goodbye. Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Judge. Let me know when he goes out the door, Kitty.
I will. I don't know what this is all about, Matt, but I hope I did what you wanted.
Now, you were a real help. It got pretty tiresome till we came in here.
There he goes, Matt. You better hurry if you're going to follow him.
Yeah, well, I'm going to pick up Chester first. I think I know where the judge is going. I'll see you later, Kitty.
Sure, Matt.
Gracious, it must have drove him crazy, Mr. Dillon. You dogging him around that way.
Well, it worried him some, Chester. That's how I knew I must be right.
Here we are. We'd better watch through the side window or they'll see us.
Yeah.
Can you see anything, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, they're in back there. And that's Judge Stokes with him. All right. Come on, we'll walk right in the front door. Now, look, Chester, you get to one side when we go in, huh?
Yes, sir.
Who's that out front?
Hi, Dad. It's Dillon.
What's he doing here?
Well, I thought you wanted to be alone, Judge.
Shoot him. Shoot him, I tell you. He knows.
Well, Buford, Walcott, which one of you is going to shoot me, huh? One of you must have a gun somewhere. You shot Charlie Reynolds. No? All right, then get your hands up while we search you.
I got a gun, Marshal. Here. I'll give it to you.
Get his gun, Chester. It's still in his pocket.
Yes, sir.
Well, how much money did they give you out of the 10,000, Judge?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal. But I'll have you in court for this.
I'll be in court with you in front of Judge Brooking. You overplayed your hand today, Judge Stokes, you and that bought defense lawyer. And I'll find him before the night's up.
You wouldn't dare arrest a judge. Who ever heard of such a thing?
Well, now, I guess maybe a judge is a pretty important man, isn't he?
He certainly is.
Yeah.
Well?
I'll tell you. Since you are the most important man here, I'm going to give you a cell by yourself. You can have Homer Tisdale's. He won't be needing it anymore. Now, get moving.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. If you're a filter tip smoker, you should be smoking L&M's. When you try L&M's, the first thing you'll notice is how mild they are, how easy they draw. With L&M's pure white miracle tip, you enjoy all the taste. Try L&M's today. You'll like them.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hadley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Vic Perrin, John Daner, and Harry Bartell. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield. Smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Morning, Matt.
Well, hello, Kitty. What are you doing out so early?
You're not very observant. Look at me.
Huh? Oh, it's a riding skirt, huh?
I've been clear out to Sand Springs and back before breakfast, too.
Alone?
I like to ride alone. And, Matt, I jumped a herd of antelope. There must have been 100 of them.
That was too bad you didn't have a gun.
Shoot one of them, never.
Well, I've seen you eat antelope often enough, Kitty.
Oh, that's different.
Well, you couldn't have packed one back anyway. Makes a horse pretty wild sometimes.
It wasn't the horse I was riding. I think he was sound asleep the whole way. Matt, why don't you come riding with me some morning?
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Go riding for pleasure?
Why not?
You know, Kitty, I took this marshal job to keep out of the saddle. You know, there was a time I was beginning to think I'd forgot how to walk.
You're plain lazy, that's what.
All right, I'll go with you sometime. But I won't promise to leave all those antelope steaks running around loose out there.
I'll scream. You won't get anywhere near them.
Yeah, I'll bet you would, too.
Sure.
Mr. Dillon? Mr. Dillon? Oh, morning, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Say, you've been out horseback riding, Miss Kitty.
Chester, someday you're going to make a woman very happy.
I am?
Matt didn't even notice my riding skirt.
He didn't?
No.
Well, you came up here in a big rush, Chester. What's it all about?
Oh, it's Earl Haney, Mr. Dillon, the fellow that banks the faro table over at the Long Branch.
Yeah, I know him.
Something happened to him, Chester?
It sure did. Sam Noonan went out back when he come to work this morning, and he found Haney laying there. Somebody's busted his head open.
Is he dead?
Not yet, but he don't look good, according to Sam.
Well, is Doc there?
No, sir. Doc went out to the Tewksbury Ranch. He left a note on his door saying he won't be back till afternoon. Sam come to the office and told me about it.
You better go see him, Matt.
Yeah.
There he is. End of the alley, Mr. Dillon.
Well, at least Sam put a blanket over him.
Good thing you come, Marshal.
Is he still alive, Sam?
Oh, he's alive, but he ain't good. He comes to every once in a while, and then he passes out again.
Yeah. He say anything about what happened?
Well, I didn't try to make him talk, Marshal.
You any idea what happened, Sam?
Oh, no. Last I saw of him was early this morning, about 4 o'clock. I left him counting the money at his faro table, alone.
He's coming to, Mr. Dillon. He just moved.
Yeah. Haney? Haney, can you hear me? It's Marshal Dillon.
Marshal?
Yeah. Who did it, Haney? Who was it?
Slugged me with this 6-gun. Kept hitting me.
Who?
Tall fella. He come in when I was alone. Took my gun.
All the money.
Well, what did he look like, Haney? Besides being tall.
Real tall. Red hair.
Hey, look there, he's passed out again. He keeps doing that, Marshal.
Tall man with red hair.
I don't know who that'd be.
Jim Bostic's got red hair.
Who?
Bostic. I think I know him.
Yeah, sure you do, Mr. Dillon. He's always sitting around gambling over at the Altabraganza. Day and night he's there.
You stay here with Sam, Chester.
All right, sir.
I'm afraid there's not much you can do for Haney except watch him die. I'm going after Jim Bostic.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, filter tip smokers, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M stands out for flavor. 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 Flavor.
The miracle tip draws easy. You enjoy all the taste. And notice how mild it is.
L&M stands out for effective filtration. 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 Filtration.
No filter compares with L&M's miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
L&M's got everything.
L&M, light and mild. America's best filter tip cigarette.
Filled it inside. There they are, gentlemen. King High Straight. My pot.
Who can make any?
Well, hello, Marshal. Take a hand.
No, thanks. I want to talk to you, Bostic.
Now?
Yeah.
What about?
Come over to the bar and I'll tell you.
Sounds important.
It is.
Okay. Deal me out this hand, gentlemen.
Okay, Bostic. All right, gentlemen. That's for the deal.
Hope this don't break my luck, Marshal. It's been running good the last couple hours.
All-night game?
Oh, he started just after midnight.
Yeah, then you've been sitting with those men ever since midnight, then.
Just about, Marshal. What'd you want to see me for?
You know Earl Haney, Bostic?
I ain't proud of knowing him.
Oh?
I got no use for him. It's nothing in particular, Marshal, but I never did like him.
I see.
Well, what are you asking me about him for?
He was, robbed and slugged this morning.
He was? Well, you don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
He said it was a tall man with red hair. And you're the only red-haired man I could think of.
Oh, he's lying. He's trying to put it on me because we're enemies.
You think he'd do that?
Well, of course he would. Haney'd do anything to get me in trouble.
He's dying, Bostic. That'd be going pretty far, wouldn't it?
Not for Haney, you wouldn't.
You know, there's something I don't understand.
What?
You're making a big argument about Haney lying to get you in trouble. When there are 4 men sitting over there to alibi for you.
Well, I wasn't in the game the whole time, Marshal. I left for about an hour.
What time?
It was about, 4 o'clock, I guess.
It was.
Oh, that's when Haney got it.
That's when he got it.
You're going to be disappointed, Marshal.
What?
I still got an alibi.
You better have. Who is it?
Doc Adams.
Doc?
Sure. I got a stomach cramp real bad, so I left the game, went over to Doc's and woke him up. He fixed me some stuff in a glass, and then we sat and talked. He said he had to get up early anyways.
Well, I'll say one thing, Bostic. You don't think straight, but you think fast.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
It's Haney. He come to again, started asking for you. Says he's got something to tell you. You'd better hurry. He's awful serious about it.
I'll go, Chester. But first, I'm going to take your gun, Bostic.
What for?
Give it to me. Here, Chester, you hold it.
Yes, sir?
You're under arrest, Bostic.
Under arrest?
Taken to jail, Chester.
Well, no, look here, Marshal. All you got to do is ask Doc. He'll tell you.
Doc's not here. He won't be back till afternoon.
Well, I can't wait that long. I'm starting out for Coldwater in an hour. I want to be there tomorrow.
You're not going anywhere till Doc gets back. Probably not then. All right, lock him up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
When I got back to the alley where Haney was lying, I found Sam had pulled the blanket up over his face. He'd come to for the last time. And whatever it was he wanted to tell me, I'd never know. Sam and I carried him inside. Then Sam sent for a wagon to take him out to Boot Hill. We had to wait for over an hour. And when it finally showed up, we loaded Haney onto it, and they drove off. I stood in the street and watched them for a minute or two. Then I walked over to the jail.
Hey, who's out there? Hey, come back here. I'll back. Mr. Dillon, hey, come out here. Mercy sakes alive, I didn't think you was ever coming. He had a gun hid out, Mr. Dillon, and he got the drop on me just as I was locking him up. He made me get in a cell here, and then he closed the door on me and left.
I've got a key.
Well, I should have held his gun on him the whole time. I had it stuck in my belt, though. Who'd have thought he was carrying another gun here?
All right, Chester, come on out.
I swear I've been yelling myself for it. You'd think somebody would have heard me, wouldn't you?
He's got over an hour's start on us.
Well, he's headed southeast, Mr. Dillon, toward Coldwater.
How do you know?
That's where he said he was going.
Yeah, I know. I heard him.
Yes, sir, but he told me again when he left. He said he knew you was going to be awful mad at him, but he'd planned to be in Coldwater tomorrow, and besides, it wouldn't make any difference once you talk to Doc.
Well, he kind of decides things for himself, doesn't he?
Well, he is a pretty independent fellow, Mr. Dillon, but Doc will be back in a couple hours, so there's nothing to worry about.
Nothing to worry about?
Well, I mean, as soon as Doc tells you Bostic was with him this morning, then he'll be clear, won't he?
Bostic tried to use Doc for an alibi just to stall for time, Chester.
But he didn't know Doc was out of town.
You talk like you think he's innocent.
Well, didn't Haney tell you he was only trying to get him in trouble?
And he was dead when I got there.
Oh. Well, me and Bostic was talking about it on the way over here, and we figured that's what he was going to say. I reminded him when he ran off, but he just wouldn't wait for you to come back. He said he'd had all he could stand to dodge, and he wanted to get out of here right now. Like I said, he's kind of independent.
He didn't run because he's independent, Chester. He ran because he's guilty, the way any murderer would. While we're standing here jawing about it, he's out there covering miles.
Well, but a couple of hours won't make so much difference, Mr. Dillon. We can go after him if Doc says he was lying.
We'll get started now.
But if he didn't do it and we waste time chasing him, the real murderer will get away.
I want Bostic, and I don't want any more talk about it. No man's going to break out of this jail and ride off like he owned the country. I'm going to get my horse and go after him before I get so mad I can't see the track. You can stay here and talk your head off if you want. The horse is okay, Chester.
Oh, mine got tangled up in his tire. Oh, the darn fool. That's what all the stomping around was about. Oh, my. I sure do wish we could have a fire to sit around tonight.
No, we can't risk it, Chester. From the sign on Bostic's trail, I think we almost caught up with him before it got dark. And unless he's riding all night, he might be camped within a mile of us.
Oh, well, I didn't mean it seriously, Mr. Dillon, about having a fire. Honest, I didn't. I was only talking. I wouldn't...
Take it easy, Chester. It's not you I got mad at today. It's Bostic.
Yes, sir.
Hey, you, still think I was wrong not waiting to talk to Doc, don't you?
Yes, sir. I do.
Well, I guess that's why they have generals in the Army. Somebody's got to make the decisions.
Sure.
I was sure wrong about one thing, though.
Oh?
I wish I'd allowed us enough time to tie on a couple of blankets. It's going to be a cold night.
Yeah, especially without a fire.
Well, at least we got a sack of jerky. Jerky will keep a man warm just chewing on it.
A plate of hot pinto beans will keep him a lot warmer. All mixed up with chili peppers, like they do down on the Bravo. Oh, my goodness, I'd give most anything I know for a pot of that right now.
You know, anybody who likes food the way you do ought to be a cook, Chester.
I was a cook once.
Oh, is that so? Where?
In the Army. Back in '65, the spring Richmond fell. But I quit.
You quit?
Oh, I don't mean I quit the Army. I quit cooking.
Oh, why?
Supplies ran out. We had to take to foraging for our grub. It's a funny thing. You join the Army to be a soldier, and you wind up being a chicken thief.
Well, I can think of a lot of men that wouldn't bother.
Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. Dillon, stealing food come kind of easy to me. I didn't have no conscience at all about it. What's that?
It's not one of our horses. It's too far off.
Now that's closer. He's coming this way. There's one of ours answering him.
Listen. Now, that horse is hobbled, Chester. Come on.
There, I see him. Right out there.
Yeah, he's seen us, too. He's standing still.
I wonder how far he's come like that.
Easy now. Don't scare him.
Oh. Steady, boy. Hold.
Yeah, he couldn't have come very far with those hobbles. Not more than about a mile, I'd guess.
How do you figure that?
Well, it's been dark an hour and a half. Whoever was riding him unsaddled about then. Let's tie him up, Chester, and we'll go back the way he came.
You're thinking it's Bostic's horse?
And I'm sure hoping it is. I'd hate to surprise an innocent man into a shooting out there.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are. L&M's got everything.
King size or regular, L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
We unhobbled the horse and tied him up. then started off across the prairie on foot. A man makes less noise than a horse. We couldn't do any tracking in the dark, so we had to go by guess and hope we were lucky. But we weren't. And after wandering over the prairie half the night, we gave it up and found our way back to camp. There was only one other thing to do. And a couple of hours before dawn, we led the horse back some distance the way he'd come, hobbled him again, and hid ourselves in the high buffalo grass. And then we waited a long time.
What if that horse starts back for our camp, Mr. Dillon?
Then we're in trouble, Chester.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, this beats stumbling around in the dark. I like to broke my neck a couple of times last night.
And I was hoping we'd be lucky. If we'd found him asleep, we could have taken him without a fight.
Yeah, doggone him. He probably slept the whole night, all cozied up in a blanket, too.
Shh. Quiet, Chester.
Yeah. Well, that's him. He's whistling for his horse.
Well, he's wasting his breath. That horse isn't going to move.
How are we going to take him?
You stay on your belly. I'll stand up first. Quiet now.
Dang animal, how'd you get so far from camp? I'll tie you up next time. Hold still now. I'll get these hobbles off here.
Stay down now, Chester.
All right, throw him up, Bostic.
They're up. Now, what you come chasing clear out here for, Marshal?
I'll take your gun, Bostic. Okay, Chester.
Chester here, too? Is that why you come after me? I didn't do him no harm, Marshal.
Oh, Bostic.
I didn't hurt you one bit, did I, Chester?
Well,
I don't understand this, Marshal. Of course, maybe I shouldn't have run off when I'd been arrested and all, but I don't like being cooped up. Besides, I want to get out of Dodge. I'm tired of it.
Bostic, I don't know whether you're half smart or plain crazy, but we'll find out when we get back to Dodge.
Doc will be down in a minute, Mr. Dillon. He's finishing up an autopsy.
An autopsy on who?
I don't know.
You don't, huh? Did you tell him about Bostic?
Yes, sir.
Well, what did he say?
Well, Mr. Dillon, I'd rather Doc told you himself.
What's the matter with you, Chester? You're not even looking at me.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Doc.
Well, I've got a feeling Chester left it to me to tell you.
To tell me what?
Ken Scholes got killed, Matt.
Well, who's he?
He's the faro banker that was hired to take Earl Haney's place.
Oh.
He got killed and robbed the same way Haney did, Matt. Same time, everything.
Any idea who did it?
He didn't live as long as they tell me Haney did, but Sam got a few words out of him. He said the bandit came up behind him, so he never saw his face. But before he hit him, he started bragging about how he hadn't planned to push his luck again. But with you out of town, it was easy. He said he was riding off right away and never coming back.
Well, I guess there's no use asking you about Bostic, is there?
He was with me, Matt. Like he said.
All right, go get him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Now, Matt.
It's okay, Doc.
Hello, Doc. How are you?
I'm fine, Bostic. I'm fine.
Well, Marshal, did he tell you?
Yeah, he told me. There's your gun, Bostic.
Oh, thanks. You ain't sore at me, are you, Marshal?
A man's been killed because I lost my temper yesterday, Buster. If I'd been thinking instead and stayed here, it wouldn't have happened.
That's bad. That's real bad.
Yeah.
Marshal, you ever get to Coldwater, I'd like to buy you a drink.
You would?
Anybody can make a mistake. But it's a rare man that don't try to weasel out of it when he does. Well, I'll be going now. So long, Marshal.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Luke Krugman, and James Musser. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield. You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Dillon?
Yeah, what, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, you better come. Emmett Bowers is out there in the street, and he's about to shoot a man down unless somebody stops him.
Oh, what's the trouble?
Why, this fellow's accusing Bowers of stealing his horse, Mr. Dillon.
What?
That's what he's doing.
Now, that doesn't make sense. Who is the man?
I don't know. I never seen him before, but Bowers is getting awful mad at him.
Oh, well, where are they?
Right outside at the hitch rail.
Yeah. And he must be drunk to call Emmett Bowers a horse thief.
Oh, he don't look drunk to me.
I'm through arguing with you, mister. You're wearing a gun. If this is your horse, you can claim it with that.
Bowers.
What? Oh. Marshal, I'm about to kill this man.
Well, I think we can settle this without a killing. Now, what's the trouble?
The city has been calling me a horse thief. Now, I won't take that from no man. I'll blast him wide open.
Take it easy, Bowers. Now, you say this is your horse, mister?
Of course it's mine.
And you think Bowers here stole it?
What else would he be doing with it?
I own over 200 head of horses, you fools. More likely I'd give one away than steal one.
Emmett Bowers is one of the biggest ranchers in Kansas, mister.
I don't care what he is. That's my horse he's been riding. See the brand? Bar S? That's my brand, and I can prove it.
Yeah, it's a Bar S, all right.
What difference does it make? I buy horses with all kinds of brands on them.
Where'd you buy this one, Bowers?
I'll come by the ranch yesterday with half a dozen horses for sale. I bought all of them.
Maybe them others is mine, too.
He told me he bought them horses from a man named Pringle up in Wyoming. Now, what's your name, mister?
Disha. Charlie Disha.
Where are you from, Disha?
Well, I had a place down on the Canadian River, Marshal, but well, it went broke.
Uh-huh.
All I had left was my horses.
How many horses?
17. The only one they didn't steal was the one I was riding.
Yeah, you're a long way from the Canadian River.
I come up here looking for a job. I'm broke, Marshal, plumb broke.
Can, you prove that the Bar S brand is yours?
I got the certificate of registration. It's in my sack over at the stable.
All right, why don't you go get it? And we'll ride out with Bowers and look at those other horses.
I'll get it. Right now.
I think that man's a liar.
Yeah, he might be, Bowers. But if he isn't, you sure got stuck.
And I'd hate to be the man that stuck me, Marshal. They're in the little corral there, Marshal. I told the men not to turn them out till I'd had a chance to ride them. I like to get on every horse I buy at least once.
Them are my horses. I can tell from here.
Are they all branded, Bishop?
Ask Bowers. He's seen them.
Yeah, it's true. There's a Bar S on all of them.
Oh, by golly, look at him. I thought I'd never see him again.
Yeah, you're awful lucky, Bishop.
Sure, he's lucky, but what about me?
Well, there's not much you can do, Bowers. What with that brand being registered to Disha?
How much did you pay for them?
$30 apiece.
$30, huh? You sold them cheap. They're worth more than that.
I bought them because they were cheap.
Tell me something, Bowers. How come you didn't buy the rest of them? According to Disha, there must have been 10 more.
I picked out the best 6. I didn't want the other.
Now, you say the man was alone, Bowers. Did he give you a name?
Yeah. Vic Lowry.
Vic Lowry. Well, did you ever hear that name, Disha?
Vic Lowry? No.
What do you look like, Bowers?
Tall, thin fella. Black hair, kind of sharp-faced.
Uh-huh. Well, does that mean anything to you, Disha?
Can't think of anybody in particular.
Well, he's gone now. He's probably cleared out of the country. He'll sell the rest a long way from here.
You ain't going after him, Marshal?
Which way would I start riding, Mr. Bowers? It's mighty big land.
Well, he's got to be caught.
I'm real sorry about it, Bowers, but you can't blame me for...
I ain't blaming you, Dish. It's the idea of a horse thief going unhung that don't set with me.
He's probably 100 miles from here by now, Bowers.
You might never find him, Marshal, but I got 20 riders working for me, and they cover a lot of territory. I'll get the word to everyone.
Now, wait a minute, Bowers.
You can't stop me, Marshal. You know there ain't a man in the country won't back up hanging a horse thief.
That's not hanging, Bowers. That's lynching.
I don't care what you call it.
I care, and I'll hold you responsible for whatever happens out here.
I'll be responsible for it, Marshal.
And you'll go to jail for it, Bowers.
Them riders of mine carry guns, too.
Maybe I ought to lock you up right now.
You'd look fine locking up an honest rancher and letting a horse thief wander loose.
Disha, go get your horses. We'll help you drive them to Dodge.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
I can't find Moss Grimmick nowheres, Mr. Dillon. He left this stable plumb deserted.
Where's Disha?
Oh, he's out back. He wanted to put some hay down for his horses. Oh, there. I stand so quick fighting that rope. There's Moss now.
Yeah. Hey, Moss.
Oh, hello there, Marshal. Chester.
How are you, Moss?
Yeah. What have you been doing here?
We brought some horses in with Charlie Disha.
Oh, him. He's been keeping one here. Where did he get the others?
They were stolen from him down on the Canadian and sold to Emmett Bowers yesterday.
That's so.
Yeah. Bowers rode into town on one of them this morning, and Disha spotted it.
Say, I bet Bowers ain't fit to live with.
Well, he's not very happy about it.
I was out his way. If I'd known, I'd have stopped by just to burr him a little. Where's that boy I left here?
Oh, what boy?
Well, I've been gone since yesterday morning, Marshal. Went out past Bauer's place to see a friend of mine. That's why I got these horses.
Huh?
Fella come by selling a bunch, and I picked these two out. Pretty good horses for $30, ain't they, Marshal?
Now, looking at the brands, Moss.
What about the brand?
You're not going to be any more fit to live with than Bowers is, Moss. Those are both Bar-S. That's Disha's brand. Why, Kitty. Well, come in.
I don't know what's proper. Lady coming into the marshal's office this way.
No, the only thing not proper about it is that it doesn't happen often enough. Sit down, Kitty, sit down. That is, if you can find a chair that isn't busted.
Thanks, Master.
Yeah. You know, you're the first woman that's been in here since the night I pulled Frogmouth Kate off of that buffalo hunter she was about to cut up.
I remember. I've always wondered how you got the nerve to do battle with her.
And if I'd have had any sense, I'd have let him take care of himself. Well, what's on your mind, Kitty?
Well, it's no business of mine, but I've been hearing a lot of talk about this man who's riding around the country selling the horses he stole from Charlie Disha.
Ah. Word sure gets out fast, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Only started 2 days ago.
And, people are wondering why you haven't gone after him. I've even heard him say it's because you're plain lazy.
You know something, Kitty? They're about right. I'm going to let somebody else do the work for me.
What do you mean, Matt?
Well, all I need's a little luck, and everybody's going to be real surprised.
How?
Mr. Dillon, Oh, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Guess what, Mr. Dillon? I just run into Moss Grimmick out in the street, and he's headed for the Dodge House for a meeting.
For a meeting?
A meeting. Him and Bowers and Disha and Jake Worth. He said they're going to do something about that horse thief.
What's Jake Worth got to do with it?
He got robbed, too. He bought 6 head of them horses yesterday, and when he come to town today, he heard about Charlie Disha and everything, and Moss says they're going to get organized.
They are, huh? Well, maybe we better join that meeting, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, Moss says he ain't never saw Jake Worth so mad.
Well, you can't blame him much.
There they are.
Yeah.
Oh, now hold it, man.
Well, am I interrupting something, gentlemen?
What do you want, Marshal?
I heard that Jake Worth got stuck with 6 of those Bar-S horses.
I'll get my money back, Marshal.
No? How you planning on doing that, Jake?
We'll handle this, Marshal.
Sure. Between you and Bars, you got some 30 cowboys working for you. And Moss Grimmick here and Disha make 2 more riders, so you're going to fan out over the whole country and try to find this man, huh?
Okay, that's what we're going to do. I don't see nothing wrong with it.
I do.
Why?
Because if you do catch him, you'll put a rope on him and hang him.
He deserves it.
I don't care what he's done, Bowers. That's lynch law. And I'm here to stop it.
How are you going to stop it?
Well, I could throw all 4 of you in jail and hold you there.
What kind of an idea?
But I don't want to do that. No, it wouldn't help anyway. So I'm going to ask something of you men.
Ask what?
Give me a few days. Just a few. A week at the most.
What are you going to do, Marshal?
Nothing.
Nothing?
That's right.
You don't make good sense.
Look, Bowers, you've known me for a long time. You and Jake and Moss have.
Sure.
Of course we have.
Well, do you trust me or don't you?
Up till now, we have.
Now, this isn't over. I'm asking you to give me a chance to let me handle this my own way. All I want is 1 week.
Well, I don't know. What do you men think?
It's okay with me, as long as I get my money back.
Bowers?
I ought to know better, but go ahead, Marshal. We'll give you a week. No more.
Good. Now, do you agree too, Disha?
These fellas know better than I do, Marshal. All I want's the rest of my horse.
Now, I'm not making any promises, Disha. It's too long a chance for that.
Oh, sure. I understand.
All right. Good day, gentlemen. Chester?
Yeah, there's a crazy sounding idea. It may work.
You think they mean it, Mr. Dillon?
Now, they'll hold off for a week, Chester. I know.
Yeah, but what if you don't have any luck?
Well, then there might be a lynching.
What are you going to do?
Here, Chester. Here's $20.
$20.
Take it.
$20? What for?
Look, you and Charlie Disha are going to get real friendly.
Well,
I want you to keep him out of the way. Get him drunk. Do anything you want with him.
But what for?
Now, there are only 2 of Disha's horses left to sell. And when it happens, I got to hear about it before Disha does. So you stay with him. And if you run out of money, let me know. Chester worked hard at spending my money the next couple of days. He even came back twice for more. But it was worth it. On the 3rd day, Moss Grimmick came in and told me that a cowboy named Ed Harper had just come into his stable with the last 2 of Disha's stolen horses. I sent word to Chester to get Disha sobered up if necessary and bring him along. And then I walked over with Moss to talk to Harper.
I give this fellow the bad news as soon as I seen that Bar S brand, Marshal. It kind of broke his heart.
That's not off on a plain cowpuncher can afford a couple of extra horses, Moss.
That's him, by the door. This here's Marshal Dillon, Harper.
Marshal?
Hello, Harper.
That true about them Bar S horses, Marshal?
Yeah, I'm afraid so. Who sold them to you?
Said his name was Lowry. Hawk-faced fellow.
Yeah, that's him. Where was this, Harper?
I run into him on the prairie, some 30 miles west of here.
Uh-huh. What did you pay for the horses?
Only $20 apiece. It's all I had, and he seemed in a hurry to get rid of them. I might have known.
Tell me something, Harper. How would you like to get your money back?
I worked over 2 months for that money, Marshal.
All right. Now, the man they were stolen from will be here directly. Now, I want you to tell him that you paid $90 apiece for them.
$90?
Tell him that you had a year's wages, that you got drunk. Tell him anything.
I don't follow you.
Well, just do as I say.
Well, I guess somebody must have thought you had brains or they wouldn't have made you a marshal. I'll do it.
Here come Deesh and Chester already, Marshal.
Oh, good.
What did you want us for, Mr. Dillon?
We was having a fine sleep out back at the Longhorn. Needed it, too.
Disha, this is Ed Harper.
Harper?
Hello.
Harper brought the last 2 of your stolen horses in.
We did. Say, I got every one of them back now.
Yeah?
Oh, but I'm sure sorry for you, Harper. What'd you pay for them?
$90.
Oh, well, that's not bad. I mean, they're worth that.
I paid $90 apiece.
A piece? You must be crazy.
I got paid off my job, and I'd been drinking.
Oh.
Oh, well, that's too bad. I'm awful sorry about it.
Yeah, but you're rich now, Disha, what with all them horses. Now you can sell them legal.
I gotta sell them, Chester. But not here.
No? Why not?
Oh, 'cause I heard that up in Dakota Territory, horses cost near twice as much as they do here.
That's true, Disha. I've heard that myself.
I'm gonna drive them up there and sell them. But I'll be back, Chester. I promise I'll be back.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today. Why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
We helped Disha gather his horses and herd him to the edge of town. Then we said goodbye and watched him head north. As soon as he was out of sight, we took up his trail and followed him. He didn't ride north for long. Soon he changed his direction and circled west. It was near dark and some 20 miles further on when we came to the top of a small bluff and stopped. At the foot of it was a tiny cabin with a corral at one side, full of horses. We dismounted, went down on foot to within shooting distance of the place.
He's got a lamp going in there now, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, well, this is close enough, Chester. We'll just squat down here and wait.
What are we waiting for? Why don't we just go on in?
There's no reason to bust in there and kill somebody when we don't have to.
That's true.
Of course, you could say that I'm lazy, letting Disha do my work for me this way.
Oh, now you're thinking all that talk back in Dodge. What do they know? Bunch of money grabbers.
Sit tight, Chester.
Look, he's coming out the door. Why, that ain't Disha. That got him. He's through.
Yeah. Come on.
That fellow's dead, Mr. Dillon. He ain't moving none at all.
Yeah.
Who is he? I never seen him before.
Stand away from the door, Chester. It's Marshal Dillon, Disha. Come on out of there.
I can't move.
Sounds like he's been hit.
Then slide your gun across the floor and let me hear it. Okay, Chester. You hit bad, Disha?
I don't care. If I killed him.
You killed him.
Good. He tried to cheat me.
You don't believe in cheating, huh?
Well, it's different with your partner. He told me that cowboy only give him $20 apiece for them last two horses. You heard him yourself. It was 90.
Your partner didn't lie to you, Disha. I told that cowboy to say it was 90.
You did?
It was as easy a way as any to catch a couple of thieves. What were you going to do? Divide the money your partner got and go someplace else to sell and recover the horses all over again?
We sold them twice already. But we ain't going to sell them again. We ain't going to do nothing. You can't even put us in jail, Marshal. Smart as you are. I'm going to die now. I feel it coming.
I guess he was right about jail, Mr. Dillon. Now they're both dead.
Yeah. Well, at least we didn't have to kill him.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, James Nusser, Vic Perrin, Sam Edwards, and Joe Cranston. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
Gunsmoke salutes National Baseball Week. Baseball, America's greatest game, is an important part of our way of life. Why don't you make it a point to get out to your local ballpark this year and root for the home team? You'll have the time of your life, and baseball needs your support. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it, L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Oh, come on in, Doc.
Where's Matt?
He ain't here.
Say, where have you two been the last couple of days? I haven't seen either one of you.
Well, I just got back from Hays City. Mr. Dillon sent me there to fetch some government papers. And you know what? I took the Santa Fe both ways,
You
Doc.
did? Oh, well, that beats riding. But where's Matt, you say?
He left a note, but he didn't say exactly where he was at.
Well, you mean he's out of town?
That's what the note said. It seems somebody told him where he could find Jack Brand.
Jack Brand? Well, what's he doing around here?
I don't know. I guess Missouri got too rough for him.
Why don't they handle their own outlaws instead of chasing them into Kansas for Matt to catch?
Mr. Dillon says Brand's got 3 of his gang with him.
You mean Matt's gone out alone after 4 men?
Well, if I knew where he was, I'd go help him, Doc.
Oh, well, there's nothing you can do about it, Chester.
It worries me, though. That last hold-up the gang pulled, they say 4 men got shot down.
Well, maybe they've quit. Maybe that's why they came to Kansas.
When you ever hear of a bunch of outlaws quitting?
No, I guess I was just talking to myself, Chester.
Chester!
Oh.
Chester!
Oh, that's what you're doing, Doc.
Where is he?
Well, there he is, sitting on that wagon.
Oh, yes. Well, who's that with him?
Some fella give him a ride, I guess. Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hey, you lose your horse, Matt?
We left our horses out at Bauer's Ranch and borrowed this wagon. One of his riders will bring him in tomorrow.
Who's this with you, Mr. Dillon?
You've seen his picture, Chester.
Oh, my goodness. It's Jack Brand.
Let's get on, Brand. You first.
Sure. How come you let him drive the wagon, Mr. Dillon?
To keep his hands full, Chester. Here, take my shotgun and lock him up.
Yes, sir. Where's the others? I thought he had 3 men with him.
Well, tell him, Marshal. Tell him where they are.
They're in the wagon, Chester. Under that canvas.
Well, are they all dead, Matt? All 3 of them?
They're all dead, Doc.
Bloodiest marshal I ever saw. It's just a wagon load of meat to him.
That's enough, Brand.
It ain't hardly enough. I never seen such killing.
What happened, Mr. Dillon?
It doesn't matter. They put up a fight and I had to take them.
Well, I'll tell him what happened. You're a lawman here. Hid himself in the grass and just waited for us to come out of that cabin. And then he yelled, so naturally we headed for cover. Who wouldn't? He just laid there and he cut loose with a shotgun. Tore up 2 of the boys that way. Then he stood up and he cut down Hank Smith with a 6-shooter.
How come you got out of it, Brand?
I jumped back in the cabin, then I give up. We weren't putting up a fight. He spooked us yelling like that. Make any man jump.
Oh, I suppose you're trying to say that you wouldn't have shot him.
We tried to shoot him. Who wouldn't? Any man's got a right to defend himself.
Oh, well, I never heard of resisting arrest called self-defense.
I never heard of no marshal shooting down everybody on the landscape.
Lock him up, Chester.
Get going, Brand.
Well, he actually think he was killing hogs, not men. Shut up and keep bloody, Marshal.
See, how come you brought the bodies back, Matt? Why didn't you just bury them out there?
I wanted more witnesses than me to identify him, Doc. Might save trouble when Brand goes to trial.
You say you were mighty lucky taking 4 outlaws that way, man.
Yeah.
And you killed 3 out of... Oh, say, wait till people around here hear about this.
Brand's right, Doc. It's a lot of killing. An awful lot.
Oh, no, you don't. Don't get to thinking about it too much. No matter. It's your job. You did it, and so it's over.
It's over? Wait till tomorrow or the next day. There'll be somebody else. There's always another man to kill.
Oh, no, that's not the way to look at it, man. I've never heard of you shooting anybody you didn't have to.
No, I never did. But sometimes that doesn't help much.
So you look tired, man.
Well, I haven't slept since I rode out of here 2 days ago.
Well, now you get some rest, and you'll feel better.
Sure.
Brand's snug in jail, Mr. Dillon. He don't like it much, but I told him not to try kicking his way out, that I'd be sleeping in the office.
We'll both be sleeping in the office, Chester. I'm too tired to walk to my room. Take care of this wagon. And what's in it, will you?
Mm-hmm.
You and Doc can identify those men. We'll write it out on paper in the morning.
All right, sir. I'll be coming to bed about midnight, but I'll be real quiet.
Nothing could wake me, Chester. Not tonight.
This is it, L&M filters.
It stands out from all the rest.
Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Gosh, Doc, you sure I shouldn't wake him up and tell him?
It can wait until morning, Chester. Matt's too tired to do anything about it tonight, anyway.
I guess you're right.
Of course I am.
Well, okay.
Good night, Chester.
Good night, Doc.
Don't go for your gun.
Don't go for my...
No,
What?
don't do it. I tell you to leave the gun alone.
Okay, Mr. Dillon?
No, don't make me kill you. Don't make me kill another man.
Mr. Dillon,
No,
wait.
I've spilled enough blood. I don't want to kill you. No.
Mr. Dillon, wait.
No.
It's me, Mr. Dillon. It's Chester. There ain't nobody here.
What?
You was asleep. You've been dreaming.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I light the lamp.
No. It's all right, Chester.
My gracious, I come in and I heard you talking, and I thought somebody was here. That moonlight ain't too bright. I couldn't see good at first.
Sure.
I had to yell at you a couple of times before you woke up. You was dreaming you was in a fight, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was dreaming.
Nightmares like that, they're just terrible, ain't they?
There's a bottle in the desk drawer over there. Chester, get it for me, will you?
Yes, sir, I know where it is. I used
to have nightmares sometimes when I was a boy. But I don't get 'em much no more. Here it is, Mr. Dillon. A good stiff drink will do you good.
Thanks, Chester. What time is it?
A little past midnight.
Jack Brand awake?
No, he'd be bellering if he was. But, Mr. Dillon, now that you're awake, there's something I ought to tell you.
Oh, what?
Well, me and Doc was having a drink over at the Alfregans, and a fella come in there and started talking real loud.
Talking about what?
Well, sir, mostly about how he's going to tree dodge and how he's going to tell you, too.
Oh?
He says he's a friend of Jack Brand's, and he's heard about how you caught him and all.
What's his name?
Stanger. Joe Stanger.
Yeah, I know him.
Well, do you think he'll cause trouble?
Probably. But I'm not going to worry about him tonight.
No, sir, that's what me and Doc figured. He won't try nothing tonight.
All the same, keep your gun handy, Chester. Now let's try to get some sleep.
What's that Brand hollering about now?
Time for breakfast.
Oh, go shut him up, Chester. It's hardly dawn.
I swear I'd like to throw a bucket of water on him. Oh, shut up, Brand. I'm coming.
Time, too.
Come out there, cut the yelling, Brand. What's the matter with you?
Come on over here. Just unlock this cage, Chester.
What?
I'm holding the gun on you. Can't you see it?
Where'd you get that gun?
All right, now, come on over here, I said.
These ain't over there. They're hanging on the wall down here.
Don't take your own sweet time about it. I've been in this chicken coop long enough.
Drop it, Brand.
What?
You're not hurt. I hit the gun.
I got the keys, Mr. Dillon. I'll get his gun out of there.
All right, go ahead. Stand back, Brand.
You like to bust my hand.
You're lucky.
Luck you didn't kill me, I suppose, just like you kill everybody.
Shut up.
I got it, Mr. Dillon. It ain't no good anyway. Not now.
Where'd you get that gun, Brand?
I made it, Marshal.
Don't be smart.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Joe Stanger brought it to you. He tossed it to you right through those bars on the window.
I didn't know Stanger was in town.
Didn't you? Chester, get some boards and nail them over the window so nothing can get through it.
I'll fix it, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, wait a minute, Marshal. That's the only window in here. You can't board it up.
You'll get enough here.
Nobody'll be dark. I don't like it dark.
Don't you? When you get it fixed, we'll go to breakfast, Chester.
It won't take long, Mr. Dillon. Well, it's been some time since I've been out on the plaza this early in the morning, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, weren't you up gambling all night last Saturday, Chester?
Oh, well, that's different.
Oh, how?
Well, I've been asleep all night this time. Things looks different when you had a good night's sleep.
Yeah, they sure do.
You didn't have no more nightmares last night, did you?
No, but I didn't sleep well.
You ought to take some time off. Go out buffalo hunting or something.
Yeah, maybe I ought to take a lot of time off. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
That's Joe Stanger coming there.
Say, by golly, it is. What's he doing up so early?
Maybe he wants to find out why Jack Brand hasn't shot his way out of jail yet.
Well, he won't throw him no more guns. Not the way I got that place boarded up now.
Get out of the way, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Morning, Marshal.
You're up early, Stanger.
Train leaves for Abilene in about an hour.
Going to Abilene?
I'll be back next week.
Jack Brandt'll still be in jail.
I heard you caught him.
Good friend of yours, isn't he?
Sure. But I ain't part of his gang. I never was.
Yeah, I know.
Of course, there ain't much gang left now.
No.
You're a pretty rough man, Marshal.
When I have to be.
Don't it ever bother you, killing people the way you do?
Stanger, I shot a gun out of Jack Brand's hand this morning. You come by the office later, and I'll give it back to you.
Now, what would I want of a smashed-up six-shooter?
It's yours, isn't it?
I'm wearing mine.
I ought to throw you in jail, too.
What for?
To get you out of sight, if nothing else.
I wouldn't go to jail, Marshal. Not without a fight, I wouldn't. I ain't afraid of you. You want to try it? Go ahead. Go ahead, draw.
No.
What's the matter, Marshal? I thought you liked killing men. What's holding you back? You're going to have to fight me sooner or later.
Get out of here, Stanger. Go get on your train.
Wait till I tell everybody about Matt Dillon. How he's lost his nerve.
Get out, I said.
Well, I don't want to shoot down a man that won't draw. Not today, anyway. But I'll be back, Marshal. Next week.
Why didn't you shoot him, Mr. Dillon? He's nothing but a big bluff.
Chester, you go on to breakfast. I'm going back to the office.
What? Why, you told me...
You heard me.
Well, yes, sir. Okay, Mr. Dillon. Brought you a can full of coffee, Mr. Dillon.
Thanks, Chester.
I'm going to put it right here. What you doing, writing a letter?
It's a telegram. Here, Chester. Take this down to the depot, will you?
Sure.
I want it to go out right away.
U.S. War Department. What are you telegraphing Washington about?
That's my resignation, Chester.
What?
I'm quitting. Right now.
Why, you can't do that.
I've done it.
Oh, I don't believe it. You're funny now.
A man can quit a job, Chester. I've quit jobs before.
Well, I know, but this is different.
What's different about it? The government doesn't own me.
But think what'll happen if you ain't marshal here.
There are other men can be marshal.
Mr. Dillon.
What?
You ain't doing this because of, well, what Joe Stanger said.
That I've lost my nerve? No, he's wrong about that. And he's wrong about my liking to kill men, too.
You never killed nobody unless you had to.
And now I don't have to. I'm through, Chester. I knew I was through when I didn't draw on Stanger this morning. I've killed my last man.
I just don't know what to say, Mr. Dillon.
I've hated this job since the day I took it. I never did have a taste for killing, and now they can find somebody who has. And he'll make a better marshal than I ever was.
That ain't true.
Go send the telegram, Chester. I'll be at Delmonico's having breakfast. And with a good appetite for a change.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M.
It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter-tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
After breakfast, I went to my room and got some of the sleep I'd missed the night before. And I slept good. It was as though what was past, and none of it bothered me now. I didn't have to face it happening over and over again. And when I woke up, I felt better than I had in years. I even felt a little cleaner somehow. There wasn't going to be any more blood on my hands. Washington, as usual, was pretty slow answering my telegram. A week later, I still hadn't had an answer. But I didn't care. I'd quit, and that was that. I even began to enjoy myself for a change. Like the day I finally took Kitty fishing.
Matt? Hey, Matt, look, I got another one.
Well, throw him back, Kitty. We got more than we can carry now.
I will not throw him back. Hold still, you.
Come on over here in the shade. You've done enough fishing.
Okay. Hey, look at him, Matt. Isn't he a beauty?
Yeah, he's bigger than any I caught. Why don't you throw him in the sack and then sit down here, huh?
Say, you're right. I didn't know we'd caught that many.
Yeah. Maybe we'll have a fish fry tonight, huh?
Well, we can feed half a Dodge with all those.
Well, I doubt it. You ever see Chester go through a mess full of fish?
The last time he starved himself a couple of days in advance. Maybe we can kind of sneak up on him tonight.
No. He knows we're out here.
Maybe you ought to go into the business, Matt.
Oh? What business?
Fishing. You could do it for a living.
Well, I am going to have to find something to do for a living, I guess.
Well, it won't hurt you to loaf for a while, Matt.
Yeah. I'm enjoying it.
You know something, Matt?
What?
I think this is the first time I've ever seen you that you weren't wearing a gun.
It is. And I'm enjoying that, too.
Someday maybe nobody will wear guns.
Yeah, maybe. You know something? I'm sleepy.
You're lazy. So lazy you're probably going to starve to death before you find a new job.
I don't care.
Matt, look, somebody's coming on horseback.
No?
Uh-huh.
Hey. Well, that's Chester.
Oh, he's as lazy as you are. Imagine taking a horse to come this far.
No, Chester hates walking. Besides, he looks like he's in a hurry.
Oh, maybe he couldn't wait for that fish fry.
Mr. Dillon? Hello, Miss Kitty.
Look in that sack, Chester. We got about 30 catfish already.
Well, that's fine, Miss Kitty, but Mr. Dillon, Joe Stanger's in town.
Oh? Well, it doesn't matter to me, Chester.
But you don't understand.
Understand what?
What I come to tell you. Stanger's at the Alfraganza. A while ago he had words with one of the girls there, and she slapped him, and he pulled out his gun, and he killed her.
What?
Who was the girl, Chester?
Kate Hawkins.
Oh, no.
That's who it was, Miss Kitty. And then the bartender tried to stop him, and Stanger shot him, too. And I hear he's going to die. I grabbed the horse off the hitch rail and come right down to tell you, you've got to stop him, Mr. Dillon.
I'm not marshal anymore here, Chester. I quit.
No, that don't matter.
It does to me.
You mean you're going to let Joe Stanger walk around Dodge and shoot everybody that gets in his way, including women?
I'm through killing. I told you that.
Who's going to stop him, then? You're the only man around here that'll go up against him, and you know it.
That may be true. But I'm still not going to do it.
Wait, Mr. Dillon. Wait a minute. I've been thinking a lot about all this lately, and there's something you've been overlooking.
Oh?
Men like Stanger and Brand, they got to be stopped. I'd do it if I could, but I can't. I ain't good enough. Most men ain't. But you are. It's kind of too bad for you that you are, but that's the way it is. And there's nothing you can do about it. Not now. It's too late. It's way too late.
Give me your gun, Chester.
Chester? Want my holster?
I'll carry it in my belt.
Oh, Kitty. Chester will help you carry the fish back.
Sure, Matt. Sure.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John Daner and Lawrence Dodkin. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield, smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, There's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, the train's already in, Mr. Dillon.
Ah, good.
But I thought we was early.
Well, now we won't have to wait so long for the mail to be sorted, Chester.
Hey, ain't that Miss Kitty?
No, where?
Over yonder, talking to that big fella.
That looks like Hank Grote.
Oh, now, what would she be doing with a man like him? He ain't fit for a hog pen.
You go get the mail, Chester.
All right, sir.
I'll walk back with you.
You will not.
Why not?
You'll kill the air around you, Grote. I'd suffocate.
Well, now, you can't talk to me that
Take
way.
your hand off her.
What? Oh. What are you nosing in for, Marshal?
You're lucky he is. I was about to jab this parasol in your eye.
That'd be just like one of your kind.
Get out of here, Grote. Go on, before I kill you.
You mean it, don't you? You would kill me. It's a good thing you're wearing a gun, Marshal. And you better go on wearing it, too.
I'm sorry I got you into this, Matt.
Ah, you didn't get me into it, Kitty. Besides, I don't think there's a man in Dodge that wouldn't appreciate a chance to put a hole in Hank Grote.
Well, the sooner the better. Hey, who's the girl with Chester?
What? I don't know. I never saw her before.
Pretty little thing, isn't she?
Yeah, she sure is.
Well, hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
This here's Ann Cabot.
How do you do, Ann?
How do you do, Kitty?
And this is the man you're looking for. This is Marshal Dillon.
Hello, Marshal.
Ah, it's a pleasure, Miss Cabot.
Anne, please.
All right. Chester says you were looking for me.
I think so. As the U.S. Marshal in Dodge, you seem the logical person to help me.
Well, I'll be glad to help you if I can.
I've come from Connecticut, Marshal.
Oh?
I'm looking for Jack Schomer.
Jack Schomer.
You know him?
Well,
wait a minute, Chester. Yeah, we know him, man.
He's here.
Well, no, not at the moment. He had to ride up north somewhere.
Oh. But he'll be back.
Oh, yeah, I think so. Look, I'll tell you what, Ann. I'll try to get word to him that you're here. I think I can do that.
Oh, thank you, Marshal, but... Well, he's not expecting me. Maybe I just better wait. It might upset him otherwise.
Well, sure. Why don't you do that? You got a place to stay?
No, I haven't.
Well, there's an extra room over where I live.
Is there?
Well, I work at the Long Branch, Ann. It's a saloon on Front Street.
Oh.
But the rooms aren't too close. Quiet there. Nobody will bother you.
Thank you, Kitty.
Well, come on, then. We'll find somebody to carry your things over. I think Matt and Chester are going to be busy.
Yeah, we are.
Goodbye, Miss Cabot.
Goodbye, Ann.
Goodbye. I'll talk to you later, Matt.
Okay.
It's not very far. You can walk from one end of this town to the other in about 5 minutes.
Oh, my goodness, Mr. Dillon. Jack Schomer.
Let's go find him, Chester.
That poor girl.
We'll take Doc with us. Maybe he can do something.
stands out from all the rest.
Miracle Tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
That is the meanest looking shack I ever saw, Matt. I don't know how even a man like Jack Schomer can live in there.
Well, he doesn't care much how he lives, Doc.
Well, at least he's got water handy. What with the whole Arkansas River running right past his door.
What would Schomer use water for, Chester?
Oh, to wash, maybe.
Wash. Him?
Yeah, the door's open. Schomer. Hey, Schomer. It's Marshal Dillon.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
Yeah. All right, let's go inside.
Doc, Chester, I better get up.
Now, you don't have to get up. Just sit back on the bed.
Maybe.
How are you feeling, Schomer?
I got the shakes, Doc. Bad.
Oh, well, we'll fix that.
Well, what are you doing here? I don't understand.
Don't worry about it, Schomer. We'll explain it to you when your head's clear.
Yeah.
Well, what do we do first, Doc?
Take this jug of corn outside and smash it.
Oh.
Here you are, Chester. You can do
No, what are you doing?
No, never mind. It ain't very
You
full.
can't do that. That's my liquor.
I'm going to get a pot of coffee going, Matt. While I'm doing that, you and Chester take him down to the river.
Down to the river?
They're going to throw you in and let you soak a while, Schomer.
No, I'll drown.
Don't worry, Schomer. We'll put a rope on you. All right, come on. Let's get it done.
Have some more coffee, Schomer.
Oh, I've been drinking coffee all day long, Doc. I must have had a barrel of it.
It's whiskey that comes in barrels, Schomer. Drink your coffee.
I'm floating.
Schomer, you're pretty sober now. So what are you going to do?
I can't face her, Marshal. I'd give anything to see her, but I can't do it. I'm no good for her the way I am now.
What happened to you, Schomer? What went wrong?
The land. The land went wrong, or I went wrong on it. I don't know. Anyway, it beat me, Doc. I was going to start a homestead and then send for Ann, but I couldn't make it. I had to give up. I even quit writing to her about a year ago.
You're not the first man this country broke.
It's more than that, Marshal. Most men who quit find something else to do, but with me, it's like I lost everything. I couldn't face people anymore. Then that night I got into a fight at the Long Branch. You heard about that.
Yeah, I heard.
I ran away. Couldn't stand up to it. I guess I'm a coward. Everybody says I am.
Every man's been a coward at one time or another, Schumer. But it doesn't have to last.
It's lasted with me. How could I face Ann knowing I'm a failure and a coward to boot?
Well, you can prove you're not a coward just by going to see her. Try it. Women have a way of understanding these things.
Well, I don't know, Doc.
All right, Schumer. We'll tell her you're in the horse trading business. That's why you're out of town. But you'll have to tell her the truth. If you see her.
I'm only half a man.
Well, it's up to you. You think on it. But don't take too long. Hey, Kitty. Hey, Kitty.
Hello, Matt. Ann and I have been looking the town over, such as it is.
Oh, well, what do you think of Dodge, Ann?
Well, at least it's not as wild as I expected.
I keep telling her the real troublemakers don't even get up till sundown.
Don't let her scare you.
Now, don't worry about Ann. She doesn't scare easy.
Marshal, you haven't heard anything about Jack, when he'll be back?
Well, Jack Schomer's a busy man, Ann. He's up north somewhere, like I said. He trades horses, you know.
No, I didn't.
He'll probably be back in a day or so.
I can wait. I'm used to waiting.
It won't be long, Ann.
No. Oh, Kitty, look. Are those the kind of bonnets you were telling me about in the window over there?
Those are the ones. If Mr. Jonas doesn't have them marked up too high.
Well, there's some price tags on them. Excuse me.
Where's Schomer, Mike?
We sobered him up. He's doing some thinking now.
Sitting in that shack of his?
Yeah.
Kitty, they're all $1.50. Is that too high?
No, that's fair. We'll go in and try one on you in a minute.
Oh, good.
I wish Schomer'd hurry up, Matt. I hate playing this kind of game with a girl like that.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, I ain't seen you in Dodge before.
No, you haven't.
Matt.
My name's Hank Root, miss. What's yours?
Stay here, Kitty.
I'm not accustomed to meeting men this way, sir.
Oh, now don't get like that.
Groat.
I ain't doing nothing, Marshal. I'm only talking to the lady
You
here.
leave the ladies alone, Groat. All of them. And if I have any more trouble with you, I'm going to run you out of Dodge for good. Now get moving.
You want them all for yourself, huh? Well, it ain't going to be that way. You'll see.
Thank you, Marshal.
I'm afraid they're not all gentlemen out here, Ann.
When are you going to get around to shooting him, Matt?
If I'm going to stay out here, I guess I'll have to learn to handle men like that.
Well, you won't run into anybody worse than Hank Grote.
No, and if he bothers you again, Ann, you let me know. Right away, huh?
I certainly will, Marshal.
Okay. Now you two go buy your bonnets, huh?
Goodbye, Marshal.
Goodbye, Matt.
Goodbye.
Cracked lids, wobbly doggone legs, rusty chimbly otherwise. It's working something wonderful. You know something, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, what, Chester?
Next year, we're just going to have to find another stove. This one's about wore out.
We can't afford a new one, Chester.
Well, what about one of them hay burners? They're cheap.
It takes 2 men and a boy to keep a hay-burning stove going, you know.
Well, I know, but well, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. Matt.
What's the matter, Kitty?
I can't find Ann.
What?
We had dinner at Delmonico's tonight, and then I had to go to work. Ann was going back to her room to do some sewing and things, but she isn't there. I don't know where she is.
Well, how do you know? Have you been there?
I broke a heel off my shoe and I went over to get a different pair. I stopped by her room, and she's not there. That isn't like her, Matt.
Well, you go back to work, Kitty. We'll look for her. Come on, Chester.
You better find her.
Yeah, we'll find her.
Let me know, Matt, will you?
Sure, of course I will, Kitty.
Where are we going to look, Mr. Dillon?
We'll go to the house first, Chester. That's where she was headed.
Kitty's awful upset, ain't she?
Yeah. Kitty takes a liking to somebody. She's kind of a tiger about him.
Yes, sir, that sure is true. My, I hope nothing's happened to Ann. Maybe she only went for a walk or something.
Yeah, maybe.
But a woman shouldn't go for a walk at night alone, should she?
No.
She might get lost or something.
Yeah.
Ought to stay indoors at night, unless she's with somebody.
That's right, Chester.
It's too dangerous in a place like Dodge. You don't never know what might happen, do you?
No. Hold up a minute, Chester.
I don't see nothing.
On the ground over there, just out of that patch of moonlight.
Oh, my goodness. It's Ann Cabot. She's been hurt or something.
Yeah. Ann. Hey, Ann. Yeah, she's unconscious, Chester.
What happened to her?
I don't know. I'm going to carry her up to Doc's. You go tell Kitty, huh?
Yes, sir.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white, miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Ann was still unconscious when I got her up to Doc's. And she stayed that way. He examined her, but he couldn't find anything wrong. There wasn't a scratch on her. Her hair was mussed up some, but we figured that happened when she fell. Kitty and Doc spent the night watching her and waiting. About at noon the next day, Ann was still unconscious. And there didn't seem to be a thing anybody could do about it. Chester and I stayed out of the way and did our waiting downstairs in the office.
I've heard tell of people going to sleep and staying that way practically forever, Mr. Dillon. You think that's what she's got?
Whoever heard of sleeping sickness around here, Chester?
Well, maybe she caught it back east and brought it with her.
I don't know about back east.
Marshal?
Well, what do you know?
Well, come on in.
It's no use, Marshal.
What?
I came to tell you I can't do it.
Oh?
I'm going to go away. Maybe you can tell her I got killed or something. No, I haven't been drinking. Not a drop since you and Doc and Chester came down there.
Shomer, there's something.
Matt, I wanted to tell you that...
Yeah, what is it, Doc?
Well, Jack Shomer. Hello, Doc. It's a good thing you're here, Shomer. What?
He doesn't know about her yet, Doc.
Oh, no, what?
We found Ann lying unconscious on the street last night, and she's been that way ever since.
She came to a few minutes ago, Matt.
Oh? She say anything?
Yes. It seems Hank Grote stopped her and tried to talk to her. She slapped him, made him so mad he hit her.
Well,
he must have done it with the flat of his hand. But it gave her a concussion. He's a mighty powerful man.
Hank Grote hit Ann.
I'll go get him, Doc.
Well, wait a minute, and I'll go with you, Mr. Dillon. I just want to lock the door out back here.
All right.
I saw Grote going into the Texas Trail next door.
Oh, good.
I'm going back to Ann. She's in bad shape.
Yeah, Doc.
Mr. Dillon, can you give me a hand out here?
Yeah, I'm coming, Chester.
Because the door is warped, Mr. Dillon. You'll have to shove onto it so that I can get it locked.
Okay. There it is.
I got it.
You know, we're going to have to build a new door one of these days.
That one sure ain't much. Hey, where'd Shomer go?
Well, I don't know.
Mr. Dillon, my gun's gone.
What?
My 6 gun. It was on the cot here just a minute ago.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure.
Shomer must have taken it.
Him? What for?
To go after Hank Grote with. Come on.
Are you serious, Mr. Dillon?
Well, it's a cinch Doc didn't take your gun.
Oh, no, of course not. But the idea of Shomer going after Hank Grote.
He saw him go into the Texas Trail here.
And this is the last place I'd look for Shomer.
Well, maybe.
There he is. Talking to Grote over there at the bar.
That gun in your belt don't scare me, Shomer. You're a coward. Everybody knows it.
Maybe I've been a coward long enough.
Wait a minute, Chester.
I'm not carrying a gun. That proves you're a coward, Shomer.
I'll get rid of the gun. I'll slide it down the bar. There. Now will you fight?
You were a fool to do that. I'll kill you now. I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Come on, I'm not afraid.
All right, hold it.
Now, you stay out of this, Marshal. It's my fight.
Not anymore, Shomer. Grote's under arrest. He's my prisoner.
What are you talking about?
And are you coming, Grote?
Yeah. I'm coming.
My goodness, Mr. Dillon, you ruin your 6 gun using it that way.
Here, take it, Chester. When Grote comes to, bring him to jail, huh? We'll be up to Doc's. I think Shomer's ready to talk to Ann now. You wait here, Shomer.
Oh. Hello, Matt. Shomer?
Where's Ann, Doc?
She's in the back room there.
I've got to see her.
Wait a minute.
What?
You're too late.
Too late?
Ann died a couple of minutes ago.
No.
She asked about you. She wanted to see you. I think she knew something was wrong. We didn't fool her.
They should have come here first. Instead of going after Grote.
Maybe. Might have helped.
I didn't prove anything, did I?
What do you mean?
I wanted Grote to kill me, Marshal, don't you understand? That way I'd never have to tell Ann the truth about me. It was her I couldn't face.
Where you going, Shomer?
Where do you think, Doc? I'm going to get a drink.
Well, Matt? We tried, Doc. It just wasn't there.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Eleanor Tannen, Harry Bartell, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. Our thanks to TV Radio Mirror and to you, our listening audience, for selecting Gunsmoke, the favorite mystery adventure program of the year. The results of this audience annual poll appears in the current issue of TV Radio Mirror.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. Buy Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
This is Alan Edwards speaking, and I hope you'll be with us when L&M Filters brings you a new form of dramatic TV journalism, Mr. Citizen. I'm the host, but you are the star. It's your program because it's the true story of you or your neighbor at a time of crisis, emergency, or inspiration.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. It happened on the way back to Dodge from a trip to a straggling little settlement to the southeast called Medicine Lodge. That country was a lot different from the flat prairie land around Dodge City. Down there it was dotted with buttes and hills of gypsum and red shale, and it was cut by narrow, winding canyons. It was kind of pretty, too, and we were in no hurry, so every few hours we stopped and got down into the shade of some little hill and had ourselves a smoke or two.
I don't understand it, Mr. Dillon.
Understand what, Chester?
Well, sir, if the Santa Fe Railroad had to start a town like Dodge at all, why didn't they do it down here? This country ain't at all boresome.
I agree with you, Chester.
There's one thing, though. This is better outlaw country. A man can keep out of sight mighty easy among these hills.
Oh, that reminds me.
What?
So can an animal. I saw some antelope tracks headed toward the other side of this hill. I just might sneak up there and have a look.
We could sure do with some fresh meat.
Yeah.
What rifle did you bring, Mr. Dillon?
Springfield 45.
Well, that'll take care of anything within 1,000 yards.
Providing I hit it.
If you can't, just give me a yell. I'll come help you. Good hunting.
Nothing. Not an antelope in sight.
Hey! Mr. Dillon? What's going on up there?
Somebody was shooting at me, Chester.
What? He hit you?
No.
Well, can you see him?
If I could, I'd have had a bullet in him.
You didn't see him at all?
Well, I saw the smoke from his rifle.
Well, then maybe you hit him.
And if I didn't, it came awful close.
Can I take a look now?
Now, you better stay where you are.
What was he shooting at you for, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I'll ask him when we get close enough, Chester. I know where he was. We'll skirt that hill to our left there and come up on his flank. I don't like getting bushwhacked. Well, that's where he was, Chester, behind that clump of beard grass there.
Well, he sure ain't there now.
Yeah, I guess I didn't hit him after all.
I don't see no sign of blood.
No, but we can track him anyway. You ride to one side, and I'll follow his trail.
All right, sir.
You yell out if you see anything at all, Chester.
Yes, sir, I sure will.
Now, here's where he had his horse. Wait a minute. No, by heaven, those are mule tracks.
Hey, look. Beyond them trees there, Mr. Dillon. There's a little stream over there.
Yeah. It's big enough to hide his tracks. All he has to do is ride down the middle of it.
Well, you can follow along one bank and I'll take the other. He's got to come out of the water someplace.
How are we going to tell if he's headed upstream or down?
I never thought of that.
Now, here's where he went into the water, Chester. I'll go over and see if he rode straight across.
Oh, wait a minute, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Come on down here.
Yeah, what is it?
Well, look at them tracks, Mr. Dillon. He come out of the water right here.
Now, what was he doing riding downstream 100 yards? All that did was slow him up.
Oh, he's crazy. Anybody riding a mule must be crazy.
Well, he can't be too far ahead of us, Chester. Let's get him.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
For a half a mile or so, we had no trouble tracking him. But then he started up along the side of a low hill that was mostly shale. And since his mule was unshod, his trail became almost impossible to follow. We lost it over and over again. And I had to get down and move along a foot or two at a time in order to pick it up. But finally some tracks led down into the soft dirt. And a couple of miles further on, we spotted a little cabin.
Looks like he ain't nothing but a nester, Mr. Dillon.
Well, he handles a rifle better than any nester I ever saw.
Yes.
We better go on foot from here, Chester.
Ain't no sign of nobody. He's probably inside, waiting for us.
Well, he hasn't shot at us yet. Let's chance it, huh? I'll walk right up there.
Okay. There's a corral out back, beyond that wagon, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
There's his mule. Just stuck his head up.
Well, then there must be somebody home.
I hope they don't come out shooting.
How do you do, ma'am?
What do you want?
We're looking for your husband. Is he home?
We don't know who people are out here, mister.
My name's Dillon, and this Chester Proudfoot.
How do, ma'am?
Never heard of you.
We're strangers here.
This ain't a good place to be, mister. You better keep riding.
We gotta talk to your husband first,
Who
ma'am.
you jawing with, Liza?
Well, there's a couple of strangers standing here, Mr. Peavy.
We got nothing for strangers.
They want to talk to you.
Get him away from the door. I'll come outside and talk to him.
Mr. Peavy said to get away from the door.
All right, ma'am.
He's coming out now.
You stay here, Liza, and keep Paul out of the way, too.
I want to see what's going on.
Go back to your room, Pa.
He carries that rifle like a Blue Ridge Mountain man, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
My wife says you want to talk to me. What about?
Your name's Peavy?
Albin Peavy.
I'm Matt Dillon, Peavy.
They don't mean nothing to me.
I'm a lawman, U.S. Marshal.
That don't mean nothing to me neither.
We tracked you here, Peavy, you and your mule.
Tracked me? What for?
Because I don't like getting shot at.
I don't know what you're talking about, Marshal, but I ain't proud to have you standing here in front of my cabin and putting blame on me.
I said we tracked you here.
What difference does that make? I didn't do no shooting, and you can't prove I did. If I was you, I'd clear out and leave people to their own business.
You try to kill a man, and then you get mad when he complains about it, huh?
Why should I try to kill you? It don't make sense to kill a man you don't even know. I never shot at a man without causing my life, and that's the truth.
Anything else you want to tell me?
No. Except to leave me alone.
All right. Come on, Chester.
Well, Mr. Dillon, you can't let him get
Come
away
on,
with
I
it.
said.
Yes, sir. We just gonna ride off and let him get by with this, Mr. Dillon?
We're going to ride off, Chester, but we'll be back in the morning. We'll be back every day for a week if we have to.
Corral's empty, Mr. Dillon. And his wagon's gone, too.
Oh, maybe Miss Peavy's inside. Let's tie our horses here, Chester.
All right, sir.
She might even give us some coffee.
Well, these Phoebes ain't exactly the most hospitable folks I ever come across.
Well, maybe they'll improve when they get used to us.
More likely they'll shoot us first.
Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
Over there, coming around that hill.
It's Peavy's wagon. But who's that driving them mules?
That's a woman. Probably Miss Peavy.
Where do you suppose they've been?
Out shooting strangers, probably.
Well, they'd be better off if they spent their time fixing this place up some. It's going plumb to ruin.
Yeah, Peavy's got other things on his mind, Chester.
Yeah, he sure has.
He acts like a man riding shotgun, doesn't he?
Fancy letting his woman do all the work.
Whoa! Get down, Liza. They'll stand.
Morning, Peavy. Ma'am?
I thought I told you to leave us alone.
You did?
And what are you doing back?
But I thought you might be a little more friendly than you were yesterday. I guess I was wrong.
I ain't got time to be friendly.
No?
Marshal, I'll tell you straight out so you won't get any wrong ideas. There's a man in that wagon.
What?
He's dead. Shot dead. And we're gonna bury him now.
Who is he?
His name don't matter. But I didn't shoot him. You can go look if you want. He's been dead most of the day now.
What are you doing with him?
I found him laying out there, so as I got the wagon and brought him in, I'm going to bury him.
You're going to a lot of trouble, Peavy. Why?
I found a man laying dead on the ground. I ain't going to ride off and leave him there.
Where did you find him?
Out that way, a few miles. What difference it make?
None, maybe. You want some help?
We don't need no help, Marshal.
All right, we'll leave you to your work. Let's get our horses, Chester. We rode off in the opposite direction the Peavies had come, made a circle, and picked up their wagon tracks about a half a mile from the cabin. It was an easy trail to follow, and an hour later we found the spot where they'd picked up the body. It proved what I'd suspected all along. So we turned around and rode back toward the Peavy cabin. We were about a mile from it when we saw an old man and a woman ahead of us, both armed and both riding mules.
Yeah, they've seen us, Mr. Dillon. They're stopping.
Good.
They don't look none too friendly neither, do they?
And nobody does around here. Hello?
He won't even wave.
Hello?
Who are you?
I'm a U.S. Marshal from Dodge. Name's Dillon.
Looking for somebody?
Maybe. What's your name?
Cade. Jack Cade. This here's my wife, Ellen. It ain't us you're looking for, is it?
You live around here, Cade?
Few miles from here.
Albin Peavy, a friend of yours?
Not hardly.
Shut up, Ellen.
And if you're not friends, what are you doing here, Cade?
Man can ride where he pleases.
Sure. But when a man and his wife start out carrying rifles and are headed for Albin Peavy's place, it might be different.
You keep out of this, Marshal. Us Cades don't need no lawmen.
Who is it, Cade? Your son?
What's he know about Ben?
I told you to shut up, Ellen. I'll do the talking.
Ben, huh? Is that it, Cade? Did Peavy kill your son, Ben?
All right, you're so smart, I'll tell you. A man like Peavy don't deserve to live. He killed Ben, then he stole him. Run off with his body. Man can't get lower than that.
How do you know he killed him?
I found Ben last night, that's how.
Last night?
I couldn't handle him alone, so I went home after Ellen. Then it got dark, and we had to wait there till morning.
And he was gone by then.
I knew it was Albin Peavy stole him, and he killed him, too. But he's gonna die for it. We're gonna face him straight on and get it over with, fast. Ellen's as good a shot as I am, Marshal.
Look, Cade, if Peavy killed your son, I don't blame you for being mad. But he must have had some reason for killing him.
It ain't none of your bother, Marshal. I keep telling you.
All right, I'll have to make it my bother. Don't move, Cade. You're covered. Miss Cade, you hold that rifle down or I'll have to shoot your husband.
Pretty sneaky, ain't you?
Get a rifle, Chester.
Yes.
All right, give it me, Cade.
Take it.
And I'll take yours, Cade.
Go ahead. Got another rifle.
Where?
At home. And I'll get it, too.
You're not going home, Cade.
What do you mean?
We're going to go see the Peavys first. Like you say, we're going to get this thing over with.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The miracle tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it, L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
The cabin's empty, Chester.
Where have they got to?
You stay with the Cades. I'm going to take a look around back.
I hope Albin Peavy shoots you, Marshal.
And I hope he doesn't. Keep an eye on him, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You stand real easy now, Kate, and quiet, too.
Mr. Peavy?
What? You fetched my rifle, Liza.
No, stay where you are. Now, don't you move either, Peavy.
What'd you let him get the drop on us for?
I didn't see him.
I'm not going to shoot anybody, Peavy. Chester, bring him back here.
What are you up to anyways?
I want to explain something to you, Peavy, and to Jack Cade and his wife, too.
Cade?
Yeah, we met them coming over here to kill you.
I gotta get my rifle.
They're not armed. We took their rifles.
He's right, Mr. Peavy. They ain't armed.
I'll kill them with my bare hands.
You move and I'll bend my gun barrel over your head, Peavy.
Look at that, Marshal. He's burying him. Peavy's burying my boy.
Is that who it is, Peavy? Is it Ben Cade? Oh, tell me.
Well, what's the difference now? It's Ben Cade.
Oh, why didn't you leave him? Why did you bring him here?
There's another grave here, Marshal. You can't see it. I fixed it so's nobody can see it.
What?
2 months ago, Ben Cade shot my son. Before he died, I promised I'd someday bury Ben nearby, and that's what I'm doing.
It's your boy's own fault he got shot. If he hadn't been hounding Ben, it wouldn't have happened.
So that's what this feud's all about, huh?
It ain't over yet, Marshal. Peavy's gonna die for killing Ben.
Now, wait a minute, Cade. Peavy, I want to ask you something.
Well?
You were after young Cade for killing your son, is that right?
That's right.
And now he's dead, you're satisfied?
That's all I wanted. It don't matter who killed him.
And you, Cade? You're after Peavy because he shot your boy.
I'll kill him for it if it takes 10 years.
Well, you're wasting your time. The feud's over, gentlemen.
Huh?
I killed Ben Cade.
What are you talking about?
He tried to shoot me from ambush. He thought I was Peavy, stalking him. So I fired back. And I must have hit him. But he didn't die till he got across that stream where you found his body.
We tracked him as far as the bank, and then I got smart and picked up a trail that come out down below. I thought it was Ben's. But of course, it was Peavy's.
Is that true? Peavy, you didn't shoot him?
I never claimed I did. You can't blame the marshal, Cade.
No. He had to defend himself. I ain't blaming him.
I'm sorry it happened, Cade. But now maybe both of you men are ready to agree that there's been enough killing around here. What do you say, Peavy?
There's been enough for me. I'm satisfied.
What about you, Cade? What do you think?
It ought to stop now. We lost our boys. I'm thinking maybe it's right that they should be buried here like that to kind of remind us.
Cade?
Yeah, Peavy.
You leave Ben here, I guess you ought to come by once in a while.
Well, I'd want to do that. See my son's grave.
I'll take good care of him. Both of them. Marshal?
Yeah.
Maybe if my woman boils up some coffee, all you people sit down with us.
Well, thank you, Peavy. I think everybody would like that.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, John Daner, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear is Chester.
Stop! Start smoking with a smile with Chesterfield, smiling all the while with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
This is Alan Edwards speaking, and I hope you'll be with us when L&M Filters brings you a new form of dramatic TV journalism, Mr. Citizen. I'm the host, but you are the star. It's your program because it's the true story of you or your neighbor at a time of crisis, emergency, or inspiration. Next week, next month, next year, Mr. Citizen may be you. So watch for Mr. Citizen. Check your local TV listings for time and station.
Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Bring him over here, Glick. We're ready for you, Digger. Start walking. I'd be lucky to find you so near this cottonwood grove. Know what we'd have done otherwise.
Oh, you'd have thought of something, Glick.
Like what?
Well, you ain't above shooting a man in the back, are you?
You can make me mad talking like that, Digger.
That worries me a lot.
You shut up.
Oh, hurry up, Glick. Let's get this over with.
We've been waiting on you, Pate. Now, what's Roble looking so long-faced about?
It's what I told you before. This ain't right.
You're telling me it ain't right to hang a horse thief?
It ain't right to hang nobody the way you're doing it. I don't hold with lynching.
Hanging a horse thief ain't lynching.
You can't even prove he's a thief.
And what was he doing with our horses?
I was camped. I didn't know nothing about your horses.
I suppose they wandered up to you in the night, huh?
I don't know how they got there.
Yeah, we do.
That ain't so, Glick. We don't know nothing of the kind. I've lost horses the same as you and Pate, and I don't like it any better than you do. But just because this man was camped down near a few head of yours is no proof he was stealing them.
We're wasting time listening to you, Roble.
If you don't like what we're doing, why don't you get out?
All right. I'm gonna get out. Now.
You keep your mouth shut about this, too.
You wouldn't dare say nothing, Glick.
He better not. That noose looks kind of empty dangling there, Pate. Put his neck in it.
You men are nothing but murderers.
That's no way to go to your maker, calling people names. There. Now, get on your horse. Go on.
What are you going to do? Hold the rope?
Horse not. I'm going to tie it off to the trunk of the tree. Then we'll slap that horse out from under you. Get mounted now.
How can I get mounted with my hands tied?
Oh, I'll help you. Come on. There. Now take up the slack and tie that rope, Pete. I'll get our horse.
You might have the decency to wait and put a bullet in me.
Bullets cost 7 cents apiece, Digger.
You're worse than I thought.
That rope tight enough?
You figured.
I guess it'll do. There. All set, Digger?
I ain't afraid.
Wouldn't matter if you was, would it?
Your horse, Pete. Get mounted.
Okay.
I'll hit his horse, and then let's ride off, huh? I got no stomach to watch a man hang.
You cowards.
Go on, Glick. Get it over with.
Let's go, huh? Here.
I'm cutting you down, Digger. Now you can breathe. It wasn't long. You'd hardly passed out.
Air. Feels good.
Let me get your hands under.
Robo, you come back.
Now you can sit up. Sit up. Feel okay? Huh?
You was waiting,
I circled back into them trees. I couldn't fight them, not the two of them. But I sure didn't aim to let them hang you.
I don't know how to thank a man for saving me.
There's no need to.
It's the truth, Robo. It's the honest truth. I ain't a horse thief.
I never thought you was, Digger.
Look, we ain't but 10 miles from Dodge. I'd be proud to buy you a drink.
All right, I'll go with you.
I got something mighty interesting to tell you on the way.
This is it, L&M Filters.
filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle Tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Ain't Marshal Dillon showed up yet, Chester?
He went in the office a minute, Robles. He said for you to sit down, he'll be right out.
You tell him about Joe Digger?
I told him about the lynching and how you cut him down.
That all?
I started to tell him the rest, but he was in a hurry. He said he'd hear it from you.
It's bad, ain't it?
Well, you're doing everything you can about it.
I hate informing on people.
Murder's worse. Here he is.
Evening, Roble.
Hello, Marshal.
Chester told me about what happened. That was a fine thing you did, Roble.
I don't hold with lynching, Marshal.
No.
And I don't hold with murder either.
Now, what do you mean?
He's gonna kill him, and he says he don't care how he does it.
This Joe Digger, you mean?
That's what he said, Marshal. And he meant it, too.
Well, you sure can't blame him much after what they done to him.
Where is he, Roble?
I left him over at the Long Branch, Marshal. I don't want to come point him out to you. But he's a tall fellow, no beard. Wears a black Stetson.
Uh-huh. I'll find him. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Are Glick and Pate in town, Roble?
I ain't seen him, and I sure don't want to.
No. You better keep out of sight for a while.
I aimed him, Marshal.
I don't see nobody in here like you described, Mr. Dillon.
Now, there's Kitty. Let's go ask her.
Maybe he's already left town looking for Glick and Hank Pate.
And then we'll have to ride out after him.
And I hope he ain't left.
Hello, Matt. Chester.
Oh,
hello,
Kitty.
Kitty.
Sit down. Tell me who you're looking for.
How'd you know we was looking for somebody?
I saw how you came in.
Kitty.
Huh?
Did you ever hear of Joe Digger?
Not till tonight, Matt.
Have you been talking to him?
Bill Roble brought him in. He went next door for some tobacco. He'll be back directly.
Oh, good.
I take it you know what happened.
Yeah.
And what are you doing here? Why aren't you out after Glick and Hank Pate?
Well, one thing at a time, Kitty.
Well, if you don't believe it about Joe Digger now, you will when you see him. He's got a mark around his neck like a black snake. That's a horrible thing, Matt, to lynch a man.
Yeah, that's about the worst thing I know.
What about those two men? I mean, since they really didn't hang him.
Well, they came close enough for me.
Oh, there he is. Just came in. He's headed for the bar. You see him?
Oh, yeah. You stay here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
You, Joe Digger?
It's me.
Here you ran into some trouble today.
Yeah, I seen you talking to Miss Kitty.
Yeah, I came in looking for you.
What for?
I'm a marshal.
Oh?
Yeah, if somebody tries to lynch a man, I want to know about it.
It's all over, Marshal. They didn't kill nobody.
You'd like for me to forget about it? Is that it?
Nothing happened. I'm alive, ain't I?
You take it pretty easy, Digger. An ordinary man might be kind of mad.
Ah, they made a mistake, Marshal. They thought they was doing right.
Oh?
Little rope burn ain't gonna hurt me.
You're wasting your time lying to me, Digger.
What?
I came here to tell you to leave Glick and Pate to me.
Which one you going after first, Marshal?
So you can get the other one?
They don't deserve a trial.
They're gonna get one. And so will you if you kill either one of them.
I've been lucky so far.
Look, Digger, I know how you feel about this, but stay out of it. From now on, this is my business.
You're denying me what's mine.
That kind of thinking's gonna lead you to the end of another rope, and it's not worth it.
But to me, maybe it is.
Don't be a fool. Now, you think about it.
Okay. I'll think about it. It's midnight now. I'll think about it till tomorrow night. But by then, you better have him in jail, Marshal.
Sure. Them or you.
I'll bet them Glicks ain't even home, Mr. Dillon.
There's smoke coming out of the chimney, Chester.
Yeah, dinner.
It's not very likely Miss Glick's going to feed the law today.
Yeah, I suppose not.
Well, let's leave him here.
Hey, that horse of yours has got a loose shoe, ain't he, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I'm going to have to fix it before we start back to Dodge.
Providing Glick will lend you the tools.
Well, he won't have much choice about it.
Think he'll put up a fight?
He might. Hello, Glick.
I'm Marshal Dillon. Chester, what you doing here?
Well, aren't you going to ask us inside?
Oh, sure. Come on in. The woman's done with dinner, but I'll tell her to find something for you.
Don't bother. I want to talk to you.
Yeah? What about?
You and Hank Pate.
Me and Pate?
Yeah, we'll go pick him up when we leave here.
What do you mean?
I'm taking you both to jail.
Oh, now, wait a minute,
Do I have to explain it to you?
Well, it might help. You walk into a man's house and arrest him. You ought to know what it's about.
Didn't you and Pate murder a man yesterday?
What man?
Joe Digger.
I never heard of Joe Digger.
Then you shouldn't go around lynching strangers.
Yeah. Oh, that's what this is about. Well, I seen that feller, Marshal. I was riding by there yesterday, and I seen him hanging. I don't know who did it. It sure wasn't me and Pate.
Digger says it was.
What?
He says you and Pate lynched him.
Oh. Roble told you.
No, Roble cut him down. Digger's alive.
Oh. What are you after us for?
Attempted murder. You'll get at least 20 years, Glick, but it'll save your life.
What do you mean?
Digger's after you, and he's going to kill you if he gets a chance. I beat him here, and now I want to get to Pate's before he does.
Oh, Pate's in Dodge today.
Yeah, we better get moving. You're a prisoner, Glick.
Good thing we got here before he put on his gun, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, keep an eye on him, Chester. I'm going to take my horse around to the barn and fix that shoe, then we'll leave.
All right, Chick. Now, you just sit easy there.
All right, fella, you come with me. We'll fix that shoe for you. What happened, Chester? Where's Glick?
Well, he run out back towards the barn.
Oh, we better stop him before he gets on a horse. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Now, you've been hit, Chester.
Well, he got me in the arm. His wife hollered to him from the kitchen, and he went to the door, and she slipped him a gun. He snapped off a shot at me and run out back. And she stood in the door so as I couldn't shoot.
How's your arm?
Oh, it just tore up a little.
Yeah.
She must have stood out there in the kitchen and heard everything that was said. I never thought about her aiming to help him.
Wait a minute. Right, the barn door is open.
Are we going to walk right up there?
No, we can't do that. We'll wait here. You get on behind that rain barrel.
Well, might as well. I sure ain't much use, sir. I hope there ain't a back door to that barn.
Well, he's seen us.
Don't try to stop me, Marshal.
It's no use to run, Glick. Stop, Glick! Stop, I said!
You got him.
Yeah.
You hit him right in the head, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, he ducked down. I was shooting for his middle.
How come he rode straight for you? Why didn't he go the other way?
Well, he knew our horses were out front. He wanted to get to them before we did.
There's one man that won't go to jail. Oh, here's his wife.
He's dead, ma'am.
No.
I'm sorry I had to do it. Ms. Glick. Ma'am, if... Come on, Chester.
Mr. Dillon, we can't go off and leave her like this.
And I'm going to dig a grave for him. And we'll just have to leave her. Our Hank Pate won't go to jail either.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Come in.
Hello, Doc.
It all finished, man. Yeah, Doc says a couple of weeks and I can start using it again, Mr. Dillon.
Good, Chester.
Providing you keep it in that sling, Chester.
Well, I will, Doc. I'll be real careful.
Is it all right, Doc?
Oh, it looks clean, Matt, but I'll change the dressing every day for a while so as I can watch it.
You get the horses put up, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I took care of them.
Then we'd better start looking for Hank Pate.
It's near midnight, Chester. You better go to bed. I'll find him.
No, sir, I'm going with you. I know I ain't much help, but I can look one place while you're looking another.
Well, it's up to you.
Up to him? Well, I've heard of cases where this sort of thing was up to the doctor, not the patient.
Why, I ain't no patient, Doc.
Oh, you are? Well, maybe you'll begin to feel more like one when I give you my bill.
You gonna charge me for pouring that smelly old stuff on my arm, then wrapping it up with a couple old rags?
Your bill's just gone up $1, Chester.
Oh, now, Doc, I didn't mean it that way, honest. But if you're gonna
You better
charge
shut up and come with me, Chester. It'll be cheaper.
Yes,
Come
sir,
on.
I'm coming, Mr. Dillon. I sure am.
We'll see you later, Doc.
Is there going to be a shooting match?
Well, I don't know, Doc. Tell you what, you better not go to bed for a while yet, huh?
I'll be here.
Chester. Doesn't your arm even hurt?
Well, sure it does. But that helps keep me awake.
You know, I don't think it hurts at all. You'd be yelling your head off.
Well, it does hurt, too. Terrible. You just don't realize how brave I am.
And I'm trying to get you to go to bed, Chester.
I know you are. Where we'll look first?
Yeah, the Alafraganza's closest.
I guess if anything had already happened, Doc would have heard of it, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Maybe if we run into Joe Digger first, you ought to lock him up, temporary like.
Yeah, I aim to.
Of course, Pate might have left town already and gone home.
They told me his horse is still in the stable, Chester. I guess he's not planning to go home tonight.
You'll be disappointed if he is. Hey, that was in the Alafragans, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
Look there. There's Joe Digger, Mr. Dillon. He just come out.
Yeah, you stay here, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Digger.
You're too late, Marshal.
Did you do that shooting?
I waited. I told you I would.
You waited for what?
To kill Hank Pate. It's after midnight, 5 minutes or so. I figured you wasn't going to do nothing about it.
You figured wrong. Were both those your shots?
Sure they were. I didn't even wait for him to draw. A man like that don't deserve a chance.
You should have let the law decide about that, Digger. I'd have arrested him. He'd have gone to jail.
And why hadn't you done it?
I was busy.
Busy doing what?
Trying to take Glick.
Trying? Where is he?
He's dead. I guess I beat you to him.
Well, you didn't beat me to Hank Pate, Marshal.
For your sake, I wish I had. Digger, you're under arrest for murder.
No. That ain't fair.
I warned you.
No,
Did he try to draw on you, Mr. Dillon? I couldn't see him.
Yeah, I tried, Chester. Maybe I should have let him.
Yeah, but then you'd have had to shoot him.
Yeah, I know. But this way, like I told him, I probably just saved him for the end of another rope.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, John Daner, Lawrence Dobkin, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hey, Doc.
Oh, hello, Chester.
Come on over and sit down.
Well, I guess it won't hurt for a minute or two just to sit here.
Oh, might as well be sitting out here on the street as loafing around your office.
No, that's loafing.
Oh,
Say,
now,
if I
wait a
could
minute.
tell you
I didn't
knew.
mean nothing, Doc. I wasn't even thinking.
Well, I can believe that. What's bothering you, Chester?
Mr. Dillon.
What?
I'm kind of worried about him, Doc.
You are? Why?
Well, look. Here it is near dark, and he ain't showed up yet. I don't even know where he is.
Well, I think Matt can take care of himself, Chester.
Sure, but usually he leaves a note or something, Doc.
Well, a man doesn't have to do things the same way all the time.
I know
now,
that.
for instance, it's like Mrs. Hull the other day. She came to ask me how to get her baby to sleep at night. Now, for example, what would you have told her?
Oh, no.
Now, you just think now, Chester. After all, you were a baby once. How'd your mother get you to sleep?
She didn't have no trouble.
Well, the usual way is to rock the baby. But you know what I told Mrs. Hull to do?
Doc, I really ain't interested.
Well, you're
in
going to
baby.
hear it anyway. I told her to take the baby and smear its little fingers with thick molasses.
What?
Yes, and then I told her to give it a half a dozen chicken feathers.
What for?
Well, I figured he'd pluck the feathers from hand to hand until he fell asleep. And then if it woke up again, all she had to do was to give it some more molasses and feathers.
Well, seems to me that'd only make the little baby mad.
Oh, man, that shows how much you know about babies, Chester.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Can't we talk about something else, Doc?
I said you start something.
Hey,
this
wait a
time.
minute. There's Mr. Dillon.
Where?
Riding up street there, leading that horse with a pack on it.
Oh, yeah.
Doc, look.
What?
That ain't no pack he's got tied on that horse.
No, that isn't.
That's a man. A dead one.
Yes.
Who do you suppose it is?
Well, I don't know.
Hi, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester. Doc.
Hello, man.
Who you got there?
Mel Hornby.
Mel Hornby?
I went out to ask him some questions about that sodbuster that got murdered last month.
Oh, Jake Reeves?
Yeah. But Hornby took offense, and he tried to kill me.
We think he had something to do with the Reeves murder, man?
He did it, Doc. He admitted it just before he died.
A big rancher like old Mel Hornby killing a poor half-starved little homesteader?
Now, they had an argument about something, and Hornby's temper got the best of him. The way it did today.
But how come you brought the body to Dodge, Matt? I should think Mrs. Hornby'd want him out there.
I didn't find him at home, Doc. He was way out on the prairie handling some stock. I'll get a wagon in the morning and take him back.
Take him? Oh, I don't envy you. Old Mrs. Hornby's a pretty mean woman.
Yeah, I know.
You better let Chester do that. She can't blame him for anything.
No. I'll do it, Doc. I killed him.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Morning, Mr. Dillon.
Morning, Joseph.
I hired a team and wagon for you. It's standing outside.
No, thanks.
Near 10 o'clock already?
Yeah, well, I'll get started here.
There you are, Marshal.
Miss Hornby?
Where's my husband? You got him here?
Won't you sit down, then?
I've been sitting down since dawn on the saddle. My husband didn't come home last night, and I figured it had something to do with you. You found him, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am. I found it.
Well, where is he? You got him in jail on some fool charge? I want to know what's going on, Marshal. I should have made you tell me when you come by.
Miss Hornby, your husband's dead.
What?
He tried to kill me.
You shot him?
I had to.
You killed my husband?
I wanted to talk to him about Jake Reeves. But as soon as I mentioned Reeves' name, he went for his gun. I'm sorry it happened that way, ma'am.
I don't believe you. Why would he do that? What did he care about Jake Reeves?
He killed him, Miss Hornby. I didn't know that, but he admitted it before he died.
Is that true?
Yes, and that's true.
Well, he should have had a trial. He'd have got off. Who cares about a man like Reeves? You murdered my husband, Marshal. He didn't have a chance against you.
He had a gun, and he tried to kill me with it, ma'am.
Too bad he didn't. But you're going to die anyway, Marshal.
What?
I said you're going to die. I've got money. I'm going to hire you killed.
Now, wait a minute, ma'am.
$1,000, that ought to do it, and you can't stop me. There ain't a thing in the world you can do about it.
All right. All right. Who are you going to hire?
Oh, so you can be watching for him or maybe go right out after him? No. Ain't going to work that way, Marshal. It ain't one man I'm going to hire. It's a whole army of men. You won't have a chance any more than my husband did. Now, where's his body? I'm going to get him buried and then go to work on getting you killed.
More coffee, Matt?
No, thanks, Kitty. I think I've had enough. Hey, that was a good dinner, wasn't it?
Matt, you're awful calm for a man who's been threatened the way you have.
Miss Hornby?
Don't you think she meant what she said yesterday?
Well, I don't know where she's going to hire an army for $1,000. But I suppose it is some kind of a compliment. If she thinks that I'm that hard to kill.
Well, you're not taking this very serious, Matt.
Now, there's nothing I can do, Kitty, until I find out what she's up to.
Well, maybe she's just crazy. She sure sounds like it.
Yeah, maybe.
Where'd she bury him, Matt? She take him back to the ranch?
No, she buried him up on Boot Hill.
Boot Hill?
She said if that's the way he got killed, that's the place he was going to get buried.
Sounds like she was mad at him.
I think it was shame, Kitty. She wasn't very proud of her husband getting shot down like an ordinary lawbreaker.
That's a pretty easy word for a murderer.
I don't think his killing Jake Reeves meant a thing to her, Kitty. Why, he might as well have shot a horse for all she cared.
All she cares about herself.
Mr. Dillon. Hello, Miss Kitty.
Hello, Chester. Sit down and have some coffee.
All set, but there ain't no time for no coffee.
What's that poster you got, Chester?
That's what I come to find you about, Mr. Dillon. I tore this poster off the board down at the depot. But there's more of them. Fellow there told me she's putting them up all over Dodge.
What?
Here, you read it.
$1,000 reward to the first man that can prove Matt Dillon is dead. He doesn't have to prove anything else. Money is in safe at Dodge House and will be paid in cash immediately. Signed, Mrs. Mel Hornby.
Matt, she can't get by with that. You can put her in jail.
You sure can. And I'll go around and tear down the rest of them posters, Mr. Dillon.
No, Chester. Too many people have read them by now. And some of them are probably already thinking about it.
And put her in jail till she takes it back, Matt. Make her print up some more saying it isn't true.
You think she'd do that, Kitty? Miss Hornby?
Matt, you're going to have every greedy bum in Dodge out trying to ambush you.
Yeah. Yeah, Kitty. A whole army of them. I spent the next couple of days looking over one shoulder everywhere I went, sitting with my back to the wall, keeping away from windows. And come evenings, I tried to get set somewhere before it got dark so I wouldn't have to walk past alleyways or through patches of light on the street. Strings a man tight living that way. Too tight. I found that out one afternoon when Chester and I were sitting on the porch in front of the office.
I locked the door out back, Mr. Dillon. At least ain't nobody going to come up on you that way.
Oh, good, Chester.
Wouldn't you be better off sitting inside?
Out here, I can see what's going on.
You couldn't see a man with a rifle if he was hid out in one of them buildings across the street.
No. And I can't dig a hole and hide in it either.
Oh, sure. Look yonder at that fool kid. He's going to run somebody down riding that way.
He's trying to ride like an Indian. Look how low he's bent.
Hey, he's got a gun in his hand.
Hey, Doc Chester!
Mr. Dillon, you hurt Mr. Dillon?
No, he missed me. But he was shooting mighty close.
Well, you got him.
Yeah, I got him.
That kid must be crazy. Riding by like that and trying to shoot you?
Yeah.
Say, you don't suppose...
I don't know, Chester. He's still alive. I'll carry him up to Doc's. You take care of his horse, huh?
Yes, sir. My, he's awful young, ain't he?
Yeah. He's awful young. How is he, Doc?
Come on in, Matt. He's conscious now, but I don't know how long it'll last.
Is he gonna die?
You better hurry if you want to talk to him, Matt.
Oh. Okay. How you feeling, son?
Bad. Real bad, Marshal.
Doc will take good care of you. Who are you? What's your name?
Can't tell you my name.
Why not?
My name don't matter.
All right. But you tried to shoot me. Why?
Reward. $1,000. We needed that money. We needed it bad.
Who needed it?
I seen you sitting there. Then I went and got my horse. I almost killed you. But I'm sorry I did it. I'm real sorry.
Now, don't worry about that now. Everything's gonna be...
I'm a... Marshal.
Son? Doc?
I'm right here, Matt.
He's dead.
Nobody could have saved him.
No. How old would you say he was, Doc?
15, maybe. It's not your fault, Matt.
I killed him.
No, Matt.
I'm going over to the Dodge house, Doc.
Mrs. Hornby?
Yeah.
It's you. I thought it was somebody come for the money.
Somebody almost did, Miss Hornby.
That's so?
I killed him.
You kill a lot of people, don't you, Marshal?
When I have to.
Well, maybe the next one will get you.
Maybe.
What'd you come to see me for?
I thought maybe I could get you to change your mind.
What's the matter, Marshal? Getting scared?
Well, I don't enjoy knowing somebody might shoot me any minute.
Ah.
But I don't like the idea that I might have to shoot somebody any minute either.
Well, shouldn't bother a man like you.
I told you your husband tried to kill me. Don't you understand that?
I don't care about understanding it.
You know who you hired this afternoon?
It don't matter. Except I wish he'd been a better gunman.
He wasn't a man, Mrs. Hornby. He was a boy. 15. He was poor. He needed the money for somebody else. I don't even know his name.
I thought you killed him. How do you know he did it for the money?
He didn't die right off.
Oh.
Well, how does it make you feel, Miss Hornby?
The next one won't be a boy, Marshal. Or the one after that.
Miss Hornby.
What?
You're a terrible, selfish old woman.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
That night, a drunk staggered up to me on the street. He had a gun in his hand, but I buffaloed him before he could use it, and I threw him in jail. Later, about midnight, it was different. A mule skinner tried to shoot me from behind a water barrel. His first shot missed, and a second later, he discovered his mistake. The barrel was empty, and he died there. And nobody else seemed willing to take a chance. At least that night. The next day, about noon, Chester and I were on our way to Delmonico's when we saw Miss Hornby coming up Front Street.
She's looking right at you, Mr. Dillon.
She's probably going to complain about how I treat her hired hands.
Too bad she's a woman, ain't it?
Things would be a lot different if she wasn't, Chester.
Maybe she's thought it over. Maybe she's going to change her mind.
It'll take more than a couple of killings for that.
She don't seem to care at all that her husband murdered poor old Jake Reeves. My, if she ain't the one meanest-looking woman, she's waiting for it. Oh, Miss Hornby?
I want to talk to you, Marshal.
All right, ma'am.
I hear you killed another man last night.
The first of your men I killed was a boy, Miss Hornby.
Still harping on that?
Doesn't bother you at all, does it?
He was a fool to try it.
That money meant a lot to him.
Find out who he was?
No.
Well, it don't matter.
No, not to you.
Marshal, I'll make you a deal.
A deal?
That's what I said. I'll withdraw the reward if you get out of Dodge. Leave the country and don't ever come back.
Why?
It's my business. Why?
It's beginning to bother you, all the blood that's being spilled.
Never mind that. You're going to do it?
You know, Miss Hornby, you haven't thought straight since your husband got shot.
Got shot by you.
By me.
What's your answer, Marshal?
Miss Hornby, I hate killing. I hate it as much as you hated losing your husband. But I'm not leaving.
You sure, Marshal?
I'm sure.
Mister?
Who's that?
Go see what she wants, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'm coming, lady.
You'll just kill more men if you stay here. Till one of them gets you.
You're the only one that can stop that, Miss Hornby.
Well, I ain't gonna stop it. And some man that knows what he's doing will be along soon, maybe today, Marshal.
You're not helping anybody this way.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
This lady's looking for you. She drove that wagon all the way to town to find you. Near 20 miles, she says.
Oh, is that so? Well, what can I do for you, ma'am?
I don't want to bother you if you're busy, Marshal.
No, it's all right.
I'm looking for my boy.
Your boy?
He's going to get himself in trouble lest I stop him. Bad trouble, I know it.
Oh? Well, what's he planning to do, ma'am?
Well, I'm ashamed to tell you this, Marshal, but he took his gun when he left home yesterday.
So?
There'd been talk about that $1,000 reward for you, Marshal.
How old was your boy, ma'am?
Going on 15. He doesn't know what he's doing. I gotta find him and stop him, Marshal. He's only doing it because we're about to starve out there. Him and me and my little girl.
Ma'am...
Wait, Marshal. You gotta understand the boy first. Why he's doing it.
All right. Why?
My husband got killed a month ago. Shot. And since then, we've been there starving to death. The boy tried, but we ain't been making it.
Excuse me, ma'am. I want to ask you something.
Why, sure.
What's your name?
Mrs. Reeves. My husband was Jake Reeves. Did you know him?
No. No, I didn't. But my husband, he knew him. Didn't he, Marshal?
He did?
That's what he told me.
Well, what's your name?
Never mind my name right now, Mrs. Reeves.
I don't understand.
Marshal.
Yes, ma'am.
You were right about me being a terrible, selfish old woman. But would you do something for me?
I think so.
There'll be an envelope at the Dodge house. It'll be in your name. You know what to do with it.
Yes, ma'am, I think I know.
I'm going home now. Goodbye, Mrs. Reeves.
Goodbye. I don't understand what she was saying, Marshal.
Miss Reeves, you want to come to my office and I'll try to explain it to you. I'll try to explain a lot of things to you.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Jeanette Nolan, Sam Edwards, and Helen Clee. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Stop. Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Where's everybody, man? Never saw Front Street so deserted.
It'll look different about 12 hours from now, Doc.
12 hours? Oh, you mean midnight, yes. I hope I'm in bed by then.
You usually are.
Oh, I am. I know, yes. But I'd like to have $1 for every night's sleep I've lost.
Well, you can't have everything, Doc.
Yeah. What do you mean by that?
A man can't expect to get a lot of sleep if he's out bucking the tiger all night.
Well, me? Gambling? And where do you think I get the money for that?
Minister into the sick, same as any doctor.
Well, it's not the sick I minister to in this town so much as the wounded.
Well, what difference does it make?
The wounded usually die before I get paid. Boot Hill patients, that's what they are.
You know, you ought to try to pull more of them through, Doc.
Oh, sure, yes. Cut up, shot up, beat up. It's a wonder any of them will live.
Well, I can't argue with you about that. Oh, say, you mind if we stop in the general store here? Mr. Jonas was supposed to order me a new saddle blanket.
Oh, Matt, always frittering away your money on doodads. Huh?
It's for my horse, Doc, not me.
Oh, yeah, look who's there. Oh, hello, Kitty.
Hello, Doc. Matt.
How are you, Kitty?
I'm hungry. Came in here 15 minutes ago on the way to dinner, and nothing's happened yet.
Well, isn't Mr. Jonas here, Kitty?
Well, if he is, he's hiding.
Well, he's probably on his way to dinner.
We ought to get a wagon and rob this place. That'd teach him to walk off and leave it.
You'd only spend your money if he was here, Kitty. You shouldn't complain.
I've already spent it. I paid him in advance for 3 petticoats a month ago.
Oh, how do you know they're here yet?
I don't. But there's a big box behind the counter there with Santa Fe Railroad stamped all over it.
No?
It's a shipment of some kind.
Well, why don't you open it?
I get caught doing that, some U.S. Marshal might walk in here and shoot me.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do it. I'm not afraid. Mr. Dillon? Oh, Miss Kitty. Doc.
Hello, Chester.
Chester. Mr. Dillon, there's a fella come in the office, the darndest looking man you ever saw. He ain't very old, but he's got long yellow hair, and his teeth are kind of long and yellow, too, and he's so thin all over. Why, I swear it'd take 2 of them to make a shadow.
Why didn't you bring him along, Chester? I'd like to meet him.
Oh, no, you wouldn't, Miss Kitty. Not this fella. There's something real mean about him, if he wasn't so crazy.
Oh, while we're figuring that out, why don't you tell me what he wants, Chester?
He wants you to come arrest his pa.
What?
He's out in the country somewhere. He didn't say just where.
Well, why does he want me to arrest his pa?
He didn't say that neither. But he said you'd better hurry. He said it's real serious.
Yeah, all right, I'll go back with you. So long, Kitty. Doc?
I'll see you later, Matt.
Yeah, goodbye, Matt.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
I hope he's still here, Mr. Dillon.
Well, I hope so, too, Chester. Hello. Hello. Yeah, I'm Marshal Dillon. You, wanted to see me?
Found him, huh?
What?
I mean him. He found you.
Yeah, I found him. Now, tell him what you came for.
I come for you, Marshal.
Well, I know. Chester told me that. It's something about your paw.
Pa needs arresting.
What for?
He killed a man. Shot him dead.
Who is your paw?
I'm Budge Grilt, Marshal.
All right, who'd your paw kill, Budge?
I don't know. Some stranger, but he's laying there dead. Pa won't even bury him.
Laying where? Where'd it happen?
Near home.
Well, where's home?
Out yonder.
Oh, forevermore. I don't know.
Well, I don't know how to tell him to get there.
Well, maybe you could show me how to get there, huh?
That's what I come for.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Look, I'll understand if you don't want to go along.
I'm kindly dizzy already, but I'll go, Mr. Dillon.
Okay, then let's get started.
That there's the house.
The house?
You can't call a one-room sod hut a house.
Got a tater cellar out back.
Yeah? Who lives in the tater cellar?
Be a good place to keep somebody. Wouldn't it, Marshal?
You think your pa's around, Budge?
Ma'll be here. Better not ride no closer. Makes her mad.
All right.
Ma? Ma? She ain't beef. She'll be out.
Good.
There she is. Come on. I got him, Ma. This one here.
Who's the other one?
I don't know. A fella called Chester. He was hanging around, so I brought him too.
Now, look at here. Nobody
never
brought
mind,
me
Chester. Never mind. Miss Groke, I take it you know about your husband, too.
Been married 30 years, boss.
I mean about his killing this man.
You talk to Pa about that when he gets here. Ain't none of my affair. Bud, you go get that rifle off in your saddle. There's no place to leave it.
Sure, Ma.
You people stay here. You can sit down if you want. I'll go boil up some coffee and bring it out.
No, you don't need to bother, ma'am.
No bother.
Sat down? On what? She's crazier than he is, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. They're half-starved, too. Yeah, this isn't much of a homestead.
Ain't it terrible? Yeah, but even a lazy man could do something with it.
It's not the best land I ever saw, Chester.
Ma, gonna make you some coffee?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Ma likes folks to come visit. Sometimes.
Sure.
Marshal,
Yes, ma'am.
I want to show you the house. You come here. That Chester feller can see it later.
You better go, Marshal. Ma don't always ask people in. Only sometimes.
Yeah. All right.
That mean I don't get no coffee?
Oh, you'll get some.
Miss Groke?
Come on in, Marshal. The door's open. Dark in here, ain't it? No windows.
It's light enough.
Then don't move, Marshal. I got this rifle aimed to bust your heart open.
Yeah.
I'll do it, too. Put your hands up by your shoulders, Marshal. I'll kill you if you don't.
Sure.
Budge?
I got 'em all.
Give me a hand here.
I'm coming.
Rifle's here triggered, Marshal.
You stand right there, Chester. I can shoot with one hand.
Get back closer to it, Marshal. Get his gun, Budge.
I got it, Ma. Let's move outside, Marshal.
Go on.
He throwed down on me with that rifle, Mr. Dillon. I couldn't do a thing.
It happened to me, too, Chester.
Let's lock him up, Budge.
Lock us up?
Hmm? In the tater cellar.
What's this all about, Budge?
I'll tell you when he comes.
Where is he?
He's waiting. He'll come in late tomorrow.
Your pa didn't shoot anybody, did he?
No. But he's gonna shoot somebody, Marshal. He sure is.
This cussed cellar don't make much of a hotel, does it, Mr. Dillon?
No. No, it doesn't, Chester.
No light, not much air, damp, no blankets, nothing to eat. I tried one of them potatoes. They're moldy.
It must be afternoon by now.
Yeah. You think them miserable idiots is ever going to let us out?
I've been thinking all last night and this morning, Chester. I'm right back where I started. I don't know what they're doing or what they're gonna do.
It sure beats me. Imagine that old woman pulling a dirty trick like that. You think she meant it, Mr. Dillon? She'd really have shot you?
She meant it.
Hey, I hear somebody coming.
Don't you try nothing now. We got guns.
Open it clear up, Bud. They can't fight with nothing but taters.
Okay, Pa.
Step out here in the light where we can see you.
The big one, Pa. That's the marshal, Pa.
Keep your gun on him, Bud. I guess you know who I am, Marshal.
Yeah.
I'm about the smartest fella in the whole country.
Is that so?
You're one man who ought to know that.
Why?
I got you caught, ain't I?
Does that make you smart?
Oh, tell him, Pa. Tell him it won't hurt if you
Shut
know
up,
now.
Bud. Don't you tell me what to do. We got a plan, Marshal. We got a real fine plan. And it was all my thinking. We're going to rob a bank, Marshal, right there in Dodge. We're going to hold it up and take all the money.
Well, that's quite a plan, Grook.
Ain't it? And you see how we're going to do it? There won't be nobody to stop us, because we'll already have you dead. Dead and buried.
What?
Sure. What do you think we got you out here for?
Well, you can't do that.
Why not?
It's no use arguing with him, Chester. He's crazy.
Crazy? Because I'm going to get rich? You call that crazy?
I do.
Call him out, Budge. We're going to shoot him now.
Ma? Ma, come on out. You want to watch us kill him?
Grook.
What?
What makes you think if you robbed the bank, I'd be the only man after you?
You're the marshal, ain't you?
The money in that bank belongs to a lot of people. There'll be 50 men after you.
Me and Ma and Budge, we're going to kill everybody in the bank. There won't nobody know nothing about it till we're gone.
You won't live to get as far as the street.
That's my plan. It's not yours. Shut up. You stand there, do you hear? Get over here, Ma. You want to watch.
Mr. Dillon, they're really going to shoot us.
Chester, look beyond them. Out near that clump of elder there.
Somebody's coming. Horseback.
Yeah, don't let on. We'll have to move fast if we get a chance.
Yes, sir.
Pa, look.
Oh, they've seen him.
Get out of sight, Bud. Get behind the house in case he gets too nosy.
I'll fix him if he does.
That Calhoun fella, Pa.
There's no time for him to be paying a visit. Get back in the cellar. Get back in the cellar, Marshal. Go on, both of you. Go on, or I'll shoot you right now.
You need it, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
You keep quiet in there now.
We got to do something.
And if we could just get close enough to one of them.
There's that rider.
Yeah.
What are you doing here, Calhoun? We're too busy to be visiting today.
They shot him.
Doggone you, Butch. What do you do that for? I'll whop you.
You leave him alone, Pa. He didn't mean nothing by it.
Always standing up for him, ain't you? Get on back in the house. Go on. Butch went and shot that Calhoun fella. Now he's dead.
Yeah, we heard him.
Pa, what were you yelling at me like that for? What's wrong with shooting him? We're leaving here, ain't we? We don't need no neighbors.
Darn fool.
Well, why, Pa?
Now we gotta bury him, don't we?
Sure.
Well, 3 graves is too many to dig before dark. And we'll have to wait till tomorrow before we can take care of Marshall and Chester here.
I didn't think about that.
You never think about nothing. What's worse, we'll have to feed him. Can't let nobody go hungry that long. Go tell Ma.
I'm going, Pa.
Now, you two set quiet. Budge'll bring you something.
Well, if that don't beat all.
Wait till Budge comes back, Chester. That's gonna be our chance.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Don't you think we ought to eat whatever he brings us first, Mr. Dillon?
We can eat any time, Chester.
We can. How come I ain't had a bite since we left Dodge?
Wait a minute. He's coming. Now you let me handle this.
Yes, sir.
Ma boiled you a little pot of tater peelings.
Oh, my goodness.
Now that sounds fine to me, Budge. Here, I'll take it.
Don't put no salt in it. About out. Here now. Let me go, Marshal.
You shut up or I'll brain you. He's got a knife in his belt. Get it, Chester.
Yes, sir. I got it.
All right. Come on, get up, Budge. On your feet. Come on.
If I'd had my rifle, you wouldn't have done this.
Give me the knife, Chester.
Here.
All right, outside, Budge. Go on. And don't forget I got this knife right in your back.
Don't you stick me.
Then do what I tell you.
Paul fix you. Paul!
Shut up.
You cut me.
You holler again and I'll put it all the way in.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, I see him, Chester. Let's wait here.
I'm going to get me a rock.
Paul's going to be awful mad at you, Marshal.
Is he?
What's going on here?
Make him let me go, Pa.
Shut up. I'm holding a knife on his back, Groke. You throw down the rifle, or I'll shove it into him.
It won't work, Marshal. You ain't stopping me.
Budge will die if you don't do what I say.
You ain't as smart as me, Marshal. You don't understand nothing.
Drop that gun, Groke.
No!
He's going to shoot. I'll get him. I did it. I hit him right in the head.
Come on. I want that rifle.
You think I killed him?
Yeah, it looks like it. It's a big rock. Oh, that woman will be out here in a minute. Come on, let's get around to the side of the house. Around here.
I thought sure she was going to come out shooting.
She'll be out. Or just wait here. We can hear the door when it opens.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon? You can't shoot a woman.
No, but maybe I can scare her.
What about him shooting his own son?
Well, that's something I sure never figured on. We'd have been in real trouble if it hadn't been for you. I'm going to have to hang your picture on my wall for that, Chester.
Oh, it wasn't nothing. I used to go hunting with rocks when I was a kid. One time
Oh, there she is. Look, if she comes around the corner, maybe I can knock that rifle out of her hands. You stay back.
You hear her coming?
No. Come here, Chester.
Where is she?
She's over there by Budge. Take a look.
Oh. Say, that ain't a rifle she's holding.
It's a shovel. Come on.
I guess she decided it's no use trying to fight now.
And it wouldn't have surprised me if she had.
Nothing surprising about these people.
Your husband shot him, Miss Grilk.
Budge. Poor Budge.
I didn't figure a man would shoot his own son.
Budge wasn't his son.
What?
He was my son, not his. He hated Budge. He always hated him.
Oh.
My first husband died. He is a good man. He liked Budge.
Well, Grilk was right. I didn't understand everything.
He made me do what I did. But he'd whoop me terrible if I didn't.
Tell me, ma'am, would you have shot me yesterday if I hadn't put my hands up?
Of course I would. I told you. You said I had to. That don't matter. What am I going to do without Budge? I ain't got nobody now. What am I going to do?
I don't know, ma'am. But we'll bury him for you.
You bury them, too. I'll bury Budge.
Can I have the shovel?
Yeah.
Come on, Chester.
I feel kind of sorry for her, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, she's had it too rough, Chester. She doesn't know what she's doing anymore. Blaming her would be like, well, blaming the night for being dark.
I guess there's nothing we can do for her.
No. Not a thing in the world.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Ray Kemper. Featured in the cast were John McIntyre, Virginia Gregg, and Vic Perrin. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
Start smoking with a smile, with Chesterfield, smiling all the while, with Chesterfield. Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Put a smile in your smoking. By Chesterfield. So smooth, so satisfying. Chesterfield.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hello, Doc.
Hey, now where are you headed for, Matt?
Chester left a note saying he was at the Alafraganza. I thought I'd go over and watch him squander his money for a while.
Well, now, I'll just go with you. That bartender's owed me $5 for a month.
Why don't you hire a bill collector, Doc?
Then I'd have to spend my time trying to run him down.
You know, you ought to make people pay in advance.
The condition most of my customers arrive in, they'd bleed to death while I was making change.
Well, a lot of them do anyway.
Yeah. Oh, they do, huh? Well, that's not my fault. If a man's going to get himself all torn apart, fighting and brawling, you can't expect me to patch him up every time. You know, Matt, there's men in this town whose lives I've saved 2 or 3 times.
I can probably name them, Doc.
Oh, there's Chester. Oh, he's sitting over there with some stranger.
Why don't you get your money from the bartender and then join us, huh?
And then the bartender'd have it back in a half an hour.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Well, I'll see you later, Matt.
Okay, Doc.
Hello.
Hello, Mr. Dillon.
Hello, Chester.
This here is Mr. Reeves.
Mr. Reeves?
Franklin J. Reeves. How do you do, Marshal? Buy you a drink?
No, thanks. I don't think so. Yeah, where are you from, Mr. Reeves?
Mr. Reeves come in on the stage from Denver last week.
Oh, you live in Denver?
Oh, good heavens, no. New York, Marshal.
See, he came out west a couple of months ago to invest some money in land and cattle and the like. Mr. Reeves is awful rich.
Well, I might be if Mother Nature holds out, Chester.
His girl's coming in on stage today.
Oh, is that so?
It's his fiancée, he calls her. He met her in Denver.
Ah, you have been busy, haven't you, Chester?
Oh, you don't know the half of it. He had to come head on business, you see. They're fixing to get married in St. Louis.
Wow, congratulations.
Thank you. Marshal, is the stage always this late?
He's worried, Mr. Dillon, what with his girl on the stage and all.
It'll be along, Mr. Reeves.
I didn't tell him what we know about what else is on that stage.
What?
It's nothing important.
No, it ain't your money, Mr. Reeves. But maybe that's why the stage is late all the same.
What are you talking about, Chester?
They're carrying $50,000 in gold, that's what.
Well?
Well, if somebody wanted that gold, they'd have to stop the stage long enough to get it unloaded, wouldn't they?
Bandits? You mean bandits?
It'll get here, all right, Mr. Reeves. It's usually a little late.
But it might have been held up. There might have been a shooting.
Ah, that's just Chester's talking.
Hey, wait a minute. Listen.
Ah, there it is now.
Now, come on.
The stage office is right next door.
Well, I guess it wouldn't be here if anything had happened.
Oh, it always gets here sooner or later.
This is certainly the last time I'll let Laura travel alone.
There it is. Everything's fine.
Marshal! Marshal, come here!
Who's that?
That's Jim Buck. He's the driver.
Now I'll go see what he wants.
Marshal?
What is it, Jim?
Got held up, Marshal.
What?
Lost $50,000 in gold and...
Where did it happen?
Right in withdrawal, but...
Anybody shot?
Wasn't a shot fired.
Laura!
But, Marshal...
Where's Laura? Driver. Where's the girl who was on this stage? What's happened to her?
I was trying to tell the Marshal. He took the gold and he took the girl, too.
That's impossible.
Well, that's what happened, mister. He held a shotgun on us and there was nothing we could do.
I don't believe it.
Now, take it easy, Mr. Reeves. We'll find him. Did you recognize him, Jim?
All I can tell you is he had 2 horses and they was both sorrels.
By heaven, Marshal, you'd better get Laura back here at once or you'll never work for the government or anybody else again.
What?
You heard what I said.
Chester, go get our horses. I'll pick up a couple of rifles.
Yes, sir.
Aren't you going to form a posse?
No. There'd be too much shooting around the girl.
Well, you'd better have her here by nightfall, Marshal.
Mr. Reeves, would you like to come with us?
No, I'll handle matters at this end.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
A blood-red sun was dropping over the edge of the prairie when Chester and I reached Cottonwood Draw and picked up their trail. We rode hard till night fell. Then we had to stop and wait for daylight. But with the morning, we drew a heavy rain that washed out every track. And although we scouted a big piece of the country the next couple of days, it was hopeless. And finally, we headed back to Dodge, empty-handed. When we got there, I went over to the Long Branch to see if there was any news.
Welcome back, Matt.
Well, how are you, Kitty?
Sit down.
Yeah. Thanks. Oh.
You been riding?
I sure have.
No luck, huh?
Yeah, it's a big prairie, Kitty.
Well, nobody can blame you, Matt.
Yeah, Reeves will blame me. Not that I care much.
Reeves is no good, Matt.
Well, I suppose it's pretty hard on him, his fiancée and all.
I'll tell you why he's no good.
Oh?
He's been drunk most of the time you're away, and he was bragging to one of the girls last night.
Bragging?
Yeah.
About what?
Well, it has to do with his girl, Laura. Seems her father got into a business deal with Reeves up in Denver, and Reeves got him tied up good somehow and then threatened to ruin him.
Oh? Oh, what happened?
He didn't ruin him. He took Laura instead.
Oh. Well, maybe she likes him, Kitty.
You think a girl's likely to be in love with a man who got her like that?
Yeah, I guess you're right. Not much to bring her back to, is it?
First, Reeves steals her, and then some outlaw steals her. That girl could learn to hate men.
Yeah.
Well, what are you going to do about it?
Well, there's nothing I can do right now, Kitty. Just have to wait and see what turns up. I waited. I waited a week. Reeves was drunk the whole time, telling everybody how he was going to fix me up good, but not doing much about it except to stay out of my way. Things were quiet otherwise, and Chester and I spent most of the time in the office.
Well, he sure did fool me, Mr. Dillon.
What do you mean, Reeves?
He seemed like such a nice fellow, and so rich.
Yeah, he's rich, all right.
But poor in spirit.
Chester.
Hmm?
Have you been going to church again?
Yes, sir. Last Sunday.
Oh, yeah, I remember. It rained.
Well, now, I like church, Mr. Dillon, but I hate to get all dressed up. Seems like it... Well, hello, Jim.
Hello, Chester. Marshal.
How's the stage business, Jim?
Well, we ain't been held up lately.
Oh, that's something.
But the reason I come to see you, Marshal, is that I run into a fella back at the Rock Peak Station this morning. Rode in there from the south and mentioned he'd seen a man and a woman on the way.
Oh?
They rode off as soon as they saw him, so he didn't get very close. But I asked him about it, and he was pretty sure their horses was the same color.
Sorrel?
That's what he said. I want to go with you, Marshal.
What?
Well, he told me where he saw them. I know right where it is. Besides, that woman's out there against her will.
Well, sure, but it's not your job, Jim.
Well, I was driving the stage you took her off of, Marshal. Been on my mind something terrible.
Ah. All right. Chester, you keep an eye on things here, huh? We'll be back in a few days, if we have any luck at all. The next morning, Jim Buck and I cut their trail some 50 miles south of Dodge. We followed it for a way, and then it turned northeast, back in the general direction of Dodge. It was a hot, still day, and on the horizon there were occasional flashes of heat lightning. Then in the distance we saw the long, low cloud of yellow dust that meant cattle, a Texas herd trailing north. The outlaws' tracks led straight into it, and we soon pulled up beside a string of longhorns that stretched several miles each way.
We'll have to find a leg and cut through them, Marshal.
Yeah.
Hold that! Hold that there! What's he yelling about?
I don't know.
You ain't aiming to cross that herd, are you?
You see anything of a man and a woman around here, mister?
I ain't seen nothing but cattle and cowboys for 6 weeks.
Well, we're standing on their trail. It leads right into your herd.
I can't help that.
Them cattle have been dry since yesterday morning. That Kansas heat lightning ain't exactly soothing to them. Nobody's riding through there.
Look, mister, I'm a U.S. Marshal, and your herd's crossed the trail of an outlaw. Now, we've got to cut through here.
No, you don't. You'll either have to wait or ride around the drag back there. It's only a mile or so.
That outlaw's got a kidnapped woman with him, mister.
He has? Well, I can't help that. I'm boss of this outfit, and I got 3,000 head of cattle here. They're too nervy now. Look at them.
Yeah, they're moving pretty fast, all right.
Too fast. And I sure can't risk your touching them off by riding through them.
Yeah, I know. But I hate to lose the time.
You got more time than I got cattle, Marshal.
Well, I don't know about that, but I want chance to stampede. All right, come on, Jim. We'll ride around the drag.
Okay, Marshal.
Well, see you in Dodge, mister.
The Alpha still running?
Yeah, it is. And mostly on Texas money.
Adios.
Come on, Jim. We rode down along the herd and then back up the other side, and finally found the trail again and followed it till dark. Next morning, we saw that the outlaw was still headed straight for Dodge, and all we could figure was that he must be new to the country and was just plain lost. By noon, we were inside of town, and soon after, we rode up Front Street and got down at the jail. Chester saw us and came running out.
Mr. Dillon, we got them. They rode right in here early this morning.
Huh? Did he give himself up?
Yes, sir. I got him locked up, and the money's over at the bank.
How's the girl, Chester?
Oh, she's fine, Jim. A little tired, but fine.
Oh, that's good. What's his story? Who is he?
Says his name's Jack Fitch, and that's all he'll say. I swear I give up on him, Mr. Dillon. Maybe you can get something out of it.
All right, I'll talk to him. And I want to see this Laura. Where is she?
She's over at the Dodge house with Reeves. He made her go, but she sure didn't want to.
Well, I'll talk to them later.
Yes, sir.
So you're Jack Fitch, huh? You're new around here, aren't you?
You got anything to say, Marshal? Say it right out.
All right. Why'd you give yourself up?
Why do you care? You got the money back and...
And what?
Nothing. Marshal, I'm ready to serve my time. But I don't have to talk. Not for you, not for nobody else.
Okay, Fitch. Have it your own way.
Marshal?
Yeah.
I don't suppose you'd let me out of here long enough to kill Reeves, would you?
Laura told you about him, huh?
I wouldn't mind hanging. It'd be worth it.
What makes you think what you did's any better?
Oh, you wouldn't understand. Look, do what you can for her, will you?
Anything else you want to tell me, Fitch?
No, that's all.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Matt Dillon.
Some other time, Marshal.
Open this door before I kick it open, Reeves.
What do you want?
Nothing from you. Laura, I'm Marshal Dillon.
How do you do?
I'm sorry to bother you this way.
That's all right.
It's about Jack Fitch.
You want my help to put him in prison, is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
He gave himself up. He returned the money and me.
Yeah, sure, but I'm going to need your testimony in court.
Forget it, Marshal. It's all over. We're leaving Dodge on the next train.
No.
Don't tell me no. I said we're leaving.
Reeves.
What?
Why don't you get out of here?
Get out of here?
You heard me. Now outside.
Now look here, Marshal.
Then I'll throw you on. Look, Laura.
Yes?
Will it help if I tell you that I know about you and Reeves? About why you're going to marry him?
I hate him.
Why did Jack Fitch give himself up?
He gave himself up because we decided we didn't want to be hunted down the rest of our lives.
Well, that sounds like you were in on it with him.
I never saw Jack Fitch before he held up that stage.
No? Well, then I don't understand.
It's very simple, Marshal. I love him.
What?
I love Jack Fitch.
An outlaw who kidnapped you? I don't believe it.
Don't you?
No.
Well, it's true. Marshal, Jack doesn't know why he took me with him. All he can figure is that he saw something he wanted and he took it.
It's still kidnapping.
Jack's been wild and he's done wrong, but he isn't evil.
Like Reeves.
Jack's going to straighten out with my help. He's already started.
Look, Laura, maybe you're right. Maybe you'd be better off with Jack Fitch. But I'm a lawman, and I gotta hold him under arrest and get him up for trial. Now, what you do is your business.
I'm afraid, Marshal. You don't know Frank Reeves. He'll kill me. He already said he would, and he means it.
Unless you go on to St. Louis with him and marry him, huh?
Yes. Oh, please, Marshal, you gotta help me.
Well, I may be making a mistake, but you come on with me.
Where?
You'll see.
All right.
Out of the way, Reeves.
Where are you going? Where are you taking Laura?
To jail.
What for?
She's under arrest.
I never heard of such a thing. I won't stand for this. Laura, you go back in that room. Go on.
Let go of me. Frank, let go of me, Frank.
Reeves! All right, just step over him, Laura. Let's go.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I just been over to the Alfraganza.
So?
It's that cussed Reeves. He's buying liquor for everybody, making a lot of talk. There's about 20 men with him now.
Oh, what's he up to?
Oh, he's got that crowd with him because they don't like the idea of you putting a woman in jail. They're getting all worked up about it, and Reeves has about got him ready to come over here and bust her out. You better do something about it.
Well, I could stand him off. But I think I got a much better idea.
What?
Those horses still out back?
Yes, sir. I was going to put them away later.
I'll leave them. And you get back to the Alfraganza and stall those men as long as you can. Without getting killed.
Yes, sir. I'll do it.
Well, go on.
Yes, sir. I'm going as fast as I can.
right, come on out, Fitch.
What's this, Marshal?
I'm turning you loose.
Turning him loose.
That's right, Laura. Reeves is about to come over here with a mob to get you out of jail. And I'm sure he's going to see that Fitch is killed while they're doing it.
Can't you stop them?
Oh, well, why should he try to stop him? This way I'd go free.
Jack, you're forgetting everything we talked about.
No, I ain't, Laura. But if I don't have to stand trial, we got nothing to worry about.
You don't understand, Fitch.
Don't understand what?
I'm turning you loose now to save your life, but you'll still be wanted. You'll have to stand trial someday. As soon as you give yourself up again, or as soon as somebody catches you.
Oh.
I was going to take you up to Hayes City for trial. I was going to take Laura there, too, as a witness.
I told you I'd refuse to testify, Marshal.
Well, the court can't make you, but they can hold you in contempt.
All right, then I'll lie.
That's worse. That's perjury.
I thought you were going to help me, Marshal.
I can't help you, Laura.
Hey, wait, I've been thinking. Yeah. Marshal, they got a preacher in Hayes City?
Well, they had the last time I was there, yeah.
No, it wouldn't work.
What wouldn't?
Well, I was thinking if you let Laura go with me, why, we could get married before I turned myself in, then she wouldn't have to testify. But...
Jack?
No, Laura, I can't do that. It looked like I was only trying to keep out of jail. And that ain't true. I want to marry you.
Do you really, Jack?
I've told you 100 times.
Well, then what difference does it make when we get married? You men can be so stupid. Of course, that's the way we'll do it.
Well, I guess that settles it, Fitch. All right, come on, Laura. And you better hurry.
This is what you had in mind all the time, isn't it, Marshal?
I'm a lawman, Laura, not a matchmaker.
Seems to me you do both pretty well.
Fitch, there are 2 horses out back. Now get going.
Will we see you later on, Marshal? In Hayes?
If you get there, yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah. I kind of think you will.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Frank Gerstle, Gene Bates, and Clayton Post. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give them a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Dum.
Hello, Chester.
Well, hi, Miss Kitty. Hey, look what I got.
Oh, what about it?
Why, that's a whole $1, Miss Kitty.
Well, congratulations, Chester.
I borrowed it off Mr. Dillon. He's outside there talking to some fella.
Huh?
I'd be mighty proud if you'd have a beer with me, Miss Kitty.
Well, you know I don't like to drink at the bar, Chester.
Well, we can sit down.
And I'm tired of sitting. I'll have a beer with you right here.
All right, that's fine. Sam?
Yeah?
Draw a couple beers for me and this lady.
Well, sure. Coming up, Chester.
Chester, you talk about me like I was a stranger around here.
What do you mean?
This lady.
Why, I always think of you as a lady, Miss Kitty. Well, I mean, I don't never...
Thank you, Chester.
Here's your beer.
Here's your money, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, my, it looks nice and cold, don't it?
You look like you're about to swim in it, Chester.
That's right, I'd like to.
Hey, Kitty.
Hmm?
They told me your name's Kitty.
It is.
Well, then why don't you say hello?
Hello. Let's drink, Chester.
Now, that ain't no way to act.
All right, now leave her alone, mister.
I didn't come over here to leave her alone.
Stop that.
What do you think?
No, Chester, I'll handle this.
Get out of the way, Miss Kitty.
Chester.
Get out of the way, I said.
It's all right, Kitty.
I'll see you afterwards.
I'm going. And I know where, too.
Your move, stranger. Well, go ahead.
I guess you don't know who I am, do you?
Stranger is good enough for me.
Don't be a fool.
We ain't fighting over me.
Wait till you hear my name. It's Shin. Hank Shin.
Oh, mine's Chester Proudfoot.
You mean you never heard of Hank Shin?
No. Anybody ever hear of Hank Shin?
No. Who's he?
Nobody never heard of you. Now, fight or get out.
There must be somebody.
You heard him.
Chester.
No, sir. This is my fight, Mr. Dillon.
I interfere in all fights. You know that.
But he insulted a
yeah,
lady.
She told me. But there isn't going to be any gunplay over it.
There better not be.
That's right, stranger. So you get out of here.
You don't know who you're talking to.
Hey, Marshal. Marshal?
Yeah, what is it, Davy?
I followed you in here, Marshal. It's a good thing, too.
Oh, why?
This here's Hank Shin.
I've been telling him that.
I never met him, but I seen him.
So?
Well, maybe you never heard of him here, Marshal, but I was up in Dakota Territory last year. Hank Shin's got quite a reputation up there.
Oh? For what?
For gunman, Marshal. Why, there ain't nobody up there to go against him. Ain't that so, Shin?
3 men tried it once.
By golly, that's right. That was in the town of BLACKHAWK, wasn't it, Shin?
That's where it happened.
3 men tried to take him in a saloon there, Marshal, and he killed every one of them. It was all gunmen, too. But people are still talking about it. Hank Shin's got about the biggest reputation of anybody up there.
I guess the word don't get to Dodge very fast.
Well, maybe I ought to apologize to you, Shin.
Oh, it's all right, Marshal. You didn't know. Forget it.
Okay, I'll forget it. But I want you to remember something.
What?
You're going to impress a lot of citizens around here. But I don't care how big a man you are in BLACKHAWK or anyplace else. You start trouble in Dodge and I'll cut your string.
You're talking mighty loose, Marshal.
You know, somehow I got a feeling you kind of thrive on talk.
I don't think I like that.
Don't you? Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir. I'd have fought him anyway, Mr. Dillon. I don't care who he is.
I didn't step in to help you out, Chester. I did it to stop a gunfight.
Oh, somebody's going to fight him if he keeps going on like that.
Maybe. And I hope there's no trouble while I'm gone.
Yeah. Say, I plumb forgot. You're taking Santa Fe up to Abilene tonight, ain't you?
Yeah, I'll be back in about a week. But if this Hank Shin starts on a killing spree, you telegraph me.
Yes, sir, I sure will, Mr. Dillon.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
My business in Abilene didn't take as long as I thought it would. And I was back in Dodge 4 or 5 days later. And I found that the growth of Hank Shin's reputation hadn't taken long either. I heard about it at the depot, at the post office, and then at Delmonico's, where I stopped in for a cup of coffee. Kitty was there, finishing her dinner at a corner table, and she beckoned me when I walked in.
Hello, Matt.
Hello, Kitty. How are you?
How's Abilene?
Well, it's still growing. Bill Hickok sent his regards.
That's nice of him. Is he as handsome as ever?
Yeah, he is. You know, I'm kind of worried about him, Kitty.
Oh, why, Matt?
That's his eyes. I don't think they're as good as they used to be.
Oh, well, that's bad.
Yeah. Well, how are things around here?
Well, the only thing that's growing here seems to be Hank Shin.
Yeah, they tell me he's having a real fine time.
Oh, he's acting mighty proud, Matt. But I've seen his kind before.
Oh? Oh, how do you mean?
Well, somebody who hasn't heard what a devil he is with a gun just might shoot a hole in him one of these days.
You know, I got a feeling that you'd like to do it yourself.
Matt, if women ever took to carrying guns, you men would have to start behaving yourselves. All of you. Uh-oh.
What?
Welcome back to Dodge, Marshal.
Hello, Shin.
We missed you. Didn't we, Kitty?
Something you wanted?
I declare you're as hard to get along with as she is. She won't even talk to me.
Just 'cause a person lives around hogs, he doesn't have to wallow with them.
I wouldn't take that from a man.
Well, from what I hear, no man's dared to talk to you like that, Shin.
You bet they haven't.
Yeah, you got the town pretty well buffaloed, haven't you?
A little respect is all I ask for, Marshal.
Uh-huh. The, kind you got up in Blackhawk?
The kind I'm getting here. From most people.
But not from me.
I got no quarrel with you, Marshal.
You know, you can't seem to make up your mind. What's your trouble, Shin?
I got no trouble. Why do you say that?
I don't know. Just a feeling, I guess. But, don't let it spook you.
Nothing spooks me.
Oh, you're lucky. So far.
I don't like this talk.
Nobody's making you listen to it.
Well, you bet they ain't.
You know what I think, Matt?
No, what, Kitty?
I think Hank Shin's off-center. Way off.
Well, we'll find out how far, Kitty. Any day now.
Matt!
What?
Oh, Matt!
Well, how are you, Doc?
When did you get back, Matt?
Oh, about an hour ago. I was just coming up to see you.
You were, yeah?
Yeah. Hey, you remember Jim Branch?
Jim Branch? Oh, Jim Branch. Yes, I oughta. I cut a frozen toe off of him last winter.
Yeah, well, I ran into him up in Abilene. He wanted me to give you this.
He did? But what is it? $20? Oh, $20. Well, that was worth waiting for.
He didn't know exactly how much it was that he did owe you.
I'd nick him for more if he was here, but this'll do all right. What's he doing in Abilene? He give up buffalo hunting?
He told me he'd never go out on the prairie again. He's running the old golf house right now.
The old golf house? You mean, did he buy that?
No, he bought into it.
Oh, yes, I always knew that man had money hidden away somewheres.
Well, he's quite a dude now, Doc. Beaver hat, fancy shirts. Oh. I hardly recognize.
What's that?
It came from the Alafraganza.
I thought things had been too quiet around here lately. It's about time we had a killing.
There's Chester.
Oh, good. At least it wasn't him that got shot.
Mr. Dillon?
What happened, Chester?
It was Hank Shin, Mr. Dillon. He just killed a man in there.
What, a fight?
Yes, sir. Oh, this fellow was awful drunk. Some stranger, I don't know who he was. Well, Him and Shin got to arguing, and he went for his gun, and Shin shot him. Killed him dead.
Well, I'll look at him anyways.
He seemed half scared, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, Shin?
Yes, sir. He kept trying to say who he was, but the fellow was too drunk paying attention. And then afterwards, Shin looked kindly surprised, like he didn't quite know what had happened.
Oh, is that so?
There he is at the bar there.
Oh, well, where's the dead man?
Well, he was right here with you. Oh, somebody drug him off the corner there.
Oh, yes, I see him. I see him. Stand up.
Here's the marshal, Shin.
Now, what's he want? Now, it was a fair fight. Now, you tell him, Davy.
Sure, I will. Marshal, I seen the whole thing.
Chester already told me about it, Davy.
That fella drawed first.
I tried to tell him who I was, but he wouldn't listen.
I did, too. I told him this here is Hank Shin from BLACKHAWK. I told him that before he ever got started.
He was drunk. He was too drunk to know what he was doing.
Too drunk to fight?
He shouldn't have tried to fight me. He should have known better than that. Now maybe people will leave me alone.
Why? Because you outdrew a drunk man?
What are you saying, Marshal?
You seem kind of upset, Shin. Did it get you this way when you killed those 3 men up in BLACKHAWK?
I'm all right. I'm all right. Now, you leave me alone. I want everybody to leave me alone.
Yeah, sure. That next time it may be a little different.
What do you mean?
Somebody might come along who hasn't been told what a killer you are. A real gunman, Shin, not some drunk who probably couldn't shoot straight if he was sober.
You're the worst man I ever met, Marshal. Anyway, I told you to leave me alone.
Okay, Shin, I'll leave you alone. Here. Have a drink on me. You need it. Come on, Chester.
My, he's so mad he can't talk, Mr. Dillon.
He's already talked too much.
What's wrong with him, anyway?
Maybe he's not getting all the respect he needs.
No.
Wait a minute.
What?
That man tying up his horse over there.
I don't know him. He knows you, though. He's coming over here.
Yeah.
Who is he?
He's a gunman from New Mexico, Chester. His name's Al Janes.
By golly, I was right. Matt Dillon.
Yeah, that's right. Hello, Janes.
It's Marshal Dillon now, ain't it?
Uh-huh. Oh, this is Chester Proudfoot. Al Janes.
How you do?
Chester?
Oh, what are you doing in Dodge?
Oh, nothing, Marshal. Looking around.
Yeah. You, never came here before?
No. I never did.
Man like you's usually got something in his mind, hasn't he?
I'm here on pleasure, Marshal. Little gambling and the like.
Uh-huh. All right, Janes, but you stay out of trouble, huh? Dodge isn't as wide open as some of the towns you've been in.
Man gets a reputation, it sure stays with him, don't it?
You wouldn't be able to sell your gun if it didn't.
Now, ain't that the truth? See you around later. I'll buy you a drink, maybe. You too, Chester.
Sure. What do you suppose he is doing here, Mr. Dillon?
Nothing, Chester. I believe him. He's a paid gunman, but I've never known him to lie.
Then there ain't nothing so much to worry about, huh?
Chester, around a man like Al Janes, there's always something to worry about.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. No filter compares with L&M's pure, white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M.
It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter-tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
I'm back, Mr. Dillon.
Did you have a good supper?
Oh, just terrible.
Oh, where'd you eat?
Or at the Durango Cafe.
Ah, could have been chili beans.
Yes, sir. Oh, I'll never go there again. Not after tonight.
Why not?
Well, they are sour, Mr. Dillon. Like they had been cooked a month ago. My, I had an awful time getting them down.
Well, you didn't have to eat them, you know, Chester.
Well, after putting out 15 cents, of course I had to eat them.
Oh.
If I wouldn't have been so hungry, I wouldn't have had them. I ain't going to...
Marshal?
Evening, Shin.
Marshal, I've been thinking.
What?
I've been thinking about this afternoon.
Yeah?
You was right. I needed a drink.
So?
I don't like killing people, Marshal. And that's the truth. I don't like it.
Why are you telling me about it?
I tried to tell Davy and some of them fellas, but they wouldn't believe me. I'm tired of it, Marshal. I just don't want no part of it.
Oh?
I thought maybe you could explain it to them, to everybody. And they'd listen to you. You tell them I'm through, Marshal. Tell them I ain't a gunman no more. Just a plain, ordinary man.
And if you're so plain and ordinary, why don't you tell me what this is all about?
I did tell you. And if you don't believe me, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take off my gun. And I'm going to leave it right here. Now there. Now you believe me? Well, do you?
I don't know what to think of you, Shin.
But I proved it. Now there's my gun. And you got to tell him, Marshal. I got me a bottle in my coat pocket. I'm going to my room, and I'm going to forget all about this. You tell him now, Marshal. And you tell him tonight.
He is crazy, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, there's something sure wrong with him.
I don't believe any of that about him being tired of killing people.
No.
It's more like he's scared of something, ain't it?
Chester.
Yes, sir?
I think I know what it might be.
What?
Al Janes.
What's he got to do with it?
I don't know. But let's go find him.
Well, what for?
To tell him Hank Shin isn't armed.
Well, he could see that.
He was wearing a coat, Chester.
That's right out there in the street.
Yeah, come on.
There's some men down there, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
If it was a fight, it sure didn't last long.
One bullet can end a fight, Chester.
Yes, sir. Well, there's somebody laying there. Looks like Hank Shin.
Yeah.
Nobody ain't paying any attention to him.
They're all crowded around Al Janes.
By golly, that is Janes.
I'm going to go take a look at Shin, Chester. You better go back and get Doc, huh?
Yes, Mr. Dillon. I'll hurry.
Shin. Shin.
He shot me, Marshal. He shot me.
Al Janes.
He run into me here, but I was so scared I couldn't say nothing. I tried to open my coat to show him I wasn't armed, and he shot me.
Doc will be here in a minute, Chin.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Marshal, I never killed nobody before today.
No, I didn't think so.
Them fellas up in BLACKHAWK, they had a fight. I was the only other man there, and I hid out till it was over. They killed themselves.
And you took credit for it.
Mm-hmm. It made people respect me. All kinds of people. You understand?
Yeah, I understand.
How's he doing, Marshal? I hit him twice.
Marshal? Marshal?
Well, he sure died slow.
Pretty slow, James.
He went for his gun, Marshal. Them men over there can tell you they saw it.
You heard about his reputation and you had to kill him, didn't you?
Self-defense, Marshal. There's nothing to talk about.
Hank Shen was a liar, James. His reputation was a fake.
What? I don't believe you.
It's true. Now, besides, he wasn't even armed. Take a look.
He ain't wearing a gun. But he went for it. I saw him. Everybody did.
You killed an unarmed man, James.
I don't like that.
You'll have to stand trial for it.
That ain't what's bothering me.
No?
It was a mistake. I'll get off. But everybody's going to be laughing at me. Especially if you tell them about him being a liar.
He shot a drunk this afternoon, and that nearly scared him to death.
You have to tell him that, Marshal?
I don't like gunmen, James.
What do you mean?
After this, your reputation isn't going to be worth much.
It won't be worth nothing.
So it looks like Hank Shen got himself a gunman after all, doesn't it? All right, come on, let's go to jail.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Paul Dubov, and Barney Phillips. Harley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad, the transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America, and the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely.
Hey, Mr. Dillon, look who I got with me.
Well, hello, Kitty. Come on in.
I ran into Chester on the street, Matt. He insisted I come along with him.
Well, I'm glad he did.
I mailed them letters and things to depot, Mr. Dillon.
No, good, Chester.
I took that circular over to Mr. Hightower. He'll print some up in a couple of days.
Oh, good.
That's all you want me to do, ain't it?
Yeah, that's all.
Ain't nothing else you need. I mean, not right now.
No, nothing else.
Everything's pretty well took care of, ain't it?
Yeah, everything's fine. Fine, Chester, yeah. Mm-hmm. Except for that buzzing in your head.
My head?
Come on, what is it, Chester? Just speak it right out.
Well, thing is, I run into this friend of mine a few minutes ago. I ain't seen him in years. I knowed him a long time ago, way back in the Army.
Oh?
You know how it is.
Well, go on.
Well, see, he's stationed out at Fort Dodge, right here, only 5 miles away. My, just imagine that.
Chester, I got an idea.
Yes, sir?
Look, why don't you ride out and see your friend, huh? Now, you can stay a couple of days if you want. There's nothing for you to do around here.
Well, you think that'd be a good idea?
Well, it's my idea, isn't it?
Yes, sir, it sure is. Well, I better get going then. No use wasting time, is it?
Bye, Chester.
Bye, Miss Kitty. I'll be back in a day or two, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, well, you have a good time, Chester, and leave the door open. It's awful hot in here.
Yes, sir, I will. Goodbye.
So that's why he wanted you here,
Oh,
huh?
I guess he thought it might help. But he forgot to mention something.
No, what's that?
This dear old friend of his has got a pretty interesting job in the Army.
Yeah, is that so?
Yeah. He's a mess sergeant.
A mess sergeant?
Yeah.
Well, after a couple of days of that, I'll have to go after Chester with a wagon.
You may never see him again.
Yeah.
Marshal Dillon,
Oh, come on in, son.
I'm looking for Doc.
Well, his office is right next door.
I've been there. I've been everywhere.
Oh, you need him bad?
I was sent to fetch him.
Somebody sick?
My pa told me to bring him out to our place.
Well, is it your pa who's sick?
He wants the doc bad, Marshal.
Well, who is your pa, son?
Ben Pitcher.
You Ben Pitcher's boy?
My name's Jerry.
Oh, Jerry, your pa must be pretty sick if he sent for Doc.
I know. He hates doctors. Don't believe in them. But he wants Doc to come, Marshal. He told me I had to find him. Now, I've looked everywhere.
Well, there's a back room at the Dodge House, Jerry. Doc sometimes plays a little poker in there.
Well, thank you, lady. I'll go look.
If you don't find him there, come back and I'll help you, Jerry.
Thanks, Marshal.
Oh, and, Jerry.
Yes, sir.
If you do find him, be sure and tell him that I want to see him before he leaves, huh?
I'll tell him, Marshal.
Ah, that's a surprise.
Yeah. I've heard about Ben Pitcher. How he hates doctors.
His wife's just as bad.
I remember he got caught up in a knife fight here in town sometime back and then threatened to kill Doc if he got anywhere near him.
He almost bled to death as a result. You know, there's something wrong about this, Kitty. I think I'll ride out there with Doc.
Good. I'd sure hate to see anything happen to Doc.
Yeah, so would everybody. Except Pitcher.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
Holiday weekend time is carton time. This big holiday weekend, pick up a couple of cartons of L&M's when you shop. Try L&M, America's best filter tip cigarette. It's sweeping the country.
How do you like riding in a buggy, Matt? Make you feel important?
Yeah, it sure does, Doc. But the way you drive, I'd feel a lot safer on a horse.
You'll get used to it.
Well, I hope not.
Whoa there. Whoa. I don't see anybody around.
Well, you expect a sick man to be waiting on the porch for you?
Well, I'd expect most anything of Ben Pitcher.
Well, a man can change, Doc.
Oh, change. Not him. Not Pitcher.
I will soon find out.
What are you doing here, Marshal?
I came along to keep Doc company, Miss Pitcher.
Oh.
Ma'am?
Where's the boy?
Jerry said to tell you he'd be along directly.
Why didn't he come with you?
Well, he said that you gave him a list of stuff to buy while he was in town.
Oh, forgot.
We're wasting time. Where's Ben, Mrs. Pitcher?
He's out back.
He's out back?
In the barn.
What's he doing in the barn?
You ask him, Doc. I don't interfere in my husband's way of doing things.
Mm-hmm. Is he sick, or isn't he?
He's in the barn. You go see him. I got work to do.
That woman could fair drive me crazy, man.
Well, maybe that's what happened to Pitcher, Doc.
Between the two of them, it's a wonder the boys made out at all.
Yeah, Jerry seems okay.
If they have their way, they'll make a spook out of them yet.
You know, you're not very charitable, Doc.
Oh, charitable. You don't fool me, Mad Dillon. You don't like them any better than I do.
I always try to look for the good side in people, Doc.
Oh, sure, hogwash. Well, pretty good barn he's got here.
Yeah. Look, I'll go in first. Huh?
What's that?
Or you follow me. Pitcher. Hey, Pitcher.
I'm back here.
Come on, Doc.
Over here in this stall. I thought it was Doc.
He's here, Pitcher.
What are you doing in there with that cow? I thought you were sick.
It ain't me that's sick.
Well, who is sick?
My cow.
What?
My cow's got the colic or something. I've done everything I can for her.
You mean you had me come all this way out here, to doctor a cow?
I wouldn't let you doctor no human.
I thought there was something wrong about all this.
Cows different. I don't mind so much you working on a cow.
Oh, you don't?
No, cows are different. Humans can get well by themselves, but cows is helpless. They're kind of pitiful. Listen to her. She's hurting bad, Doc.
I ought to kick you right in the head, Ben Pitcher.
Don't take it out on me that you doctors don't know nothing. If you're so smart, do something for my cow. Before she dies, Doc.
Oh, all right. I'll look at it. But you sure don't deserve it, Ben.
You ain't doing it for me.
You bet I'm not. Now get out of the way and let me in there.
Take your time, Doc. I'm in no hurry.
What's he doing in there all this time, Marshal?
Leave him be, Ben. He'll let us know if he wants any help.
How's my cow, Doc? Oh, I guess he's through.
Here's your knife, Ben.
Did you stick her with it?
I did, and she's going to feel a lot better. You can give her all the water she wants, but don't let her eat anything for a day or two.
She gonna live?
I don't know, Ben.
If she dies, I ain't gonna pay you.
I wouldn't take any money from you anyway.
What's wrong with my money?
It's not your money. It's you.
What do you mean?
Hey, Pa, I'm back. I got all the stuff Ma wanted.
You'd better have.
Oh, Doc, Marshal.
Jerry?
Say, Doc, you missed all the excitement.
That's so?
Yeah, it happened just after you left. Everybody was running around looking for you.
What happened, Jerry?
Old Mrs. Hill, she was walking down the street, and I guess the sun was too much for her or something. Anyway, she fainted, and she fell against the window right there at the general store, and it cut her arm real bad. Nobody could get it stopped bleeding.
They couldn't.
That's why they were looking for you, Doc. I told them you'd come out here, but they wouldn't believe me.
What happened to Mrs. Hill, Jerry?
She died, Doc.
Huh?
Just before I left.
She died? Did you hear that, Pitcher? A woman died. If I'd been there, I could have saved her, but she died.
Don't talk at me.
She died because of you and your rotten, twisted ways.
None of you doctors is any good. You couldn't have done nothing.
Oh, no good. Well, I'll show you.
No, wait a minute, Doc.
You're not.
I'll show you.
Nobody hits me.
But Pa's got a knife.
No, Pitcher, put it down.
Oh, he cut him.
Fix her! Here, Doc. I got you.
He ripped me with a knife, Matt.
Yeah. You hurt bad?
Well, it's bleeding. I can see that. You can help me in the house. Now, we can look at it there.
Yeah, sure, Doc.
What about Pa?
You let me know when he comes to. I'll come back and knock him out again. Well, it's pretty clean now, Doc.
Oh, well. Oh, gee, well, that looks better.
Yeah, but it's still bleeding now.
I don't care for that mess you're making on that bed, Marshal.
Go get me another pan of hot water.
You ordering me around my own house?
You do it.
Matt.
All right.
Yeah, Doc.
I'm not sure, but I don't think that knife ruptured anything.
Oh, that's good.
But a couple of those veins have to be tied off, and then it's got to be sewed up, you see.
Oh?
There are needles and thread in my bag. Now, I'd do it myself, but I can't reach it easy enough.
What? You mean you want me to do it?
Yeah. I'll tell you how, Matt.
What? You think I can?
Oh, it's easy. Especially for a gunfighter.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I can bleed to death this way.
I won't have any trouble, Doc. Here, you hold the cloth on it, huh?
I got it.
I'll go get your bag.
Marshal.
Get out of here, Pitcher.
You hit me awful hard.
Did I?
He jumped me first. You saw him. I was protecting myself.
Pitcher, if Doc doesn't come out of this all right, I'm going to quit being a marshal, and I'm going to come after you as a plain man looking for revenge.
You're threatening me.
It's wrong of me, but I'm going to kill you, Pitcher.
Now.
Get out of here. And stay out of this house. Go on.
I'm going. I'm going.
It wasn't easy, and I felt like I had fence posts for fingers. But I finally got Doc sewed up. He'd lost an awful lot of blood, and he passed out before I finished. So all I could do was sit there and watch him. And maybe that was the hardest part. In the morning, however, he seemed better, and he insisted that I take him into Dodge. So I made him a bed in Pitcher's wagon and had Jerry drive the buggy alongside. He was in bad shape by the time we reached town, but I got him into his own bed and then sent for Kitty to help me out. I don't know what I'd have done without her for that next week.
Matt,
Yeah, Kitty, I'm coming.
you know what he wants now?
Oh, what?
He's tired of drinking plain water. He says if we don't start cutting it with some good corn, he won't drink any more.
Well, then let him go thirsty. He won't hold out long.
No public servant's going to tell me what's good for him. You send that lawman down for some whiskey.
Doc, now we've gone to a lot of trouble to keep you alive.
We sure have.
Oh, don't you worry about me. I'd get out of bed right now. I like being waited on.
Now, who's that?
Oh, that's a dumb question. Who's that? How do I know? Go look.
Doc, I never thought anything could make you any ornerier than you've always been, but getting stabbed, did it?
Oh, never mind the gab. Just answer the door.
Well, come on in.
Oh, what manners.
Come on in, I said.
Oh, good heavens.
Well, go ahead, Doc. Fire me.
Doc? Doc.
In here.
Oh, well, it's Jerry. Yeah, come on in, son.
Oh, Doc, Marshal.
Now, what are you doing in town, Jerry?
I come for Doc.
What?
Pa's sick. He's about to die. He's so sick.
Oh, now look,
It's
Jerry.
the truth, Marshal. Pa made me lie last time, but he don't even know I'm here now.
He doesn't know you're here, huh?
He's too sick, Doc. It's like he's out of his head. He don't know nothing.
What about your ma? Does she know you're here?
No, I didn't tell her. She'd have stopped me. Doc?
Jerry, your pa tried to kill Doc the last time, and he's still in bed. Now, he can't go anyplace.
Please, Doc.
Why should he risk his life for your pa?
Wait a minute, Matt. Now, just wait a minute here. I'll come, Jerry.
Now, don't be silly.
I'm a doctor, Matt. A man's dying. Doesn't matter what man.
I knew you'd come. I knew you
You're
would.
crazy, Doc. You'll open that cut riding out there. Besides, you're not strong enough.
You'd be taking an awful chance.
Jerry?
What?
How'd you come to town?
I figured you'd need it, so I brought the wagon.
I thought so. Well, you going to help me out, man?
All right. I'll help you out, Doc.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. Notice the color of the miracle tip. It's white, pure white, to give you the purest and best filter.
Best flavor. You get a rich, good-tasting, fully satisfying smoke. And that's what every smoker wants.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Be sure you have plenty of L&M's on hand for this big holiday weekend. Yes, today, why don't you get a carton of L&M's? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
I wish you'd let me carry you, Doc.
No. I'll make it.
He's awful weak, ain't he?
Yeah, he is.
Here, I'll get the door. Come on in. Ma's probably in the bedroom. It's over this way.
We know where it is, Jerry.
Oh, I forgot.
That you, Jerry?
It's me, Ma.
Where you been? Doc, what are you doing here?
Jerry came after me, Mrs. Pitcher.
We don't want no doctors.
Your husband's sick?
He's terrible sick. But you can't do him no good.
Yeah, I can try.
Jerry, I'm going to whoop you.
No, Miss Pitcher, no, you're not.
Don't you tell me what I'm going to do, Marshal.
Look at Doc, Miss Pitcher. You can tell he shouldn't be here at all, but he came. He came to help a man who tried to kill him. And nobody's going to stop him. Now, come on, Doc. Get out of the way, Miss Pitcher. Wait a minute, I'll get you a chair, Doc.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you very much.
Now, here you are.
Yeah, he looks pretty sick.
Marshal, go on me, Jerry.
Now what?
She's got a gun, Marshal.
Let go of me, I said.
I got her, Jerry.
I'll kill you. You and Doc both.
Give me that.
No.
There. Now you sit down. Go on. Jerry, you go see if Doc needs any help, huh?
Okay, Marshal.
You know, Miss Pitcher, you don't deserve Doc being here. You don't deserve it at all.
Marshal,
Yeah, what?
I've been thinking. All night I've been sitting here thinking.
Oh?
I don't want my husband to die. I can't have him die.
Doc's doing everything he can for him, Miss Pitcher.
Can he save him? You think he can save him?
I don't know.
Well, Mrs. Pitcher?
How is he, Doc?
Well, he's past the worst. I think he'll be all right.
Can I see him? Can he talk?
Yes, but not for long. He needs a lot of rest now.
Well, speaking of rest, Doc, you look like you could use some, too.
Yeah, we're going back to Dodge, man. I'll sleep the whole way.
Good.
Doc? He wants to talk to you.
What is it, Pitcher?
Ma says you was here all night.
I was, yes.
She says you saved my life.
Well, maybe I helped.
Maybe. But what I want to say is that I ain't gonna pay you.
I didn't ask you to, Pitcher.
Pitcher, Doc saved your life.
Maybe he did. But I ain't gonna pay him.
It doesn't matter, but why not?
'Cause my cow died.
No, but... Pitcher, I'm gonna...
Matt. Don't bother. Come on, let's go.
Okay, Doc.
Doc?
Yes?
He means what he says, Doc. I can't change him.
It's all right, man.
I can't change him, but there's something I gotta say.
Yes?
I'm proud to have you in my house, Doc. I'm real proud. I can't say no more.
Well, Doc?
I've been paid, Matt. I think I've been paid pretty good.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Vivi Janis, and Sam Edwards. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio show. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Well, hello, Chester.
Well, Miss Kitty.
What are you doing in here this time of day?
I found me $1, Miss Kitty, and I thought I'd run it up at Barrow this afternoon so's I'd have some real money to gamble with tonight.
Oh, now that's what I call thinking ahead.
Well, man's got to take a chance once in a while, else he won't never amount to nothing.
Well, you got your mind made up. I won't argue with you.
Would you come stand by me? Maybe give me a little luck?
Sure. I got a feeling it won't take long.
Oh, Jack Davis is the only man playing there. We'll have plenty of room.
It isn't room you need, Chester.
Hey. Who's that dealer? I never seen him before.
New man, Lonnie Pike.
I don't like his looks.
You never mind him. You watch the cards.
Get your hand off them chips, Pike.
You lost, didn't you?
I had them on the 7. You moved them.
I did not.
More trouble.
I told you to get your hand off them. I'm warning you, Pike.
Here, now, you fellas can settle this without no fight.
You stay out of it, mister. I'm taking these chips, Davis.
Oh, no, you ain't.
And you better come up with a gun in your other hand. Now, draw, Davis.
You ain't gonna shoot me.
Oh. Get that knife out of my hand. Get it out.
Quit fumbling for your gun.
I quit. Look.
Pull that knife out of there, Davis. Go on, pull it.
There, that'll learn them.
Hand. You've torn up my hand.
If you go for your gun again, I'll tear up more than your hand, Pike. I mean it, I'll open up your throat.
Hold it, Davis.
What are you busting in for, Marshal?
Shoot him, Marshal.
Shut up.
Shoot him.
You lay that knife on the table, Davis. Go on, do it.
I ain't gonna fight you.
All right, pick it up, Chester.
Yes, sir. Why didn't you shoot him, Marshal? You seen what he done to me.
Now, I'll take your gun, Pike. Where is it?
In my pocket there. I wasn't going to use it. I was only scaring him.
It's a lie.
That's right, Mr. Dillon. Pike went for his gun before Davis pulled that knife.
That's no cause to pin my hand to the table. It's all tore up. It's ruined. And you let him get by with it, Marshal. You won't even shoot him. You'll pay for this, by heaven. I'll get even with you.
You can bleed to death while you're standing here talking, Pike. You better go see Doc before you do anything.
I'll go. But you'll see, Marshal. You and Davis both. You'll see.
This is it, L&M Filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
After Pike left, I got the whole story from Chester and Kitty. And although Davis had acted in self-defense, I didn't care much for knife men. So I ran him out of town on general principles. I'd have run Pike out, too. But the next day, he left on his own accord. And that's the last I heard of him for some time. A month went by, and I forgot about the whole thing. Until the day Chester brought word that an old friend of mine, a gambler called Cam Durbin, had come to town. And he wanted to see me at the Dodge House.
Durbin seemed like a real nice fellow, Mr. Dillon. His wife's nice, too.
His wife?
Wasn't he married when you knew him?
Well, I haven't seen Cam in a long while, Chester. I think he's been over in Wichita all this time.
Yes, he has. That's what it said. They come on the Santa Fe this noon. There they are, sitting in the lobby.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's a pretty girl, isn't she?
Yes, she sure is. Awful pretty.
Oh, here he is, Silver. He's Matt Dillon.
Hello, Cam. It's good to see you.
Marshal Dillon, huh?
Yeah, it's not much of a job, but at least they eat regular.
Here, I want you to meet my wife, Tilda.
I'm glad to know you, man.
It's Tilda, Marshal. How do you do?
Well, you surprised to see me married, Matt?
Well, a man can get married, I guess.
Sure he can. If you left that gun off, maybe some woman would have you.
Yeah, you used to be pretty handy with a gun yourself, Cam.
I had to be.
Yeah.
But that's over, Matt. I've gambled honest ever since my wedding day. It's a promise I made to Tilda.
It was his only fault, Marshal. Outside of being the most jealous man I ever met.
Oh, now, Tilda.
It's true, and you know it.
Tell me, Cam, what are you doing in Dodge?
Oh, I'm going to run a faro table at the Long Branch, Matt. I made a deal by mail with the owner there.
Oh, Sam Noonan?
Yeah. I give him a percentage, but it's my game, and I run it. I don't aim to get rich no more, Matt. Just make an honest living.
Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, what, Chester?
Look who's here.
Oh.
He's seen you.
Yeah.
Marshal, I want to talk to you.
Why don't you come by the office later, Pike? I'm busy right now.
You're busy, huh? Well, I ain't. Nobody'll hire me. I've been all over. Look at that hand. Can't deal with that hand. They say I'm too slow. I'm starving to death, Marshal.
Oh, why don't you look for some other kind of work?
I want no other work. Gambling's all I know.
You're a troublemaker, Pike. I don't know why I want you in Dodge anyway.
Troublemaker, huh? Well, I'll make you more trouble you ever thought of if you don't help me.
Get out of here, Pike.
Wait a minute. I don't know what this is all about, but I'll give him a job.
No, Cam.
Well, I can understand why a gambler don't want to give up his trade.
You a dealer, mister?
I own a faro game at the Long Branch. You can deal in my off hours.
You mean it?
I won't stand for cheating. First time, out you go.
Well, I wouldn't cheat nobody, I promise.
Come in tonight. I'll talk to you then.
Sure. Thank you, mister. Be there tonight. It's a good thing for Marshal Dillon there's one decent man in this town.
That was a mistake, Cam.
You don't want him sneaking around waiting to shoot you in the back, do you?
I'd have handled that.
Sure, but it's easier this way. I don't care if he is a slow dealer. He can at least keep the game running.
Pike's no good, Cam. He'll cause you trouble, sure.
Why should he try to hurt me?
Because you're a friend of mine.
You're too suspicious of people.
Maybe.
Well, what could he do to me anyway? I'm clean. I only got one weakness, man.
Oh?
Tilda here.
Cam.
She's sure right about my being jealous.
Well, don't get too close to Lonnie Pike. It isn't only me he doesn't like, Cam. It's everybody. After a week or two passed and nothing happened, I began to think maybe Cam was right about my being too suspicious. For a while, he joked me a lot about it. And then I began to notice a change come over him. Wasn't anything I could put my finger on. But sometimes I'd find him looking at me, and when I'd look back, he'd turn away or start studying his hands. It was like he had something on his mind that he was ashamed of. I wanted to ask him about it, but I figured he'd tell me when he got ready. And he almost did one night at Delmonico's. Doc and I had finished supper and were sitting there talking when Tilda walked up.
Evening, Marshal.
Yeah.
Doc.
Well, hello, Tilda.
Won't you have a chair, Tilda?
Oh, thanks, Marshal.
Oh, where's Cam?
I'm waiting for him. He told me to meet him at 6 o'clock.
Oh?
Well, you can have our table. We're all through.
Oh, I thought maybe you hadn't started yet.
Well, Doc likes to eat early. I guess he's afraid there won't be anything left if he isn't the first in line.
Oh, anything. Oh, now that's a lie, of course. I eat early because I get hungry early.
It sounds like a simple enough reason.
Yeah, and also because I like to go to bed early, when I can, like tonight. So, if you'll excuse me.
I'll stay with Tilda till Cam shows up, Doc.
Fine, fine. Goodbye, Tilda.
Bye, Doc.
Hello, Pike. Hello.
That's funny.
Oh, what?
Lonnie Pike just stood there, took a look at us, and then left.
Well, Pike doesn't exactly approve of me.
I don't like him, Marshal. I wish Cam had never hired him.
Well, he hasn't caused any trouble so far.
I wouldn't trust him any further than I would a Yankee.
Well, I guess you couldn't put it much stronger than that, could you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Why, I just naturally thought you were from the South, Marshal.
Oh, well, you can't offend me, Tilda. I've lived almost everywhere.
So has Cam, I swear. I get the idea sometimes he couldn't have spent more than a night in any one spot. He's been so many places.
Cam was quite a wanderer before he met you.
Well, he worries me sometimes, Marshal.
Oh? Why is that?
Oh, I can't tell you now.
What? Oh, hello, Cam.
What are you doing here, Tilda?
What?
I said, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for you.
That's so.
Of course it's so. What are you talking about?
Well, you're supposed to be waiting for me at the Alacrane.
Oh, my goodness. I guess I wasn't listening. I just naturally thought you said Delmonico's.
Uh-huh.
Well, Cam, now that you've found her, why don't you sit on?
I'll be at the Alacrane, Tilda, when you're finished.
Cam? Don't worry, Marshal. I'll explain it to him.
Tilda followed Cam out the door, and I sat there watching him, and feeling pretty helpless about the whole thing. I'd seen jealousy before, and I knew what it could do to a man. But somehow I'd never been mixed up in it personally. And I didn't like it now that I was. But I figured the only thing to do was forget it. And I did. Until the next day. It was along about dusk, and I was riding back to Dodge from a trip I had to make out to the Chatsworth place. At the edge of town, I caught up with two other riders, Kitty and Tilda. So I rode along with them.
I'll bet we've been 20 miles this afternoon, Matt.
Well, it's good for you to get out once in a while, Kitty.
Good for me, too. If I had my way, I'd never go near a town.
Well, why don't you make Cam buy you a ranch? All that money he's winning every night.
Oh, what would Cam do on a ranch? All he knows is cards and guns.
Guns? I didn't think Cam ever wore a gun.
Well, he doesn't anymore, Kitty. I made him stop. But he's awful good with one just the same.
Yeah, he is. I've seen him.
Oh, say, I forgot. I told Ma Riley I'd stop by and say hello today. That's her house there. Why don't you go on ahead with Matt, Tilda?
Well, I think I will, Kitty. I'm kind of tired.
I'll see you later.
Sure, Kitty.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Bye, Kitty.
She's a wonderful girl, Marshal.
Yeah.
Well, that's not the most enthusiastic response I ever heard.
I'm sorry, Tilda. I just thinking about yesterday at Delmonico's.
Oh. Cam was upset about something, Marshal. It had nothing to do with you and me.
Is that so?
No. That isn't so. You know it.
Shames you when he acts like that, doesn't it?
Yes, but he doesn't always act like that.
No, of course not. Oh, look. There he is, waiting for you.
And Pike.
Yeah. Oh, Pike's leaving.
Good. Hello, Cam.
How are you, Cam?
We sure had a long ride. Nearly 20 miles, Kitty said.
Kitty said.
Oh, well, she stopped off to see somebody up the street there.
She did, huh?
Why, Cam, you don't think I've been out riding with the marshal, do you?
Why shouldn't I?
Well, we ran into him on the edge of town, that's all. Oh, Cam.
I'll take your horse over to the stable for you, Tilda.
No, you won't. I'll take it.
All right, Cam.
Why don't you ask Kitty if you don't believe us?
She'd lie. She'd have to for her own pride.
Look, Cam. I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
Who's been working on you? Who's been putting all this in your head?
I got my own eyes.
You sure you aren't using Lonnie Pike's?
Pike. Of course. That's who's been doing it. It's true, isn't it, Cam?
Pike has nothing to do with this.
Now you're lying. You won't admit it, will you? You're too ashamed to admit it.
I don't need anybody to tell me what's plain as day. Matt?
Yeah.
Next time we meet, I'm going to be wearing a gun.
No. No. I won't stand for this.
I didn't start it, Tilda.
No, Pike started it. I'm going to my room.
She's right, Cam. I warned you about him.
Out with my wife. I'm going to come looking for you, Matt. I'm going to kill you.
Ah, you're a fool, Cam.
I'll feel less like a fool when you're dead.
Where'll you be, Matt?
I'm easy to find.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. Notice the color of the miracle tip. It's white, pure white, to give you the purest and best filter.
Best flavor. You get a rich, good-tasting, fully satisfying smoke. And that's what every smoker wants.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M? Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
I'm going under the Long Branch, and I'm going to get Pike, and I'm going to make him face it out with Cam. And if he won't talk, I'll twist him till he does.
That's the only way to do it, I guess. Hey, wasn't that Cam's wife just went in there?
What? Oh, I wasn't looking, Chester.
Well, I was, and I know it was her. Now, what would she be doing in the Long Branch?
I don't know. Come on.
Look, she's gone and shot Lonnie Pike.
Give me the gun, Tilda.
Take it, Marshal.
Why did you do this?
I had to.
He ain't dead, Mr. Dillon.
I'll get some help and carry him over to Doc's, Chester.
Yes, sir. Hey, a couple of you men, give me a hand here, will you?
I've got to arrest you, Tilda.
Of course. I shot him, didn't I?
Let's go.
It's Cam. He's wearing a gun.
Don't you say a word to him. Let me do the talking.
What happened?
There's nothing to worry about, Cam.
He's taking you to jail.
I said there's nothing to worry about.
Marshal! Why'd you do that? Why'd you hit him?
I need a couple of more men over here. Well, at least you'll have some company now, Tilda.
How's Pike doing, Mr. Dillon?
Doc will let us know when he knows.
And at least he isn't dead.
No, Tilda. Not yet, anyway.
I had to do it, Marshal.
Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go get Cam out of that cell. Bring him in here.
Yes, sir. Marshal Dillon wants Cam.
They hang me, Marshal.
No, Tilda, they won't hang you. But you might be in prison a long time.
It's a good thing you hit me, Matt.
Yeah.
I'd have killed you otherwise. I'd never have let you take Tilda to jail.
She shot a man, Cam.
I don't care.
If he dies, she'll go to prison.
Why'd you do it, Tilda? Why?
Don't you know?
You shouldn't have done it. You didn't have to.
I figured I had to.
But why?
Because of you, Cam.
I don't know what you mean.
If you really don't know what I mean, Then I shot Lonnie Pike for nothing. Isn't that so, Marshal?
I think I understand, Tilda.
It ain't true about you two, is it? Well, is it?
I guess you'll have to answer that for yourself, Cam.
Pike. It was Pike kept saying all those things. He was after me every minute, now I think of it, every chance he got.
Yeah, Pike's quite a talker.
He told me you were sitting there at Delmonico's. And today, when we saw you riding up Front Street, well, that seemed to prove everything else he'd been saying.
That'd be a poor way to court another man's wife, wouldn't it? Right out in the open like that?
Yeah. Yeah, it would. Of course it would. Now, why didn't I think of that?
Jealousy doesn't allow a man to think, Cam.
He wouldn't have been taking you to dinner or riding out with you like that, now would he? It don't make sense. It don't make no sense at all.
Of course it doesn't.
I'm ashamed, Tilda. I'm an awful fool.
Being ashamed won't hurt you. Providing you remember it next time you start thinking that way.
It's all clear to me now. I promise you, Tilda, it'll never happen again.
Shooting Lonnie Pike was the only way I could bring you to your senses.
You picked a mighty rough way.
I'd rather go to prison than live the way we were, Cam.
Matt, do you have to keep her?
I have to keep her even if Pike doesn't die. But maybe the judge will understand.
Guess I ought to tell you I'm sorry, Matt, about thinking what I did.
There's no need, Cam.
Thanks.
Oh, Matt.
Doc, how is he, Doc? Tell me, is he dead?
No, he isn't dead. And it looks like he isn't going to be.
Oh, Cam.
He's a mighty sick man now. You shoot pretty straight, Tilda.
Never mind that, Doc. Just go on back and patch him up.
Well, that's going to take a few weeks.
I'll get him all as fast as you can. I think Lonnie Pike's going to be leaving Dodge as soon as he can travel.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's and you'll see what I mean. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Virginia Gregg, Harry Bartell, and Don Diamond. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. light up a Chesterfield. They satisfy.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. It was a 90-mile ride from Dodge to where Chester and I were taking cover behind a small knoll just beyond the Smoky Hill River. In front of us, hidden behind a horse he'd ridden to death covering those miles, was a stranger called James Nation. Nation had killed his man back in Dodge and then jumped on his horse and run north. It was a rough ride, and we'd caught up with him the hard way. My horse was dead from a rifle bullet, and Chester's was standing on three legs, crippled with a slug in the shoulder.
Well, one thing, Mr. Dillon, he's in as bad a spot as we are.
Now watch him, Chester. He's moving. Now, wait a minute. Don't shoot.
He's got his hands up.
Yeah. Here he comes.
He's giving up mighty easy.
Oh, maybe. Let's go meet him.
Better not try nothing.
He'll die if he does. Keep coming, Nation.
I put my hands down.
Put him down. How come you didn't shoot it out?
I don't like killing.
You killed a man in Dodge.
Self-defense, Marshal.
Not according to the witnesses.
They was all friends of his. They tell you that. I heard him say it.
A man looks guilty when he runs, Nation.
You don't believe me?
It's not up to me. You'll get a trial.
At least I'm still alive.
But a long way from Dodge.
By golly, that's right, Mr. Dillon. How are we going to get back, anyway?
Now, we haven't crossed the Overland Express route yet. We'll walk on till we find it and then wait for a stage. We can get to Fort Donner. We can borrow some horses from the Army.
Maybe the stage won't pick us up.
Now, that sure won't pick us up here.
Marshal?
What?
You don't owe me no favors, Marshal. But I'd like to ask something of you.
Yeah?
I never been arrested before, never in my life. Kind of ashamed of it.
That's not my worry.
I know. It's only a little thing I'm asking. Won't make no difference to you. Would you, when we get on that stage and all, would you not say nothing about your taking me in? Don't let them know I'm a prisoner?
You got a lot of guts to ask for any kind of a favor.
I'd be powerful grateful to you, Marshal.
Well, all right. It doesn't matter any. But you make one bad move and you'll go to Dodge on a sack.
I won't give you no trouble. I swear I won't.
You'll get a fair trial.
Well, if it is a fair trial, I'm going back to California. I don't know why I ever left.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Go finish off your horse. He's stood there long enough. I'll go with Nation and get his guns.
All right. Doggone you anyway, Nation. That was a mighty good horse you shot.
I'm sorry.
All right, come on, let's get going. We got a long way ahead.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
There's the road, Mr. Dillon. Right there, see it?
Yeah.
Well, that stage is headed right for us. We have to keep walking?
I never heard of a stage driver who'd leave the road 10 feet for anybody.
I guess you're right, Marshal.
You sure must be mighty proud of that, Coach. Look how he's gone and painted it bright red.
What if he won't stop for us?
Road agents don't carry their saddles. The driver will notice that.
If he's awake.
Driving 6 horses ought to keep him awake.
Yeah, but not sober.
Yonder they come.
The shotgun the messenger's holding on, you men.
We're passengers, not bandits.
Where's your horse?
Remember, Marshal, what you said.
Oh, we lost them.
Lost them? You don't look like greenhorns to me.
It can happen to anybody.
All right, Hank. The one in the middle ain't even armed. Pick him up.
Okay, Wells. It's your treasure box. How far are you going?
Fort Donner.
We'll call it 60 miles to Donner. You're crowding us some. So that'll be 10 cents a mile.
$6, huh?
$6 apiece. Payable in advance.
Taking advantage of a man doesn't seem to bother you very much, does it?
Pay up or walk, mister.
All right. Here it is. $18.
10, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, get in. I don't know how them people in there are going to like this, though.
Room for a couple more in here?
A man that can't hold on to his horse ought to be made to walk.
There's room for 2 if we jam up, but we sure can't handle 3.
No?
You can see that for yourself, mister.
Yeah, you're right. Chester.
Oh, no. Now, doggone it all. Do I have to climb?
I don't want Nation on top, so you got up there.
Yes, sir. Doggone it, they ought to charge less if I got to ride on top like a doggone carpetbag.
Company guarantees a ride, mister. Comfort's your problem. Now, get on or get off. You've held us up long enough.
All right, get in, Nation.
Son, Justin, I'll probably fall over here and bust open all your stack of...
What'd you say your name is?
I didn't say. But it's Dillon.
Oh, I'm Zimmer. This old goat here calls himself Fly.
My name is Fly. I don't give a hoot what any of you call yourselves.
A crusty old devil, ain't he? But at least he's sober. Look at them other 2. They only wake up long enough for a pull on that jug of poison they got. Get drunk enough to go back to sleep. What business you in, Dillon?
Questions. Zimmer, you got the manners of a bullwhack.
Nobody's talking to you, old man.
And I don't have to listen to your gobbling.
I'll shove my boot in your face in a minute.
Oh, shut up. You can't scare anybody who's lived as long as I have. 85, Dillon. Would you believe it?
No, sir, I sure wouldn't.
I knowed Meriwether Lewis, Dillon. Met him in St. Louis when he and that Clark fella come back from the West Ocean.
West Ocean? Listen to him.
Why don't you leave him be, Zimmer?
Oh, don't pay him no mind, Dillon. He's been nervous about something the whole trip.
What are you talking about?
You got ants all over you, Zimmer. I can see him from here.
Yeah, if you weren't so doggone old, I'd squeeze you out of your skin, Fly.
I ain't gonna talk to you no more. Hey, Dillon.
Yeah?
We'll be at Cherokee Station in about an hour. Spend the night there. Grub's terrible low. Here, last time I was there, all they had was fat pork. One pilgrim claimed a sore belly. Said he couldn't eat fat pork. And you know what the old woman who does the cooking told him? Real polite like. She said, well, then you just help yourself to the mustard, my friend.
Cherokee Station was a long, low mud hut with a flat roof, thatched and then sodded. The one room served as an eating place in the daytime and a bunkhouse at night. It was hot and stuffy inside. And after a dinner of fat pork and mustard, old Fly hadn't been lying. Chester and Nation and I went up to the corral for a breath of air.
My, I hate to think of spending the night in that place. A fellow could drown in that air. I'll bet that stock tender ain't washed since the day he was baptized.
Ain't it awful?
Don't worry about it. We'll sleep outside.
Good.
About half the night you're going to stand guard over Nation, Chester.
Well, I ain't going to run away, Marshal.
No. You run once.
All right. I'll tell you something. Then maybe you'll trust me a little.
What?
You want to know who Zimmer is? I mean, who he really is?
Go on.
Name's Art Carp.
How do you know?
I seen it under his picture. It was tacked on a pole out in California. I think the reward was $500, but I ain't certain about that.
But you're sure it was his picture?
Of course I'm sure. Everybody was talking about him for a time out there. He's real clever, that Carp.
Now, how's he clever?
Well, I heard that one time he rode in a stage as a passenger. Then some fellas on horses, they stopped the stage in a canyon somewhere. And this car pulled a gun on the people inside the stage and held them there. And when the boys outside got the treasure box unloaded, he got out, climbed on a horse they had for him. They all rode off. Now, that's pretty clever, ain't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that's real clever.
Seems to me you went to a lot of trouble. They could have held it up without it.
Passengers sometimes give bandits more fight than the driver and messenger, Chester. They feel safe because they're inside the stage.
You gonna arrest him, Marshal?
I think you're telling the truth, Nation. But I'm not going to arrest him. Not yet.
Oh, there's that poor miserable old woman.
Oh, yeah. But she can do something for me. You keep an eye on Nation, Chester. I'll be back.
Yes, sir.
Evening, ma'am.
Evening.
I wanted to ask you to do a favor for me, ma'am.
Yep.
The messenger, Wells, he's inside there drinking some of your husband's whiskey. I'd like to talk to him alone, and without the others knowing it.
You want me to fetch him out?
Well, I'd be grateful to you, yes, ma'am.
I'll do it for you.
Thank you.
Well, him over there.
Okay. What's the trouble, mister?
Come outside, will you?
Okay. Save some of that whiskey for me, Hank.
Yeah, this'll do. Tell me something, Wells. How long you been riding shotgun?
2 years. Not that it's any business of yours.
What'd you do before that?
Army. And that's the last question I answered.
And I'm just trying to find out if you can handle yourself.
You keep nosing around. You'll find out.
Look, Wells, I think you're a good man, and I sure hope I'm right.
Who in thunder are you, anyway?
You know my name? It's Dillon. Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal, Wells.
A U.S. Marshal? Prove it.
Well, I'm traveling light. I got nothing on me to prove it.
You talk right out, don't you? All right, what do you want?
How much you carrying in your treasure box?
Say, you really do move in, don't you?
You either trust me or you don't.
$50,000, Marshal.
Good. Now, what's the best place for a hold-up between here and Fort Downer?
What? It'd be Willow Creek, I guess. What is this? You think we're going to be held up?
I don't know. But tomorrow you make the driver go through Willow Creek like he was on fire. Chester will be on the roof to help you, and I'll sort of organize the passengers inside.
How do you know all this, Marshal?
Well, I'll tell you when we get to Fort Downer. And, by the way, don't say anything about this or me to anybody. Right?
I guess you're the boss this trip, Marshal.
Thanks, Wells. Good night.
Good night, Marshal. I sure hope I ain't made a mistake about you.
Oh, Wells.
Yeah?
Take it easy with that wagon yard whiskey you're drinking in there, huh? I've heard of that stuff freezing solid on a cold night.
Oh.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
I've got L&M.
And L&M's got everything.
Best filter. Notice the color of the Miracle Tip. It's white. Pure white to give you the purest and best filter.
Best flavor. You get a rich, good-tasting, fully satisfying smoke. And that's what every smoker wants.
Best tobaccos. Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos.
Light and mild.
Today, buy L&M. It's sweeping the country because it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Yes, today, why don't you get L&M?
Because L&M's got everything.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Next morning, Wells told me it was 10 miles to Willow Creek and another 12 miles to the next change of horses at a small swing station run by a lone stock tender. We went through Willow Creek flying, had no trouble at all. But trouble was waiting for us at the swing station beyond. It was a small one-room adobe hut with the usual corral at the rear. But as we pulled up, I noticed there wasn't a horse in sight, and out of the two windows facing us was pouring thin streams of white smoke. Everybody jumped down and ran up to the half-open door, where 2 arrows were embedded in the frame.
Comanches. It's Comanches. Look at them arrows.
Stand back there. Let me take a look inside.
Let's all take a look, Zimmer.
Why, look at that. 3 men killed.
Now, this man's still alive.
That's the stock tender, Dillon.
Wait a minute. I thought he was alone here, Wells.
He's always alone here. I'm wondering who these other 2 men are.
Never mind them. They're dead, ain't they?
Yeah. They're dead.
Maybe he can tell us what happened, Dillon.
It's all right, fella. The stage is here.
Those Indians, I never even heard them.
Who were the other men? The white men.
Oh, leave him be, Dillon. The man's dying. Ain't you got no decency?
Shut up, Zimmer. Who were they, fella? What were they doing here?
Road agents held me up. Gonna hide here and hold up the stage. They had a partner on the stage.
What else? Did they say anything else?
Put my head down, mister. Dead, huh?
Yeah.
Here now, Zimmer. What are you doing? Get that gun out of my back.
Shut up, Fly. First man draws the gun, I'll kill the old man here.
Turn him loose, Carp. There are too many of us here.
Take it easy, Dillon. This fool's nervous.
You come closer, I'll kill him.
He means it, Dillon.
All right. What are you going to do now, Carp?
How'd you know my name?
I know more than your name.
Well, it don't matter. I want you men to walk out that door, one by one. As you pass by me, I'm going to take your guns. Get started now.
What do you think, Dillon?
We better do it, Wells. All right, men. Let's do what he says.
That's better. You first, Dillon.
Sure.
Stand right out there where I can see you. You hold still, Fly.
I ain't moving.
I ain't armed. And get outside with Dillon, Nation. All right, you're next.
Well, you believe me now, Marshal?
You're the only man who can stop this, Nation.
What?
Pretend to join him.
Move on out.
You trust me that much?
I have to.
All right.
Now, you men line up there. Fly, stand in front of me.
Carp?
Hold it right there, Nation.
I want to tell you something.
Say it fast.
You know why I wasn't armed?
No.
Because of him, Dillon. I'm under arrest.
What?
Dillon's a marshal. Bringing me in for killing a man in Dodge.
He is.
He was. Look, you and I got a better chance together than you have alone. I'm throwing in with you. How about it?
I'm warning you, Nation. You do that, and I'll run you down if it takes a year.
You won't even know where to look, Marshal. You'll be standing around here till tomorrow, while we're riding off on them stage horses. How about it, Carp? That's your name? I heard the marshal say it.
That's my name. Okay, Nation, grab a gun there and get over here.
Sure will.
Here, you hold the old man, Nation. I'll unharness them horses.
Sure. Now, don't you try nothing, Fly. I'll shoot you as quick as Carp would.
Carp.
Stay where you are, Marshal.
I want your gun, Carp.
Are you crazy?
No. You ain't crazy. Don't turn around, Carp. I'll shoot you if you do.
Hey, what is this?
Drop that gun. Go on, drop it.
He means it, Carp.
I'll kill you, Marshal.
You shoot him and I'll put a slug in your spine, Carp.
Might be worth it.
Make up your mind.
You're awful willing to die, Marshal.
What about you? What do you think of dying? No?
No. I ain't gonna die. There.
Thought he was never gonna drop that gun, Marshal.
You dirty, lying dog.
I'm not a murderer, Carp. I hate your kind.
You did fine, Nation. I'll remember it. Now give me the gun.
You still gonna take me in?
Sure.
Well, that don't seem fair.
You know I have to.
Why could have rode off with Carp?
I'll be at your trial, Nation, I promise you. I'll tell him what happened here.
I'm standing here with a gun. You ain't even armed.
No? It's like you told Carp, Nation. You're not that kind.
Here's a gun, Marshal.
Thanks.
I feel kind of like a fool.
Do you? Well, then I've got an idea how you might get over that.
What?
Go over there and pick up another gun.
What for?
You're going to be the first prisoner I ever trusted to wear a gun, Nation. And besides, you'll need it to guard Carp till we get to Fort Donner.
Now our star, William Conrad.
You know, Father's Day is June 19th. And if the old man's anything like me, he'd sure welcome a carton or two of L&M's. They're mild and plenty quick on the draw. And L&M's pure white miracle tip, well, no filter stacks up with it for quality or effectiveness. Believe me, L&M's got everything. Flavor, taste, mildness. The best possible filter. Give 'em to Dad. Father's Day.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Joseph Kearns, John Daner, Clayton Post, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
You'll also enjoy Chesterfield's great radio shows. Perry Como sings all the top tunes on CBS Radio every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Jack Webb stars in Dragnet on Tuesday nights. Check your local listings. Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters.
This is William Conrad. Because so many of you took the time and the trouble to write to Liggett and Myers, Gunsmoke will continue to be heard right through the summer months. I hope you'll join us for Gunsmoke every Saturday at this same time.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely. The blazing sun and dust. Dust everywhere. And the hot, dry wind from the panhandle, baking your lungs, driving the blood to your brain, and goading you into things you might not even think of any other time. That's what the summer days are like in Dodge City. But the nights are different. After sundown, when the warm dark lies soft and gentle on the prairie, then everything changes. The nights are fine. But it's the blasting, killing heat of the day that breeds the trouble.
Well, I declare I'll be doggone. Yes, sir. It's her, all right.
Oh, who are you talking about, Chester? Who's her?
Lucy.
What?
Oh, you remember her, Mr. Dillon, that girl that old Ephraim Hunt took out of the Long Branch Saloon and married last winter? Lucy was her name, Lucy Middlecamp. Coming down the street there, see?
Oh, yeah.
First time I've seen her in Coon's age. I hear old Leaf rides a pretty close herd on her.
That looks like she's coming here.
Never could figure them two, Mr. Dillon. Why she'd marry him, I mean.
And 800 acres, a mighty good range, man.
How are you, Matt? Chester?
Ma'am?
How'd you sit down?
I haven't time, Matt. I can't let Ephraim know I came here.
Oh, why not? Why did you come?
Ephraim's going to kill me.
What?
It's true. He told me so. I know everybody thinks he's so good, studied to be a preacher and all. But he's not good. He's mean and cruel. I made an awful mistake when I married him, and now he won't let me go.
Well, why does he want to kill you?
He accuses me of things. Crazy, terrible things.
How do you want to file a charge, have him locked up?
My word against his? With him always quoting the scripture and the like? And me 6 months out of a dance hall? People can't forget that.
Maybe it's only you that can't forget it.
I've been reminded often enough. He keeps telling me I'm evil, and that he tried to save me. He says when I married him, I led him into sin, and now I have to pay.
Well, what do you want me to do?
Talk to him. Warn him something. He's crazy, Matt. I don't know what he might do.
I can't take a hand in this without more to go on.
Sooner or later, you'll have to take a hand in it. And if you wait too long, you'll have to bring him in for murder. My murder. Think about it, Marshal.
Well, if you'd have taken that medicine I gave you, it would have been... Oh, there's Matt. Matt! Oh, Matt!
Ah, hello, Doc.
Sit down here and have a drink, Matt.
Well, maybe later, huh? Ephraim Hunt's over there at the bar. I want to talk to him for a minute.
All you're going to get is a sermon.
Well, maybe that's what I need. Evening, Mr. Hunt.
Oh, Marshal. Will you join me?
Oh, thank you. I will.
A glass for Marshal Dillon, lad.
Yes, sir.
Evil it may be, but a vast help indeed in banishing the cares of the day.
A man like you shouldn't have any cares, Mr. Hunt.
Care lurks everywhere in this vale of tears, Marshal. Men's brief joys, dearly bought. Your good fortune, sir.
Well, luck. Well, how's the missus?
Her health is excellent, as it usually is in youth. Her state of grace may be somewhat more uncertain.
Oh?
It's nothing that can't be dealt with. It's a man's bounden duty in this world to lend his own strength to the frail reeds of his household, to support them against the storm and strife of this temporal life. The man is a rock, sir, and the woman a reed, swayed by the winds.
Uh-huh. But, if the rock happens to break the reed, what about that, Mr. Hunt?
I doubt the rock will break the reed, Marshal. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, Mr. Hunt.
How are you, Matt?
Oh, hello, Kitty.
What's old Hunt preaching about these days?
Look, Kitty, you knew Lucy when she worked here, didn't you?
Sure.
Tell me about her, huh? What's she after? What does she want?
A chance to be somebody. She's hard as nails, Matt, and she'll use anybody to get what she wants. That's why she married old Ephraim. Oh, there's something else you might not know, Matt.
Oh?
There's a young fellow working out there at Ephraim's place. Booth Ryder.
Oh, you mean that young kid who drifted in here a couple of months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Well, how does he figure?
Well, I don't know. But I do know Lucy. And you can take it from me, Matt. He figures.
Well, it's been fine talking to you, Marshal, but I reckon I better get back to work. Unless you got something else on your mind.
No, nothing, I guess. Just wondered how things are going, Booth.
I like it fine here.
Yeah, I understand Ephraim's a good man to work for.
I got no complaint.
Uh-huh. How do you get along with Miss Hunt?
Fine. Why?
I just wondered. Weren't you wearing a gun when you first rode into town?
Yeah, it's over in the bunkhouse. Mr. Hunt don't hold with guns. He don't pack one himself.
He's never had any reason to.
You got something on your mind, Marshal?
You're young, Booth, and it's a big world. Why don't you go take a look at it, huh? Some of the big spreads up north or on out west in the territories.
Marshal, with a setup like I got here, a man would be crazy to pull out.
And he might be crazier to stay.
I like it fine here. Just fine.
All right. I can't run you out. It's your life, Booth. As long as it lasts. Well, there it was. And nothing to be done about it. Like a mountain slide starting to move slow, but about to pick up speed any second and smash anything in its way. And the heat kept getting worse all that week. The water pumps along the plaza dried up. And even the night stayed hot. Sundown didn't seem to make any difference. Maybe if it hadn't been for the heat, things might have worked out different. I don't know.
Mr. Dillon, I reckon there's something you ought to know.
Oh, what is it, Chester?
I was just down at the hardware store and Ephraim Hunt come in.
Well, what about it?
He just bought himself a gun.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Up here on the porch. Ephraim's bought a gun booth in town this evening. He's got it there with him now and he's drinking. He's going to kill us, both of us. He told me so.
What'd you tell him?
Nothing. He's suspicious, that's all. But he's crazy, Booth. He'll do it. You got to get that gun away from him.
Well, that might take some doing.
You can do it. You got a gun, too, and you know how to use it. He doesn't know one end from another. You've got to do it. It's the only way.
Maybe the marshal was right. Maybe I have stayed here too long.
You can't leave now, Booth. Can you?
You know I can't.
Then you got to do it. And it'll be better to face him. If you don't, he'll lay for you and shoot you in the back. And then me.
I know.
Then it's up to you. Am I worth it or not?
You're worth it.
Then go on.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
That's got me buffaloed. All the way out from town, I've been trying to figure it. I still don't know.
Yeah, but if it ain't stopped, you know what it's going to lead to.
I haven't got a thing to go on, Chester. Because a man buys a gun doesn't prove he's planning a murder.
I know.
And 10 to 1, Ephraim will order me off his property and tell me to stay off. And he's got a perfect right to do it. If I was in his shoes, I'd... Come on, Chester.
I guess we should have got here sooner, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Over this way, Chester. They came from the barn, not the house. Came from inside the way it sounded.
Mr. Dillon, there's somebody over there on a horse heading down into the river bottom.
Let him go. We'll never catch him in that brush, not tonight. Wait a minute, easy now. Mr. Hunt? Lucy? You're over this way. Now, here, Chester. Mr. Hunt.
Marshal.
Who did this?
No matter.
Matters to me.
Marshal, I admire you. You have implicit faith in the law. But no law covers an old man being a fool. The reed survives.
Mr. Hunt.
What did he say there at the last, Mr. Dillon? What survives?
He meant Lucy, Chester.
Oh.
Chester, you stay here.
Yes, sir. Where are you going, Mr. Dillon?
I have to carry this sad news to the grieving widow.
What were you doing out there so long? Matt.
Who were you expecting?
Well, I thought it was my husband. What are you doing here? What is it, Marshal? Did something happen?
You heard the shots, didn't you?
Well, I heard some shooting a while ago, but What's happened? It's Ephraim, isn't it?
Who else would it be?
I don't know.
It was Ephraim. You really outsmarted me, Miss Hunt. You planned it, you carried it out, and you'll get away with it. Clean as a whistle. And I can't touch you.
What are you talking about?
Your husband's murder.
You're out of your mind.
I guess I should have figured what you were up to, but I didn't. You were too smart for me. You killed him without touching a trigger. You worked young Booth Ryder up to that.
Are you crazy?
You got Ephraim to buy that gun. You told him Ryder was bothering you. Wouldn't let you alone. That he was dangerous. Maybe even hinted he was too old to protect his wife, huh? So he had a gun in his hand when Booth shot him.
Do you have any proof of what you're saying?
Not a bit. Not a bit. Like I said, I can't touch you. You're too smart for me.
Or else none of it's true. Have you thought of that?
Yeah, I've thought of that. Well, there's not much point in talking about it.
Marshal, I guess I'll be leaving Dodge soon.
I can't stop you.
You could if you wanted to, Matt.
Two days passed with no sign of Booth Ryder. I figured he was waiting it out somewhere around town, waiting to see which way the wind was going to blow. But I didn't know where. And I didn't have much case against him anyways. Probably a waste of time. But I still had to try. I had to bring him in and try.
It is a fact, Mr. Dillon. I ain't never seen a hot spell last as long as this. Why, it's enough to downright frazzle a person.
Yeah, it's a rough one, all right.
8 o'clock in the evening and that thermometer ain't dropped 1 degree yet. Why, it keeps on like this a while, it's going to drive folks back east.
Well, here comes somebody I wish it'd drive somewhere.
Hmm? Yeah. Oh, old Belk.
Yeah.
I reckon he's hunting somebody to stake him to a bottle.
And it kind of looks like we're going to be the ones honored.
Yeah, I'm afraid we are.
Mr. Dillon,
Marshal, I heard a rumor going around you might be looking for this fella, Booth Ryder.
It's generally known, yeah.
Well, I just might be able to tell you where he is right now.
All right, there's your bottle. Now tell me.
I just like being an informer, but of course I feel it's my duty as a citizen to tell you.
Just tell me, Bilk.
Now, Marshal,
If you got anything to tell me, say it and get out.
Well, he's hiding in the hayloft down at the livery stable. You got no call.
You got your money, Bilk. Now go on, get out.
Well, all right. Evening, gentlemen.
All right, Chester. Let's go get Booth.
To the millions who smoke L&M. To the millions more who should try L&M. Here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, yet light and mild. Take a closer look at L&M's superior filter. The purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip. Because when it is added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste. Actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
You think he'll put up a fight, Mr. Dillon?
I don't know, Chester. He's just a kid. I'm afraid he might.
It's a downright shame. He seemed real nice when he come here.
Well, Lucy was too much for him. She had him out in the middle with his head underwater before he even knew how to swim.
Well, here she is.
Yeah. All right, watch yourself, Chester. Stay clear.
Yes, I will.
Hey, Booth. I know where you are. Now, why don't you make it easy on yourself? Come on down and give up. You got no protection up there. I can stand here and throw bullets up into that loft as long as I have to until one of them finds you. It's your last chance, Booth.
Hold him, Marshal.
Stay back, Chester. All right, Booth, you're under arrest.
No. I ain't giving up that easy.
Don't be a fool. Now, hand over that gun. You haven't got a chance. If you try to draw, I'll kill you.
And I reckon you better start your killing. At least he won't have to stand trial.
He's not dead, Chester. I aimed high on him. Come on, we'll get him over to Doc's.
Oh, fella, easy now, young fella. I just about got a hold of it now. Oh, it could have been a lot worse.
I wish it had been.
Oh, sure. All right, now,
brace yourself, boy. And yeah, there. Uh-huh. Yes, well, now I'll get a bandage on that, and you'll live to hang yet. Provided you don't get lockjaw. Why do you have to shoot people in stables, man? It's the worst place in the world for lockjaw.
I'll try to remember that, Doc. Well, how do you feel, Booth?
I'll make out.
You been hiding at the livery stable all the time?
No, I circled back, stayed in the barn out at the hunt place. I figured you wouldn't be looking there.
Well, you figured right.
That's about all I figured right. She was using me, Marshal. That's what it was. She told me when I went back out there. She gave me 2 weeks' wages. Told me to drift.
Well, now you know.
She laughed at me. Called me a green kid. Yeah, I reckon maybe she laughed at him, too. She hadn't ought to laugh, Marshal. That's where she figured wrong.
What do you mean?
I choked her to death.
Well, Booth, I'd probably have let you off clean. You were in the clear. He had a gun in his hand, even if he didn't know how to use it. But not now.
Yeah. Well, I guess it don't matter much now. Funny thing, too. I was heading up north when I stopped here. I hit Dodge along about sundown, so I figured to lay in for the night. Then I met Mr. Hunt in the saloon. He gave me a job. I wasn't aiming to stay here, Marshal.
You weren't, huh?
I was just riding through.
Booth?
Yeah?
You ought to kept on riding.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's, and you'll see what I mean. L&M's got everything. Flavor, taste, mildness, the best possible filter. Try 'em. L&M filters.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman Macdonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Sam Edwards, Ralph Moody, and Edgar Barrier. Parley Bear as Chester, Howard McNear as Doc, and Georgia Ellis as Kitty. The bond-a-month plan makes savings easy if you have a checking account. Sign your name once, and your bank does the rest. Buys you a United States savings bond every month from your account and mails it to you. Sign up for the bond-a-month plan now at your bank or where you work, or through the volunteer who calls on you. That's the bond-a-month plan for United States savings bond.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Canada, our northern neighbor, our best customer in trade, and our close ally and partner in defense, celebrates its 88th birthday on July 1st. This holiday is the Canadian equivalent of our July 4th. And so today we send our warmest regards to our neighbor to the north. Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Marshal Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's drama. It's Gunsmoke. Brought to you by L&M Filters.
This is William Conrad. Because so many of you took the time and the trouble to write to Liggett and Myers, Gunsmoke will continue to be heard right through the summer months. The time this summer, starting Saturday, July 2nd, 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Be sure and check your local radio listings for the earlier time on your station.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Why don't you watch where you're putting your feet, you jug-headed old fool?
Oh, what's the matter, Chester?
Oh, this dang horse has tromped in every prairie dog hole since we left Cimarron. He'll break his leg yet.
Well, you should have brought your mare. That horse is getting too old. Maybe his eyes are going bad.
My gracious, he ain't gone 12 yet. He's just pure ornery, that's all.
You know, you've grumbled about that horse ever since you first got him. Why don't you sell it?
They ain't nobody at have him. Besides, I kind of like the old goat.
You know, I don't think there's a man in the world with as many problems as you have.
Well, I don't know that I have too many problems, Mr. Dillon. For that matter, I don't really have none. It's just that my nerves are all tangled up.
All right, Chester. Never mind.
Yes, sir. Hey, Mr. Dillon, look yonder. There's a wagon, ain't it, over near that dry wash?
Yeah, it is.
That's a mighty poor place to make camp.
Nobody would make camp in the middle of the day, and not unless there were some trees.
Well, then why'd they stop? Some kind of trouble, maybe, huh?
I will swing around that way and find out.
Okay. Looks like one of them big Studebaker wagons, don't it?
Uh-huh.
Could be their nesters.
I don't think so. If they were, they'd likely be trailing some stock.
It could be their awful poor nesters.
No, they got trouble right enough. Now, you see, they lost a wheel.
By golly, they sure have.
Yeah, come on. We'll see if they need help, huh?
It's a man and woman, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah. Hello.
Hello.
My name's Dillon.
Seen you coming.
The way he was holding that rifle, he must have thought we was Cheyenne.
What happened to your wagon, mister?
Cotter pin fell out. Let the wheel drop off.
Uh-huh. You got anybody with you?
Only my woman here.
Well, resetting the wheel's no job for a woman.
We can manage.
That's a heavy job for one man. We'll give you a hand.
He told you. We don't want no help.
You're mighty unsociable for people with a busted wagon.
Now, look, you mister, it's our trouble, and we'll take care of it. There ain't no need for you to bother yourself.
You're from around Dodge, aren't you?
Maybe.
What's wrong with that?
No, nothing, maybe. You ever been in the Army, mister?
No.
You know, I've been trying to place you ever since we rode up.
We're just headed west to Homestead.
A week or so back, an officer from Fort Dodge gave me a description that fits you mighty close.
I don't know nothing about Fort Dodge.
Could be your name is Cook, and you were stationed there with the 26th Cavalry.
Mister, you got it all wrong.
I don't think so. I'm putting you under civil arrest, Cook, for desertion.
Shoot him, Jed. Shoot him.
You lift that rifle 1 inch, Cook, and I'll put a bullet in you. All right, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Go get his rifle.
Yes, sir.
Jed.
You stand back. I'll blow a hole in you.
Get it, Chester.
Give me that.
You fool, Jed. I told you he was Marshal Dillon when I seen him riding up here.
I heard you.
Then why didn't you shoot him?
I couldn't do that, Dillon.
Maybe you couldn't. But I sure could.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
All the way back to Dodge, Chester and I rode alongside the wagon while Jed and Della sat on the box staring down and talking quietly to each other. It was well past sundown by the time we found a place for Della to stay and put the wagon up in Moss Grimmick's stable. Later, I rode out to Fort Dodge with Jed Cook. It was nearly midnight by the time I turned him over to the officer of the day and signed the papers connected with the civil arrest of a soldier.
Next morning, I was eating breakfast at Delmonico's when Kitty came in.
Well, you're up early, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
Hello.
Why don't you sit down? How about some coffee, huh?
Yeah, thanks. Where's Chester? Don't tell me he's not hungry.
No, he's down at Moss Grimmick's.
The stable? What for?
Well, he went down to give Moss some instructions about a wagon we brought in last night.
A wagon?
Yeah. Belonged to a man and a woman we picked up about 20 miles outside of Dodge yesterday. Deserter. Name's Jed Cook.
Jed?
Yeah. Do you know him?
Well, sure I know him. Him and Della Masters both. They've been going to get married ever since Jed got transferred out here to the fort.
Well, they'll have to wait a while now.
A deserter, huh? What'll the Army do to him, Matt?
Yeah, the war was still on. They'd shoot him.
Oh, Matt.
Well, that's the way the Army operates.
They both seemed real nice. Jed came into town every chance he got. Never caused any fuss, just had a few drinks and spent the rest of his leave with Della. They've been planning awful hard and getting married. She especially, I think, Matt... Uh-oh.
Marshal, I want to know what they're going to do with Jed.
Well, he'll be court-martialed, Della.
And then what?
And then they will sentence him.
Oh, rotten, stinking Army. He fought all through the war and then had 8 years of moving around. Pennsylvania, the Dakotas, Missouri, and now out here.
A soldier can't pick his post, Della.
What do they need Jed for? He's just another man. The Army's got lots of men.
Maybe they don't see it that way.
The Army ain't going to keep him. No matter what they say, they ain't going to keep him. He'll just bust out and we'll get married like we planned. And we'll still get to Colorado. You'll see, Marshal.
Now, look, Della, why don't you come
You
with
keep
me?
out of this, Kitty. I'll tell you something else, Marshal. There ain't nobody going to find us once he gets loose. We got a place we'll meet, and he'll wait there for me. He'll wait no matter how long before I get there.
Della, Jed's an Army sergeant. He deserted, and he's got to be tried. Now, you know that.
I don't know nothing of the sort.
He knew what the consequences might be when he decided to desert. He just didn't plan on getting caught, that's all.
You're the one who arrested him, Marshal. You're the one who caused all this trouble, and don't you forget it. 'Cause I sure ain't going to.
There's a woman who speaks her mind.
Yeah. But she can't seem to get it through her head that the Army runs by its rules, not hers.
Since the first time I met her, all she's talked about is her and Jed. The place they're going to have. The family.
Well, there isn't much she can do about it now.
Matt, you ever had a woman who loved you fight for you?
No.
It'd surprise you. They can be pretty fierce.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, what are you going to do now?
Nothing. Just wait till the court-martial. They said they'd want me to testify out there.
And after that?
And then I'm shut of the whole business.
I wouldn't be too sure, Matt.
A week later, Jed Cook was brought before a special court-martial at Fort Dodge, and I went out to testify as the arresting civil officer. I said my piece and left, somehow feeling a little sorry for him. From what I'd heard, he'd been a mighty good soldier before he deserted. And that's all I knew about it until one evening after supper, Doc and I were walking back towards my office.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon! Oh, for heaven's sakes. When in the world is Chester going to learn there's no use shouting like that?
Well, perhaps it's important, Doc.
Oh, important. It can't always be important.
Well, maybe Chester doesn't believe that.
Hey, I've been looking all over for you, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, what for?
It's Lieutenant Dustman from out to Fort Dodge. He's waiting over at the office.
Did he say what he wanted?
No, sir. I asked could I help, but he said he'd talk to you.
Okay, Chester.
Well, I'll leave you here, Matt. I think a little rye whiskey would kind of soothe my innards after that supper. So I'll see you later, Matt and Chester.
All right,
Bye,
Doc.
Doc.
Good night.
What do you suppose that Lieutenant Dustman does want, Mr. Dillon?
Maybe he thinks that you want back in the Army, Chester.
Me? Back in the Army? Anybody who thinks like that just got 2 bricks less than a load. Why, Mike? Back in the Army?
All right.
Oh, no, sir.
Okay, Chester.
Oh, my.
All right. Lieutenant Dustman.
Hello, Marshal.
Chester here says you want to see me.
Yes, I do. First, let me show you this.
Oh, what is it?
Read it.
Before a special court-martial, which convened at Fort Dodge, Kansas, so forth. Violation of the 58th Article of War, specification in that Sergeant Jedediah Cook, Troop A, 26th Cavalry, did at Fort Dodge on or about the 6th day of March, desert the forces of the United States. I don't need to read this. I know the verdict.
Marshal, the court found him guilty of the charge and the specification. He was sentenced to 2 years at hard labor with forfeiture of all pay and allowances due him.
Well?
Following the court-martial, I was put in charge of the detail taking him to Fort Leavenworth. The second night out, he tricked one of the guards and escaped.
Oh.
We couldn't pick up his trail, but I believe he circled back to Dodge.
Well, if a man had a few silver dollars and wanted to hide here, it wouldn't be too hard.
That's why I've come to you. You get more cooperation from the townspeople than the Army can. And I want this man back where he belongs. I'll search every house in this town to get him there.
Uh-huh. How many troopers are with you?
About 20.
All right, Lieutenant, I'll do what I can to help you, but I want those soldiers out of town.
That's ridiculous, Marshal. I won't pull them out until we find Cook.
Lieutenant, no man is going to break and run if there are soldiers posted around town. And anyway, before the week was out, they'd be shooting down some citizen by mistake.
Now, look here, Marshal.
I don't want 20 men all looking for a target. Now, do you want my help or not?
Yes, I do.
All right, then get your men back to the garrison. I'll find Cook for you, if he's here.
When you do, Marshal, I want him turned over to me.
If I find Cook, he'll be turned over to the commanding officer at the fort. Good night, Lieutenant.
Good night. Just one thing.
Yeah.
Cook knows what's in store for him if he's caught now. He won't be taken easily.
A fellow like that just makes you wonder how either side won the war, don't it?
Chester.
Yes, sir.
I'm going over to talk with Della Masters. You better stay here.
What in the world are you going to talk to her for? She just ain't about to tell you where Jed's at, even if she knows.
Maybe not. But if she's sensible, she can make things a lot easier for him. I'll see you later. Matt Dillon. Open the door, Dillon.
I don't want to talk to you, Marshal.
You're going to.
What do you want?
A couple of nights ago, Jed escaped from the soldiers who were taking him to Fort Leavenworth. Has he been here?
Maybe he has.
Now, look, Della, I got Lieutenant Dussman to agree to take his troopers out of the town, to take them back to the garrison.
What difference does that make to me?
It means that Jed could give himself up.
Jed ain't going to give himself up to nobody.
If Jed surrenders himself, the court won't be as hard on him as if the Army picks him up somewhere later.
Look what they did to him before. Sent him off for 2 years hard
Della,
labor.
don't you understand? I'm trying to help you.
We don't need no help.
Sooner or later, Jed's going to get caught. You can't run away forever.
Once we get out into Colorado territory, there won't nobody find us.
Della, when will you get it through your head that you can't fight the whole United States Army?
Jed's done his share of soldiering. More than his share. We've been waiting to get married 2-3 years now, and I don't aim to wait no longer. Why are you sticking your nose in this anyway, Marshal? You ain't the Army.
I'm paid by the government, Della. It's part of my job.
Well, I'll tell you something, Marshal. You come sniffing around me and Jed, I'll shoot you.
That's, pretty foolish talk.
No, it ain't. I planned it out how me and Jed are going to meet and where, and ain't nobody going to interfere.
This was all your idea, wasn't it?
What?
His deserting.
What if it was? I ain't going to wait forever.
You're making a mistake, Della.
Not the way I see it. I just want my man and the life that goes with it. Besides, I know what's best for Jed and me.
Maybe. We'll see. Now, Della.
What?
Sooner or later, I'm going to find Jed. I just hope nobody gets hurt.
millions who smoke L&M. To the millions more who should try L&M. Here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, yet light and mild. Take a closer look at L&M's superior filter, the purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white, truly the miracle tip, because when it is added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
Della's wagon's still down stable, Mr. Dillon. She ain't come near it, say, once or twice just to get some things out of it.
Well, keep on watching, Chester. She'll leave one day soon.
We'll just follow her to where that fellow Cook is, huh?
Yeah.
Well, that don't sound too hard to do.
It shouldn't be.
Marshal.
Hello, Moss.
Oh, Moss.
Something's wrong, Marshal.
What's that?
You know that big Studebaker wagon of Miss Della's down to my place?
Yeah, what about it?
It's empty.
Empty?
All her equipment. She took it all out.
Well, that don't matter, Moss. You can't get nowhere without that wagon.
Just a minute, Chester. Go on, Moss.
Well, I don't often have occasion to walk out back near where that wagon is. I just kind of spelled Chester keeping an eye on her like you told me. But the day after he left, I had to go back for some barrel staves. And that's the first time I looked at it, close like.
Moss, when was the last time that you saw Della?
2 nights ago. She was out back in a little spring wagon. Said she'd come by for some blankets out the Studebaker.
And you say that she'd been by a couple of times before that, huh?
Yes, sir.
Well, she's outsmarted us.
What do you mean, Mr. Dillon?
We missed her. She got her stuff and headed out. You better get our horses saddled, Chester.
Yes, sir.
We'll swing by our rooming house to make sure she's gone before we try to pick up her trail. Now get moving. 20 minutes later, we checked the room where Della lived, and the landlady said that she left 2 days before. She didn't know where. I knew now that my only chance to find Jed Cook was to track Della the best I could. She couldn't travel fast driving a spring wagon cross-country, but tracking was still a chore. And the next evening about sundown, I realized that we'd lost her.
What are we going to do now, Mr. Dillon?
Well, there's no use trying to track her any farther tonight, Chester. We'll pick up our trail in the morning.
Yes, sir.
We'll camp in that cottonwood grove up ahead there, huh? If she should pass near here, why, she won't see her horses.
Hey, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what?
Don't it look like there's a hut of some kind in them trees?
It sure does.
You suppose this is where that Jed is hiding out?
That's a likely place. And Della was traveling in this direction.
You mean we beat her here?
Maybe. She could have known we were following her and dropped off in one of those dry washes to lose us.
We was pretty lucky then.
We don't know he is here, though, Chester.
No, sir.
All right, we better pull up. We'll go in from here on foot.
Yes, sir. Sure is quiet.
Heads up now.
Yes, sir. I wonder how Della gave us a slip like that. There's no... Oh, my gracious. Mr. Dillon, look.
see it, Chester.
Well, I guess Jed Cook won't go back for trial now.
No.
You reckon it was Indians done that to him?
Yeah. He's been tortured.
He sure didn't have much chance. All by himself, did he?
No, not much.
Poor fellow.
Hold it, Chester. There's somebody over there.
It's Dillon, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah.
It was Injuns, Marshal. They hurt him. They hurt him real bad. But he was still alive when I got here 4 or 5 hours ago. He was lying right there where he is now. Didn't want nothing. Not even water. Except for me to talk to him. About Colorado. Our farm and such like.
Della,
And then, after he died, I had a long time alone here. Time to do some thinking. I got things figured straight now.
Too bad it took this to do it.
Yeah. But it wouldn't have worked the other way. The way I had it planned. I know that now. He only had another year to go. And then he got discharged, and we could have gone to Colorado like we wanted. I loved him so much, I guess I just couldn't wait. Women are like that sometimes.
Yeah. Well, what can we do now, Della, to help you?
Oh, I buried Jed right here. Right here. He'd like that. It's about as far west as he'll ever get. Now,
And now our star, William Conrad.
Mild and plenty quick on the draw. That's L&M for you. And the pure white miracle tip on the business end of every L&M filters out everything but the taste of the world's finest tobaccos. All you have to do is pick up a carton of L&M's, and you'll see what I mean. L&M's got everything. Flavor, taste, mildness, the best possible filter. Try 'em. L&M filters.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dodkin, Harry Bartell, and Jim Nusser. Marley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty. Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end, from the first puff to the last puff,
Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Remember, as William Conrad told you, starting Saturday, July 2nd, Gunsmoke will be heard specially transcribed for L&M filters at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Check your local radio listings for Gunsmoke's earlier time on your station. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Morning, Chester.
Well, I didn't know you was back.
Yeah, I rode in late last night.
Have a good trip?
Well, I ran out of grub and I ran out of water. The last 100 miles got pretty long.
My.
Now, what of interest has been happening in Dodge?
Well, sir, let me see. Oh, I got the toothache.
No.
That was the day you left. No, it wasn't. It was the day after that.
Ah.
At least I think it was. I ain't real sure.
But you are all right now, though.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm fine.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I noticed a sign up the street. New bank.
Yeah, they opened last week.
Uh-huh. Well, that's a big thing for Dodge, isn't it? A new bank?
Oh, I guess so.
How do you know who's running the bank?
A fellow named Holt. Drew Holt.
Holt, huh? I never heard of him.
No, sir. He just come to town, opened him up the bank, and he... Oh, my goodness.
Marshal Dillon?
Yes, sir.
Parsley Smith, sir. At your service.
So that's your name. I've seen you around, Mr. Smith.
Not Mr. Smith, young feller. General Smith, 3rd Illinois Cavalry.
What?
I thought the 3rd Illinois was demobilized a long time ago, sir.
It was, sir. In the fall of 65, we stood with General Grant before Richmond. Yeah, that was our last action.
Well, what can I do for you, General?
For me, nothing. For the good citizens of your town, plenty.
Oh?
I arrived on the Santa Fe last week, sir, and I've been waiting for your return.
You sure wait loud, General. You see, he's kind of like a preacher when he gets started, Mr. Dillon. You ought to hear him.
Well, I'm only doing my duty, but now that the marshal's back, he can take over.
Take over what, General?
Drew Holt is a thief, Marshal.
What do you mean, the new banker?
Oh, that's what he talks about all the time, Mr. Dillon. He claims that when Holt gets enough money on deposit, he's going to steal it.
Well, how do you know this, General?
Well, I haven't told anybody else, but I knew Holt in the war, Marshal.
So?
We caught him, but he escaped. He was a Confederate spy.
He was?
Well, of course, there's nothing wrong with being a spy, but Holt also was a Union spy. The man is no good. He's got to be stopped.
Are you sure of all this, General?
My word as an officer and a gentleman, sir.
All right, I'll look into it.
Well, just don't take too long, Marshal. Drew Holt's just waiting for enough deposits to make it worthwhile.
Well, he wouldn't get very far, General.
A man who spied for both armies and lived through it? You're underestimating the enemy, Marshal. But I've told you, it's your responsibility now.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Good day, sir.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
About what of interest has been happening in Dodge. Have you figured out just yet which day it was that you got that toothache?
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is the place, Mr. Dillon.
Drew Holt?
Yes?
I'm Marshal Dillon Holt. This is Chester Proudfoot.
I do.
This is a pleasure. Have a chair, gentlemen.
Thank you.
I heard you were out of town, Marshal.
Well, I got back last night.
Dodge has grown since you were away, eh?
Yes.
Well, we're doing fine. Just fine. Except for one thing.
Oh?
That crazy old fool General Smith. I don't know what he's got against me. I never even saw him before, but... you're going to have to lock him up, Marshal. I'm not going to have my bank and my name ruined by a madman.
Uh-huh. Where you from, Holt?
What?
I said, where you from?
Why, back east, Pennsylvania. Why?
Oh, you look familiar. I thought maybe we'd met somewhere a long time ago. Couldn't have been in the Army, could it?
I wasn't in the Army, Marshal.
Oh. Well, it doesn't matter.
Oh. What do you want? I didn't know you were busy. Well, wait outside. I'll wait at the Oliver Kansas. You want me, you come. You'll have to excuse him. He's kind of a handyman I keep on staff.
Uh-huh. Yeah, sure. Well, we'll be going, Holt.
Glad you came by, Marshal.
Yeah.
You're not going to do anything about General Smith?
I don't know. But don't you do anything about him. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sure.
Oh, what do you think, Mr. Dillon? He don't seem too bad to me. Outside being kindly short-tempered, like when that fellow walked in.
You know who that fellow was, Chester?
No, sir.
His name's Ed Nash. He's a hired gunman from up north. You wait here, Chester. I won't be long.
All right, sir. Tell Mr. Botkin hello for me.
Yeah, I will.
Well, if it isn't the Marshal, back safe and sound.
How are you, Mr. Botkin?
Well, can't complain. Sit down, Marshal, sit down.
You're not even complaining about your competition down the street?
Holt's Bank? Not at all. Dodge needs another bank, Marshal.
Oh, is that so?
Certainly is. Now I'll be able to spend more time in the land business, and that's where I'm needed.
Tell me something, Mr. Botkin. Do you know anything about Drew Holt?
Well, he came to see me the first day he got here, Marshal. Showed me his credentials and his charter. Perfectly sound man.
Uh-huh. But a man could fake credentials, couldn't he?
Oh, come now, Marshal. You've been listening to that crazy old General Smith.
Now, you think he's lying, huh?
Why, that old fool lies about everything. He told me he'd fought under Zachary Taylor in the BLACKHAWK War, and that the last time he saw Taylor was at Harper's Ferry. What do you think of that?
Well, that had been some 10 years after Taylor died.
Just about. And you can be sure he's lying about Drew Holt, too.
Well, I hope you're right.
You bet I am. And don't forget what I said. We need that bank. We need it bad. It's going to mean a lot to the whole country around here. You wait and see.
Okay, Mr. Botkin. I'll wait. Evening, Kitty.
Hello, Matt.
You haven't seen General Smith around tonight, have you?
He's usually here about this time. You gonna do something about him, Matt?
There's not much I can do, except to tell him to quit talking.
Well, if he's got any proof about this, he ought to bring it out. As far as I can tell, he just says Holt's a thief and expects everybody to believe him.
You know, I'm finding out General Smith's something of a liar, Kitty.
Huh?
Like his coming here on the train. He didn't come on the train. He came on the stage. The driver himself told me today.
Now, why does he have to lie about that? Who cares?
That beats me. But maybe I'll find out when Doc gets back from the country.
Well, what do you mean, Matt?
General Smith said he was with the 3rd Illinois Cavalry. That's Doc's old outfit.
Say now, that'll be interesting.
Yeah, but I feel kind of uneasy about it.
Well, why?
Well, he's a liar, sure, but I'm not sold on this Drew Holt.
Well, he seems harmless enough.
A man that hires a gunman like Ed Nash isn't as harmless as he might be, Kitty.
Well, I didn't know Nash was a gunman.
Well, he is. I seen him up north. He doesn't remember me, though.
Well, what's Holt need of a man like that?
Well, if you ask him, he'd probably say it was to protect his bank.
Mr. Botkin doesn't have gunmen hanging around his bank.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, well, there you are, Matt. The General's arrived.
Yeah. Well, I better go talk to him, Kitty. Get it over with.
Come back later, Matt.
Yeah, I'll try.
Draw me a beer, barkeep. And I could drop a shot of good bourbon in it. Yes. Oh, well. Good evening, Marshal. You join me in a drink?
No, thank you, General.
Yeah, I see the new bank is still open. When are you going to close it?
I'm not going to.
Are you shirking your duty, eh?
No, not the way I figure it, sir. Drew Holt's credentials are good, according to Mr. Bodkin.
There's nothing easier than that, especially for somebody as clever as Holt is.
He's hired a gunman, General. It could be to take care of you.
It'd take more than that to scare a man who stood before the batteries at Vicksburg. Have you ever faced grape shot, Marshal?
Look, General, your talk is hurting this town. Now, we need that bank.
I was decorated by General Grant himself, Marshal, in person.
Look, your talk can also hurt Bodkin's bank. Now, people lose faith in a hurry when they get started. Now, you're not helping Dodge at all.
But I helped win the war, Marshal. That's why they gave me a medal.
Will you keep your voice down?
Give it to me.
Keep your voice down. Now, look, General, either you prove that Drew Holt is a thief or you quit talking about him. Now, I mean it.
I'm under fire, eh?
Well, that's one way of putting it, General, but you come up with proof or I'll run you out of Dodge.
You'll get your proof soon enough, but it'll be too late then.
There's no use arguing about it. I've warned you. Now, next time, out you go.
If they'd listened to me at Bull Run, there'd never have been no disaster.
General, why don't... Now, what's the use? I've warned you. Now, you remember it.
I'll do my duty as I see fit, Marshal. I always have, and I always will.
More coffee, Matt?
No, thanks, Doc.
Yes, oh, my, look at that coffee. Oh, I sure made it black and heavy this morning.
Well, you'd complain if it wasn't.
Yes, I suppose you would. Oh, my. Delivering babies is some fine way to make a living.
Now, what else would you use for an excuse to stay up all night, Doc?
Excuse, listen. Well, I could always shine me up a tin star and sit around saloons waiting for dawn and acting like a killjoy. Yes.
It doesn't look like work, but it is.
Oh, now, just when I start a good row, you get serious on me.
Oh, I'm sorry, Doc. I guess I'm in a bad mood this morning.
Oh? What's the matter? General Parsley Smith?
Yeah. You haven't told me anything about him.
Well, I want to see him first. I want to talk to him. But you told him to lay off, Matt, so he probably will.
Oh, yeah, sure. I bet he will.
Oh, see, I hear Drew Holt bought himself a house out at the edge of town.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, that doesn't sound like a man who's planning to run away.
No, it doesn't.
Mr. Dillon? Oh, hello, Doc.
How are you, Chester?
General Smith's at it again. He's standing out there in front of Holt's bank yelling at everybody who goes in. He's telling them they might as well throw their money in the street as put it in there.
He'll probably lay off, huh, Doc?
Yeah, well, let's go and see him, Matt.
All right. You can say hello to him before I run him out of town.
There. See that? Look at that. See? He just talked that fella out of going in there.
Uh-huh. Well, he'll quit talking soon enough.
Yeah. Oh, he's seen you, Doc.
Yeah, so he has.
Doc Adam.
Hello, Parsley.
Oh, what are you doing in Dodge?
I live here. What are you doing here?
Well, I was on my way to Arizona, but I stopped here because I guess you heard about Drew Holt and this bank.
I thought I told you to lay off Holt, General.
I'm only doing my duty. Since you won't do yours, Marshal.
You're a hard man to convince, aren't you?
Well, I've already saved 2 men from losing their money today.
Well, that's all you're going to save. You're through, General. I'm going to give you till noon, and if I see you around after that, I'm going to lock you up.
You mean that, don't you?
I mean it.
All right. I'll go.
Now, wait a minute. Doc.
Yes?
Did you ever hear of Drew Holt in the Army? That's the name he used, isn't it, General?
Yeah.
I never heard of him.
All right, General. Till noon.
Noon. Goodbye, Doc. Thank you.
Goodbye, Parsley.
Well, what was the thanks for, Doc?
For keeping my mouth shut.
Oh?
Parsley Smith wasn't a general, Matt. He was the regimental butcher.
A regimental butcher?
He started out as a line sergeant, but they found out he'd lied about his past experience. He claimed he'd been an officer with General Scott in Mexico. It turned out he'd never been in any army before.
Well, he's through now.
I feel kind of sorry for him, Matt. He isn't a bad man.
No, he isn't. And I sure hope I'm doing right.
To the millions who smoke L&M. To the millions more who should try L&M. Here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, yet light and mild. So buy a pack of L&M's and take a good close look at L&M's superior filter. The purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip. Because when it's added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
I didn't see Parsley Smith again that day, and I was glad I didn't. I'd have had to get rough with him. And I had no stomach for that. I did go talk to Drew Holt, however. I decided his gunman was the next man I was going to run out of Dodge. But he wasn't in his office, so I let it go till next day. And the next day started pretty early. Chester came and woke me up about dawn. Seems there was a gun battle in progress down at the edge of town at Drew Holt's house.
There he is, Mr. Dunn, laying behind that barrel there.
Yeah. Go tell those sightseers to keep back, Chester.
Yes, sir. I swear he's gone plumb crazy.
General Smith, it's Marshal Dillon. Now hold your fire.
No, just stay where you are, Marshal. He'll see you. And I'll come over there. Yeah. Drew Holt's still alive, Marshal. But I shot that gunman of his. He's laying dead on the porch over there.
I see him.
They was going to run off tonight, but I was standing guard. I stopped him.
Give me your rifle, General.
What for?
I said to give it to me.
Oh, you gonna take over?
Yeah, I'm going to take over.
Okay. Here.
Now, you're shaking. You been hit?
Oh, no. That Holt couldn't hit nothing. He kind of yelled once, though. I just might have a bullet in him.
You better hope you haven't. You're in enough trouble now.
You still don't believe me, do you?
Doesn't matter what I believe right now. You stay here, General. Hold. It's Marshal Dillon. I got the General's rifle. You can come out.
You got him, Mr. Dillon. I heard him yell.
Yeah. Go get General Smith, Chester. Bring him up to the house.
Yes, sir.
Hey, General, come here.
Holt, can you hear me?
You got me, Marshal. You did it. Smith winged me, but you did it.
Yeah.
An old fool. I should have killed him a long time ago. I heard you ran him out of town. I thought we were safe. I sure was wrong, wasn't I?
Is he dead, Mr. Dillon?
He's dead. Now, you were right, General. You did have a bullet in him.
Yeah, look at all them bags by the door there, Marshal. But that's the money they was running off with.
I don't suppose there's any use asking you how you really came to know about Drew Holt, is there?
I'm awful tired. Can I sit down in this chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's been a long night. I made that up about him being a spy. I thought you'd more likely believe that than what really happened. It was over in Abilene a few weeks back, Marshal. You know the Grant Hotel there?
Yeah, I know it.
Well, I had a room next to this Holt fella. That's how I come to overhear them plotting this business.
You mean you heard him through the wall?
Oh, of course not. How could I? No, what happened was, I used to sit there in the dark with my window open. And they'd sit outside on a little balcony they had, where they thought nobody could hear them. They didn't know I was anywhere around.
Well, say now, that was smart.
Yeah, I fooled them good. Sure did.
Here, General.
Seems like he's fainted, Mr. Dillon.
Look.
Well, he's been shot.
Yeah, shot dead. Poor old fella even lied about being hit.
Oh, my goodness. But he sure wasn't lying about Drew Holt, was he?
He knew about him, but we'll never know how.
Well, he told us how he heard him and all.
Yeah, but there was something wrong with that, Chester.
What?
The Grant Hotel burned down 2 years ago.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Joe Duvall, and Vic Perrin. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Oh, Mr. Dillon?
Oh, sit down, Chester. You got yourself out of the sun.
It ain't only me you ought to get out of the sun.
Oh, what do you mean?
See them two fellows down the street there? You see them?
Yeah? Oh, what about them?
Well, they've been standing there most an hour, Mr. Dillon, arguing.
And you've been listening to them for most an hour, huh?
Oh,
No, I was in Teeter's getting me a haircut.
Oh.
But I was watching them. The young one, he's the tall one, he don't say much. But the old one that keeps jabbering at him, I swear, I don't see how that boy can stand it.
Well, all he has to do is walk off, you know.
Yeah, I suppose. My, they sure do look like they never got far from the sod, don't they?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. Oh, he slammed that old fella into the wall. I knew he'd get enough sooner or later. He's hitting that old man again, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, they'll be using knives next. Come on.
He stopped hitting him. He's just kindly squeezing him now.
Yeah.
At least he made that old man quit talking at him.
Well, that's one way of doing it.
You know more about it, and I don't.
Let me go, Viney. You grab my rib. I ought to crack your neck. He'll do it, too, Mr. Dillon.
All right, turn him loose, fella.
What?
I said turn him loose. Now.
All right. You're meddling, mister.
It's my business to meddle. I'm the marshal here.
Marshal?
That's right.
Well, I wasn't hurting him none. You're all right, ain't you, Uncle Oliver?
Little bear hug ain't gonna ruin me. He didn't mean nothing by it, Marshal.
Didn't mean nothing by why he liked to kill you.
Viney plays rough sometimes.
You're his uncle, huh?
Yeah, Viney's pa died not very long ago, and he practically never did have a ma, so I'm kind of taking care of him.
Isn't he a little old and need taken care of?
I think I'm 22.
You don't understand. Viney's lived all his life out on the prairie. This is the first time he's come to a town, but he's gonna make out fine. You'll see.
Oh, Uncle Oliver.
No, I mean it. You be an important man someday, Viney. As important as Marshal here. Hey, wait a minute. I got an idea.
I know what it is, too, and I'd like it fine, Uncle Oliver. But I can't be Marshal. Now use your head.
I am using it. Why can't you be Marshal?
'Cause they got him, that's why.
I don't mean right now. You gotta learn how first. And you know how to learn how? By working for this Marshal. You follow them around,
Now,
help
wait a
them
minute.
out, find out all the things they done.
Oliver.
Ain't I right, Marshal?
No.
What's wrong with it?
Now, for one thing, I don't need a helper.
Oh, everybody can use a little help.
Chester Proudfoot gives me all the help I need.
What's Chester Proudfoot?
I'm Chester Proudfoot, doggone it.
Oh. Well, there you are, Uncle Oliver.
There I am, nothing.
What do you want me to do? Get rid of Chester Proudfoot, shoot him or something?
Now, here, look here. What kind of talk is that? Are you darn people crazy?
Yeah, he's right, Viney. That's no way to talk. I'm surprised at you.
You'd be more surprised if I did it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, now.
I'm going to find our wagon and get me some sleep. I'm tired of talking to you.
He don't mean nothing by it, Marshal. He's young and hot-headed.
Well, I sure hope you're right.
He come to the city to make his way, and I'm trying to help him. Now, there's nothing wrong with that.
There is plenty wrong with that, the way he was talking.
Well, no use arguing. I'm going to go do me some gambling now. I'll see y'all.
Why didn't they stay out on the prairie where they belong?
I wouldn't worry about them, Chester.
Well, you don't have to. It's me they was talking about.
Forget it. Come on, I'll buy you a beer.
I thought you was taking Miss Kitty to dinner.
Yeah, I am, but we got time for a drink.
Well, I could sure use one.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. Light and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
You want some more coffee, Kitty?
No, thanks, Matt.
Yeah.
Tell me, did you find out their last name?
Well, they didn't bother to tell me, but I ran into Moss Grimmick. They're keeping their wagon at his stable. And he said their name's Stang.
Stang? They sure sound like a great pair.
Yeah. You know, maybe in a few weeks in Dodge, around people, they'll start acting more civilized.
It sounds like they're just plain simple-minded to me.
Yeah, you'll meet him. Oliver, anyway, he's a gambling man.
He is, huh? Yeah. What's his game, mumbly peg?
He might surprise you, Kitty.
Well, maybe. From what I've heard about him, he won't surprise any dealers I know. Huh? What?
You're about to meet Viney now.
Oh?
Marshal?
Hello, Viney.
I don't aim to bust in on you and this lady, Marshal.
That's all right.
I wanted to tell you something.
This Miss Russell, Viney Stang.
How do you do, lady?
How do you do?
It's about that job, Marshal, working for you.
Well, I thought we'd been through that, Viney.
I'm worried you might let Uncle Oliver talk you into something.
Well, you can stop worrying.
What I come to tell you is I changed my mind. I don't want that job.
Well, that's fine, Viney. You don't get it.
I don't want no part of it. That's what I come to tell you.
Viney, you can quit worrying about the job. It isn't there. Now, why don't you go to work for some freighter or a stable or something, huh?
I just might do that, Marshal. I've been thinking on it.
Well, good, fine.
Like I say, plumb sorry busting in on you this way. I'll be going.
You didn't do him justice, Matt. It'd take two of him to be simple-minded.
I'm not so sure, Kitty.
What do you mean, Matt?
Nobody could be as simple as Viney. Not even Viney.
Mr. Dillon.
Evening, Chester.
Things seems to be pretty quiet tonight.
That's why I came back to the office. There's nothing doing on the street.
They say there's a big Texas herd arriving in a couple of days.
Oh?
About 5,000 head.
Well, that ought to wake Dodge up.
And keep it up.
Yeah.
I bet them cussed cowboys is out there on the prairie right now figuring out some new way to tear this town apart.
Yeah, they'd have to be pretty smart to do that.
Yes, sir. Oh, I throwed the mail on your desk there, Mr. Jones.
No? Oh, yeah, I see it. Thanks.
I'm going out back a minute.
Okay. Chester! Chester! Hey, Chester!
What's going on down there, Matt?
What? Well, I don't know, Doc. You see Chester from up there?
Oh, there's somebody lying in the high grass out there.
Huh? Where?
I'm pointing, Matt.
Oh.
Well, who is it? What's happened?
It's Chester, Doc. He's been shot.
Chester, get him up here to my office. Now, hurry up. I'll get things ready.
There was nothing to do but forget about the gunman and carry Chester up to Doc's. He was still unconscious when I got him there. And after Doc took a look at the crease in his head, he wouldn't even guess how much longer he'd stay that way. And, of course, I knew now why Viney Stang had come up to me at the restaurant. Made such a big point about not wanting Chester's job. He was planning all the time to shoot him. So I went out after Viney. And I went almost everywhere. But I didn't find him. Finally, I tried the Long Branch, where I thought Oliver might be gambling. And then maybe he could lead me to it.
Evening, Matt.
Hello, Kitty.
You look like you're about to strike.
I am.
Anybody in particular?
Viney Stang.
Huh?
He ambushed Chester a while ago.
Oh, no. Matt, he didn't...
Chester's still unconscious, Kitty, but Doc thinks he's going to pull through.
Oh, you sure it was Viney did it?
Sure enough to be looking for him.
Last I saw him was in the restaurant.
I thought Oliver might know something about him. Has he been in here?
Oh, he was till about an hour ago. He got sleepy.
What?
Well, that's what he said. He went out back, said he was going to have himself a nap.
On the ground?
Well, I'd be surprised if he ever slept in the bed.
Yeah, you may be right.
Well, he had supper out there, too. We quit the faro table and went to the bar and got some beer, and then he pulled some jerky out of his pocket and went out back to eat and sleep the whole thing off. Nothing's too good for Oliver.
Well, I hope he won't mind my disturbing him.
Matt, I'm going to go over to Doc's and see if there's anything I can do.
Yeah, you tell him I'll be by later, huh?
Yeah, all right.
Oliver? Oliver, come on. Wake up.
Hello, Marshal.
Wake up. I want to talk to you.
Yeah,
Come on.
Sure, I'm awake.
Come on.
Man, gotta get a little sleep now and then.
Where's Viney, Oliver?
Viney? I don't know.
When did you see him last?
Why, this afternoon.
You haven't seen him since?
No. What do you want him for, Marshal? Something wrong?
Chester's been shot.
No.
Ambushed.
Ambushed?
That's right.
Well, you think Viney did it, huh? Well, he didn't, Marshal. Viney never killed nobody in his life.
I didn't say he killed him.
What?
I said he shot him. Hit him in the head. Chester's still unconscious.
He ain't dead?
You seem disappointed.
Now, look here, Marshal. We Stangs don't go around shooting people. I won't stand for nobody saying we do.
I want Viney, Oliver, and you're going to help me find him. You know his ways. You know where he might be.
Viney didn't do it.
He threatened to. And tonight he tried to fool me. Said he didn't want Chester's job. Chester doesn't have any other enemies I know of. But you're going to help me find Viney, or I'll let you wait in jail till I find him. Now, you take your choice.
Jail?
That's right.
You said Chester ain't come to?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, if he dies, that'll be real bad, won't it?
Yeah, real bad.
Marshal, if Viney done it, I'm as strong agin him as you are, blood kin or not. I'll help you find him. I sure will. Well, look in the oasis here, Marshal. This is the last place I can think of where he might be.
Any particular reason why he'd be in here?
It's the littlest rag-tailed saloon in town. Can't be many people in there. Viney's more at home where there ain't too many people.
All right, I'll go in first, Oliver.
Sure.
Well, there's nobody here but the bartender. And he's asleep.
Well, let's wake him up and ask him.
No, it wouldn't do any good. They don't talk to the law in this place. Come on.
I'm just plumb confounded, Marshal. I don't know where to look now. We've been everywhere that boy might be.
Maybe.
Well, you think of some place then.
You think of it, Oliver. I'm going back and see how Chester's coming along.
You talk like you don't believe me.
I'll believe you when you find Viney.
All right, I'll find him. I'll look all night if I have
Not
to.
all night, Oliver. It's about 10 o'clock now. You look till midnight.
What do you mean?
Have Viney in my office by midnight.
Now, see, you don't believe me.
I believe you. I just think you might have better luck without me hanging around.
If he did it, I want him caught bad as you do. I told you that.
And if he didn't do it, he's probably got a good alibi. But you find him. And don't you run. I'll track you down if it takes all year.
Marshal, you're terrible wrong about me.
I'll be waiting in my office, Oliver.
To the millions who smoke L&M. To the millions more who should try L&M. Here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, yet light and mild. So buy a pack of L&M's and take a good close look at L&M's superior filter. The purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white. All white. Truly the miracle tip. Because when it's added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste. Actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
Oh, come in, Matt. Come in. I got Chester in the back room.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, I can't say for sure yet, but my guess is he's going to be all right. It'll take time, though, of course.
Well, as long as he makes it. Is he conscious?
No, not now.
You mean he was?
Well, he came to about a half an hour ago. He wasn't very clear, of course, but he was mumbling something. He got his eyes open for a few seconds. Didn't last long. He passed out right away again.
Oh, what was he mumbling about? Did you catch any of it?
Well, it was about the shooting. He saw who it was, Matt.
He did?
Mm-hmm. But he didn't get the name out. Viney's or anybody else's.
Oh.
I asked him, but he passed out again before he could say it.
I don't suppose there's any way of telling how long it'll be before he comes around again.
Oh, no. No way in the world. Might be in an hour and might not be for a day or two.
But he did see who it was.
Oh, yeah, sure. But he didn't say who. So, that's no help.
Yes, it is, Doc.
How?
If Chester saw Viney, then Viney must know he did. He won't make him feel very easy.
Well, you've got him in jail, haven't you?
No. But it won't take long now. Oh, and Doc, while I'm gone, you lock this door and you keep it locked, huh?
Sure, man.
Hello, Oliver.
I ain't found him yet, Marshal, but I'm going to. How's Chester?
Well, Doc thinks he's going to be all right. He came to a minute or so.
He dead?
Yeah, long enough to tell Doc he saw who shot him. But he didn't get the name out.
Oh.
When he does, it's all the evidence I'll need to put Viney in prison for a long time.
But there's one good thing. If Chester don't die, Viney don't hang.
What I'm worried about is that he's bound to hear Chester's still alive and try to finish him off before he can talk.
Marshal, I swear I'll run him down before he does anything like that. He's in bad enough trouble now.
Yeah, the way things are, I'm not going to wait for you to do it alone. You look where you think best, Oliver. I'm going to cover the south side of town again. If you find him, you take him to my office and wait.
Okay, Marshal.
All right, let's get started. As I left Oliver and walked down Front Street, I noticed a figure standing in the shadows directly across from where we'd been talking. I guessed it was Viney, but I couldn't be sure. And at the moment, it didn't matter much anyway. I walked on a ways. Then I ducked up an alley and ran around back to the rear of Doc's place. A handful of pebbles brought him to his window, and he lowered the fire rope for me, and I was soon inside. We pulled the rope up and locked the window, and then went into the front office to wait.
The door's still locked, Matt. He can't get in.
You'll knock, Doc. When he does, you open the door fast and get behind it and stay there.
Yes, I'll stay there, all right. Matt, are you sure Viney's coming up here?
He's got to shut Chester up before it's too late, doesn't he?
But he must know I'm here with Chester.
Yeah, that's right, Doc.
Oh, you mean he aims to walk in here and shoot me, too?
You must be tired tonight, Doc.
Oh. Shall I open it now?
Well, I'm ready if you are.
No. You watch yourself, Matt.
All right, go ahead, open it.
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Doc, where are you?
All right, drop it.
No.
All right, Doc. He's through.
Why, Matt, it's Oliver.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Who's that?
Stand back, Doc.
I'm sure.
You went and killed Uncle Oliver.
I had to, Viney.
Well, why didn't you wait? I'd have stopped him.
Then why didn't you stop him downstairs?
I couldn't get over there fast enough.
Where have you been, Viney?
Uncle Oliver told me to go wait for him by the river this evening, but I figured he was up to something. And then I heard about Chester, and I knew. I've been following him ever since. I was afraid to show myself. I thought you'd shoot me, Marshal, just like you shot him.
I told you I had to shoot him.
But he was only trying to help me like he promised Pa he would.
He tried too hard.
All I want is to go home. I didn't want Chester's job. I told you that. Don't you even remember?
Yeah, I remember. But you forgot something, Viney.
What?
You forgot to tell your Uncle Oliver.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin and Harry Bartell. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Listen to Gunsmoke again next week, transcribed for L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
My, ain't that dust awful, Mr. Dillon.
Now we need rain, Chester.
You know what I'd do if I was running Dodge?
Now what?
I'd get me a big bunch of them flat rocks, and I'd lay 'em all the way up and down Front Street. That'd take care of this dust.
I'd also take care of the first rider that came along.
Well, something ought to be done. Hey, look, there's a stage. Let's wait and see who gets off it, can we?
Are you expecting somebody?
No, sir, I'm just curious. You know how it is.
Well, I know how it is with you. You know, you ought to get yourself a job as a railroad agent or something like that.
Oh, I'd like that fine. Hey, look, there's that little whiskey drummer back again. Oh, I wonder if he's got any more of them little samples. Is he the only passenger? Nope, another fella. Hey, he's a mighty serious-looking man, too. kindly handles himself like a gunfighter or something, don't he?
Chester.
What?
That's Troy Carver.
Who's he?
Oh, he's an old friend of mine from Arizona. Come on.
Is he a gunfighter, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, one of the best, too.
Looks like he's headed for the Dodge House.
Well, we'll catch him.
Yeah, big fella, ain't he?
Yeah. He's sure going to be surprised to see me. Oh, watch him jump now. Hey, Carver, hold it!
He's got his gun out, Mr. Dillon. He's going to shoot.
Stay back, Chester.
Keep coming, mister. I'm watching your hands.
Troy, it's Matt Dillon.
Matt Dillon?
Put that gun away, you crazy fool.
Matt. Matt, how are you?
Oh, good, Troy. Oh, what happened there? Did you recognize me?
Yeah, sure, of course I did.
Well, you were ready to shoot, Troy.
No, I was joking, Matt.
Oh, you were?
Sure, of course I was. Besides, you come on me awful sudden, yelling like that.
Yeah, I guess I did. Well, what are you doing in Dodge, Troy?
What are you doing here?
Oh, I work here. I'm a marshal.
A marshal?
Uh-huh.
Is that a fact?
Come here, Chester. I want you to meet Troy Carver. It's Chester Prosper, Troy.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you.
Any friend of Matt's, Chester.
My gracious, you sure do move fast, Mr. Carver. I thought you was going to shoot. Guess you didn't recognize him.
Oh, I was just playing. I've known Matt Dillon off and on for 20 years.
Yeah, that's so, but it's been a long time since we last saw each other.
Nogales, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was back in the days when I was still trying to make an honest living. But you haven't told me what you're doing here, Troy.
Looking for a fella.
Oh?
You ever know Lee Poland?
Lee Poland? Yeah, a long time ago.
Well, the law's finally got him cold. He'll hang for murder when I catch him.
When you catch him?
I'm a deputy sheriff, Matt. Tucson.
What?
We got word Lee Poland was going to set up in Dodge, so I come after him.
Well, you must have beat him here. I haven't seen him.
I got plenty of time. Besides, it'll give me a chance to do a little gambling.
Where are you going to stay?
The driver told me there's a hotel down the street here.
Well, sure, right there.
Where?
With the Dodge House, right there.
Oh, sure.
Troy.
Yeah?
When Poland does show up, I'll help you take him, huh?
What'd you say that for?
Well, no reason, except that Poland's mighty fast with a gun.
I ain't exactly a beginner, Matt.
Well, I didn't mean that, Troy. Well, why should anybody take a chance with a man like Lee Poland? If we both go up against him, he'll probably give up without a fight.
You talk like you think I'm afraid of him.
No, of course I don't.
I'll handle him. It's my job, and you stay out of it.
Right. Sure, Troy.
Just as good as I ever was, Matt.
Sure.
Yeah. Don't you go getting any ideas. You're going to find me that room now.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, Chester.
I swear I don't understand him. I mean, he about shoots you. Then he gets mad at you for wanting to help him. And then I just do not understand him.
Neither do I, Chester.
Was he always like that?
No, he wasn't.
Well, what is it?
I don't know for sure. But I better find out.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest. L&M's got everything.
Everything?
Everything.
Best flavor?
L&M stands out for flavor. The Miracle Tip draws easy. Lets you enjoy all the taste.
Best filter?
L&M stands out for effective filtration. No filter compares with L&M's pure white Miracle Tip for quality or effectiveness.
Best tobaccos?
Highest quality tobaccos. Low nicotine tobaccos. L&M tobaccos. light, and mild. Every way, L&M is best. Stands out from all the rest.
How easy they draw. How mild they are.
L&M is sweeping the country. It's America's best filter tip cigarette.
Evening, Matt. Sit down.
Thank you, Kitty. Well, how are you?
You want the truth.
Is there something wrong?
I guess I'm tired tonight, Matt.
Well, why don't you go home?
No, what I'm tired of is heat and dust and Texas cowboys.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that big herd that came in yesterday.
Well, there wasn't a man with it that could ever have known a mother. They all acted like they'd been raised in caves.
You know something?
Huh?
You need a few weeks in St. Louis, Kitty.
I'm going next month.
No?
Yep. They already bought me a ticket on the Santa Fe.
Well, good. How long are you going to stay?
As long as my money holds out. Which means a couple of days, I suppose. You come to see me, or are you looking for Troy?
And I see he's still here.
Oh, he hasn't left that poker table for 3 hours.
Yeah, it's probably the first gambling he's done since he left Arizona.
He seems like a good head, man.
Yeah, he's the best.
Oh, there's one thing about him, though.
Now, what's that?
He's awful hair-triggered. He almost had a fight with a barkeep a while ago.
Oh?
Well, for nothing at all. He's got something on his mind, Matt. Something's bothering him.
Yeah, I know.
What is it?
I'm not sure, Kitty.
Get out.
Matt, he's starting a fight with a dealer.
Yeah.
Talk, mister. Well, you're wearing a gun.
I ain't gonna use it.
Now use it.
No.
Troy.
Keep out of this, Matt.
I never saw you try to force a man to draw before, Troy.
That's what he's trying to do, Marshal.
No, I'm not.
What would you call it, then?
I said for you to keep out of this, Matt.
Dodge is my town, Troy. I stop trouble here no matter who starts it. Now, what's this about?
I'll tell you, Marshal. He made me out like I was cheating, that's what. I had my cards laying face up right in front of me, and he told me to shove them over in front of him, and I wouldn't do it. They were showing plain enough right where they was. I don't deal crooked, you know that.
I didn't say you was dealing crooked.
It sounded like it to me.
What do you want, Troy?
It ain't no business of yours, Matt. I'm out of this game. I'm leaving.
I don't know what's the matter with him, Marshal. He was getting on fine, and then all of a sudden he blows up.
Yeah, go back to your game. He'll get over it.
He'd better. That fool coming in, breaking up the game like that, telling me what I can do with my card.
What's that all about, Matt?
I'll tell you later, Kitty. I gotta leave now.
Huh?
I want to find Troy as soon as he cools off a little.
It looked like you and him were having an argument.
Yeah, we were. But I know what's wrong with him now. And it isn't good, Kitty. It isn't good at all. It's Matt Dillon, Troy.
Well, what are you doing here?
I want to talk to you.
Want it?
Well, doesn't the Dodge House supply lamps anymore?
There's one on the bureau there. Light it if you want.
Okay, I think it will.
I like sitting in the dark. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
Well, I didn't say there was, Troy.
Okay.
Well, is it all right if I sit down?
Help yourself.
Yeah, thank you.
What's on your mind, Matt?
Don't you know, Troy?
Wouldn't be asking if I did.
Look, Troy, we've been pretty good friends in the past. I wouldn't be here otherwise.
What are you talking about?
Well, being good friends, I figure, kind of gives me the privilege of interfering.
Interfering with what?
With you.
How? With me?
Troy, you know what I'm talking about. You gotta quit, Troy. You gotta get out of this business while you're still alive.
I don't know what you're saying.
All right, I'll spell it out for you. I wasn't 30 feet from you on the street today, and you couldn't even recognize me. I should have known then.
I was joking you. I told you that.
Well, what about the sign on the Dodge house? It's a pretty big sign, you know.
I hadn't even looked at it.
All right, what about tonight? That dealer's cards weren't more than 3 feet away, and you couldn't read them.
I got a right to check a man's cards if I want.
You just won't admit it, will you?
You're making things up. You get a crazy idea and you run away with it.
How are you going to recognize Lee Poland when he hits town, Troy? Smell him out?
I told you, I don't know what you're saying.
Don't you? All right, then I'm going to say it real clear. Who ever heard of a half-blind gunfighter? Who ever heard of a man that can't see going up against somebody like Lee Poland?
That ain't true.
It's true, all right. Troy, you shouldn't even be wearing a gun. The only reason you haven't been killed already is because this can't have been going on for very long.
Matt, there's nothing...
No, now you listen to me. Now, pride is a good thing, Troy, but it's not worth dying for. Not this way. And besides, there's nothing shameful about a man's eyes going bad. Or do you think people are going to call you a coward for that? Well, do you?
I come here to take Lee Poland, and I'm going to do it.
All right. You can arrest him, you can take him back to Arizona, but let me face him with you.
No.
He'll kill you, Troy. He'll kill you easy.
You stay out of it, man.
Look, Troy, I'm trying to help you.
I don't need help. No man's going to do my work for me.
You won't say it yourself, will you? You won't even listen to my saying.
Now, you're talking crazy.
That's all you got to say, huh?
That, and you keep out of this. I mean it, Matt. Now, you ain't leaving here till you promise. Go on, say it.
You're a fool, Troy.
There ain't another man in the world could call me that.
All right. Now keep out of it. Good night, Troy.
Good night.
Oh, Chester.
Yes, sir?
Take a look at this, huh?
What is it, Mr. Dillon?
I'll read it.
All right. Lee Poland, age 36, black hair, gray eyes, scar on the right cheek, walks with slight limp left leg. What's this for, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I put down everything I can remember about Poland. I want you to take it to the stage office and into the stable and let Moss Gremick read it. And tell him if Poland shows up, I want to know about it. And I want to know about it fast.
But you said you promised Troy you'd stay out of this.
You get going, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and you might walk around and keep your eyes open, too, huh? I'll stay here so everybody will know where to find me.
Yes, sir. Well, hello, Doc.
Yeah, Matt here. Oh, there he is.
You can go in, Doc. I'm just leaving.
Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that, now, Chester. Yeah. How are you, Matt?
Oh, fine, Doc, fine. Sit down.
Oh, thank you. Well, I saw him.
Oh, what happened?
I went to his room, like you said, and I told him what I'd come for.
Mm-hmm. How'd he take it?
Well, at first I thought he was going to break my neck, but somehow I managed to talk him out of that, and I kept on talking, and finally he let me examine him. The only reason he did, he said, was to prove to you that there's nothing wrong with him.
So?
It's hard to say for sure, Matt, but my guess is his eyes won't get any worse. They're as bad now as they're going to be.
Well, that's something.
But they're not going to get any better. There isn't a thing I can do for him. Oh, I just don't have the knowledge, Matt.
Well, did you tell him what you told me?
I started to.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, when I finished the examination, I started to tell him what I thought, but he wouldn't let me. He told me to come back here and tell you there's nothing wrong with him. And the way he said it, he meant it. I didn't argue with him, and I don't want him.
I won't say anything, Doc.
Good. Because Troy is the kind of a man who...
Mr. Dillon?
Now, what are you doing back, Chester?
I seen him. I was at the stage office, and I hadn't even gone in yet, and I seen him come riding up the street.
Lee Poland?
Yes, sir, it was him, all right.
Where'd he go?
He was headed straight for the stable. But there's something else, Mr. Dillon.
What?
Troy Carver was there on the street, and Poland yelled hello to him. Said he'd be back when he put his horse up.
To the millions who smoke L&M. To the millions more who should try L&M. Here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, yet light and mild. So buy a pack of L&M's and take a good close look at L&M's superior filter. The purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip. Because when it's added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
There's Troy Carver, just across the street there. He ain't moved at all.
Yeah, he's waiting for Poland to come back. He knows it's the easiest way he can find him.
It's kindly awful, ain't it?
Yeah. Wait a minute, Chester.
What?
There's Poland.
Yeah, I see him.
1 minute earlier, I might have stopped this.
Well, I hurried as fast as I could.
No, it's not your fault, Chester. You stay back and out of the way now, huh?
Yes, sir.
Poland! Hold it! Hold it right there!
Matt, what are you doing here?
Well, if it ain't Matt Dillon.
Don't you pay him no mind, Poland. Look at me.
What's going on here? What do you want, Dillon?
I'm the marshal in this town, Poland.
He's got nothing to do with this. I'm arresting you, Poland. I'm arresting you for murder.
Now, wait a minute. I ain't facing the two of you.
It's me you're facing. Me, not him.
That
That's enough, Troy. Don't come no closer. I want your gun. Now unbuckle your belt and drop it right there. No.
Do it, Poland. You heard him.
Shut up, Matt. You keep out of this.
You can't face both of us, Poland. You said so yourself.
Get out of here, Matt.
I'm not moving, Troy.
I don't understand this. But I sure don't like it. You haven't got a chance, Poland. I always got a
What? Troy didn't even shoot, Mr. Dillon.
No, but he got hit. Let's get him up to Doc's. He's still alive.
Lee Poland sure ain't. You hit him both times.
Here, give me a hand with Troy. He's bleeding bad.
Matt. Here, Matt.
What?
Matt.
What? Look. Oh, this is Doc. Ooh, I must have fallen asleep, huh?
Yes, I see. It's almost morning.
Oh, is it? Oh. How's Troy?
Yeah, he's over the worst of it. He'll live.
Oh, good. Good, Doc. Is he conscious?
Yes, he's conscious.
Can I see him?
For a minute or two. Then I want him to go to sleep.
Oh, I won't take long.
When you're through, we'll have some coffee. I'll grind up some fresh.
No, good, Doc. Thanks. Hello, Troy.
Matt.
Doc says you're going to be all right.
You shot me, Matt.
Yeah.
You broke your word. You promised to stay out of it.
I know, Troy.
Man ought to keep his word.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have believed you in the first place.
No, I guess you shouldn't.
And I wouldn't have either if I'd been thinking straight. I wasn't thinking straight about something else, too.
Oh, is that so?
You want to know what it was?
Oh, sure.
I don't see very good no more. A gunfighter, he's got to be able to see better than I do. All right. I'm going to quit. Now you satisfied?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm satisfied, Troy.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Vic Perrin, Joseph Cranston, and James Nusser. Harley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
I sure do hope things... Mr. Dillon, are you listening to this?
What? Oh, yeah, sure. Go on, Chester. Go on.
And I sure do hope things has been good with you like they has been with me. Take care of yourself. Maybe I will come up to see you one day soon. Your loving Brother Magnus. And then down at the bottom he says... Your Uncle Will got tromped on by a cow last week. Well, now, ain't that nice, Mr. Dillon?
What do you mean about Uncle Will?
No, I mean getting this letter from Magnus. It's real thoughty of him.
That's the first one I remember you getting.
It's the first one he's wrote. To me, at least. Sure is funny, though. I never knew that boy could write a lick.
Well, maybe he's learned since you saw him last.
No, I don't think so, because Magnus don't hold with schooling.
Uh-huh.
No, sir, none of my kinfolk does. Why, my ma says all a body needs to know is how to cook, care for your own and get to the church.
She must have made your pa a very good wife.
I don't know as he ever said. He run off when I was only 4. Him and Ma never talked to each other much from what I...
mister?
Yes, ma'am, that's right.
I'm Nancy Creed.
Well, come in, please. This Chester Proudfoot, Miss Creed.
How you doing, Miss Creed?
Marshal, I come to see you because my pa's going to shoot somebody dead.
What?
I want you should stop him.
Well, who's your pa gonna shoot?
Fella that worked for him a spell, name of Ben Tolliver.
And why's your pa after him?
Ben run off last night and took one of Pa's studs. Pa says he was just about the best stud Pa ever saw.
Where do you and your pa live, Nancy?
About 20 miles from here, out along the Arkansas.
And you think this man, this Ben Tolliver, came into Dodge, huh?
I don't just think it, Marshal. I know it. So does Pa. Ben always said he was coming here.
I see.
So I sneaked away this morning after Pa went down the corrals to come tell you. I figure you be the fella to see, being Marshal and all.
Nancy, look, if this man stole one of your pa's horses, why doesn't your pa come in here and tell me about it? He could swear out a warrant for Tolliver, and then I could arrest him.
Pa don't want to. He says he'll take care of his own troubles. You think you can stop Pa from shooting Ben?
Well, I can sure try. Tell me, what does your pa look like?
Look like?
Uh-huh. Well, I don't know your pa, Nancy, but if I knew what he looked like, then I could watch for him, you see.
I never thought about Pa as looking like anything. Except just Pa.
For instance, how old is he?
I don't know. He never said.
Well, what would you guess?
He's kind of gray. Then he's always looked like that.
Anything else?
He's got a bad leg from where a horse kicked him, and his jaw's busted some.
Well, that don't sound like he should be hard to find. Not with a limp and a lopsided face. Why, my gracious, even I can find a man with
Chester,
a limp.
all right. Nancy, I'll watch for your pa, and if he does come into Dodge, I'll have a talk with him. Huh?
You do that, and I'll surely thank you, Marshal. Bye.
Goodbye.
Say, Marshal.
Yes.
If it helps any, I know where that Ben Tolliver is.
Oh, forever.
You do?
Right there at the Long Branch Saloon having a beer. You know where I mean.
Yes.
I seen his horse tied outside, so I went up and looked through the window, and he's there right now.
Well, why didn't you tell me this before, Nancy?
Never thought of it. Well, you'll do something about Pa now, won't you, Marshal?
I declare she don't know get up from whoa, does she, Mr. Dillon? She's kindly pretty, but my gracious.
Come on, Chester. Let's go have a talk with Ben Tolliver and find out what this is all about.
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Yes, L&M's got everything. Superior filtration, superior taste.
Superior filtration because of L&M's superior filter. White. All white. Pure white. The purest tip that ever touched your lips.
Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Tasty, full of flavor, light and mild.
No doubt about it. L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters. L&M's got everything. It's the best.
Nancy sure didn't have no hankering to come with us.
And I think she was afraid we might run into her paw.
She sure lit out for home fast enough. She just ain't very bright, is she, Mr. Dillon?
She seems to know right from wrong, Chester. That's more than some people.
Yes, sir. You want me to come in with you?
Yeah, but stay by the door while I talk to Tolliver, huh?
How you gonna know which one's him?
Well, there won't be more than 3 or 4 people in there this time of day.
You reckon that's him sitting at the table over there?
Well, it could be. Is your name Ben Tolliver?
That's right.
My name's Dillon. I'm a marshal here in Dodge. Do you mind if I sit down?
Please yourself.
Yeah, thank you. Girl named Nancy Creed came into my office a little while ago.
What'd she want?
She says that her pa's looking for you.
Oh?
Says he's going to shoot you.
Shoot me?
Yeah, he claims that you stole one of his horses. Is that right?
He owed me 4 months' wages and he wouldn't pay me. So I took a stud horse that broke.
Was it your horse?
I figured I had something coming.
You can't take a horse that belongs to somebody else, no matter what you figure.
Look, mister, I caught that stud horse when he was running wild out on the range. I brought him into old Creed's place and broke him myself. I put 3 months' work into that stud and on my own time of an evening.
Creed says it was his horse and you stole him.
No such thing. Besides, he said he'd pay me $30 a month, and he threw me out without a penny.
Now, the girl didn't tell me anything about pay being due you?
Nancy wouldn't know about it anyway. Her pa don't tell her nothing. She just keeps the place redded up and cooks for him and the like.
Well, come on, Ben.
Come on where?
I'm going to take you to jail.
Jail? What are you putting me in jail for?
And if what Nancy says is true, Creed's coming in to look for you. Putting you in jail's the best way I know of to stop a fight.
But I ain't done nothing wrong, Marshal. Not the way I see it.
You'll only be in jail till I get this straightened out. Later this afternoon, I'm going to ride out and have a talk with Creed before he decides to come into town.
It sure is hot out here, ain't it? There ain't a speck of shade for miles around.
Well, if he's breaking wild horses out here, he doesn't have time to worry about the heat.
I wonder if that fellow Ben Tolliver was telling the truth.
Yeah, there's no way of knowing until we talk to the old man.
No, sir, I guess they ain't. Say, he's got some pretty good-looking stock down them pens, ain't he?
Yeah, there's good stock running wild on the prairie. If a man knows how to catch 'em, he can make out fine. We better leave our horses here, Chester.
All right, sir.
Don't be banging on the door. I seen you coming.
You Jake Creed?
That's right.
Well, I want to talk to you, Creed.
Who are you, mister?
Marshal Dillon from Dodge.
Cooler out there than in the house. I'll come out. What is it you want?
I want to know about Ben Tolliver.
That fool Nancy run to Dodge and told you, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, since she did, I won't try to fool you. That boy stole a horse of mine. I figure in a couple of days I'll go after him.
Go after him?
Find him and shoot him.
Now, look, Creed, you just can't shoot a man down.
Why not? He's a horse thief.
If you want to swear out a complaint, I'll hold him for trial.
I ain't got time for all that foolishness. He stole a horse, so I got cause to shoot him.
Now, you listen to me, Creed.
I don't have to listen to nobody. Being a marshal, you're all filled up with laws. But I ain't got time to mess with that. I'll just shoot him.
Creed, either you come into Dodge and swear out a complaint against Tolliver, or you forget about the whole thing.
I got better than 40 range horses out here, only half broke. I can't be wasting time fooling around with no trial.
Did you owe that boy money?
Of course not. Everything he did, I had to show him how. The way I see it, he should have paid me.
He worked out here for you for 4 months, right?
You could say that.
Well, he told me that stud horse was his.
Well, since he caught him and broke him, I guess he'd figure it that way. But Ben was working on my place and taking my food. That stud's mine.
Now, the law might not agree with you, Creed.
I know that, Marshal. That's just why I'm going to handle my own trouble and not mess around with the law.
Look, I've tried to tell you, Creed, and I'm going to tell you once more real plain. You shoot that boy and you'll hang for it. I don't care what you think the right of it is. All right, come on, Chester.
And maybe I won't shoot him. Maybe I'll fix that boy good some other way. Him and that stud horse he's so proud of.
That miserable old buffalo's as mean as an acre of snakes, ain't he?
Yeah.
What are you going to do, Mr. Dillon?
Well, I can't keep Ben Tolliver in jail forever if Creed won't swear out a complaint.
No, sir.
I'll just have to turn him loose in the morning and hope they don't run into each other.
Maybe you could run Tolliver out of town.
It wouldn't do any good. We'll just have to wait and see what happens. Now, let's move along. We got a lot of ground to cover. Come on. Well, you're free now, Ben.
Thanks, Marshal. Being in jail overnight makes a fella kind of ouchy.
Yeah, well, I'm sorry about that. I did it to save trouble.
I know, Marshal. I don't blame you none.
What you going to do now, Ben?
Well, Chester, I thought maybe I could find myself a job of work somewhere.
Yeah, what kind of work?
All I know is horses. There ought to be some spread near here that could use a hand.
Well, if there's anybody looking for a hired hand, Sam down at the Long Branch would know about it. He's the bartender there.
I'll tell you what, I'll walk down with you if you like, Ben.
Oh, thanks, Marshal.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
You could just have a beer while you're down there talking.
Yeah. Okay, Chester, you can come along, too. Come on.
Oh, thank you. Say, Mr. Dillon, that was a good idea. I'm glad you thought of it.
Well, thank you, Chester. Where are you from, Ben?
California.
Oh,
California?
What are you doing in Kansas?
This is the cow country, Marshal. California just don't have the spreads.
Yeah, but all that gold out there.
The gold rush was 20 years ago, Chester.
Well, I know that, but there might just be a little left laying around.
I sure didn't find any, Chester.
Oh, maybe you didn't know where to look.
All I want is to have my own piece of land, raise good stock, maybe get me a wife. I might even go on up to Wyoming sometime. I hear that's good cattle country, too.
Well, I don't see Sam nowheres.
No.
But here comes Miss Kitty.
Oh, Matt. Chester.
Ah, hello, Kitty. Kitty, this is Ben Tolliver.
Pleased to meet you, Kitty.
We came down to talk to Sam.
And have some beer.
Well, I can get you the beer, Chester, but Sam's down at the depot with a wagon.
No.
Shipment of rye whiskey's coming in on the Santa Fe this morning.
Oh, I see. You're up kind of early, aren't you?
Sam asked me to take care of things till I got back. I can sleep this afternoon. Come over to the bar. I'll get you some beer.
Okay.
My, you make a pretty fancy bartender, Miss Kitty.
Well, a girl's got to have an ace up her sleeve, Chester.
Yeah, but... What?
Never mind, Chester.
Well,
what are you doing in the saloon this early?
Well, we come down to ask Sam if he'd heard about anybody needing a hand.
Yeah, you see, Ben here is looking for a job.
Oh, what sort of job, Ben?
On a ranch somewhere, Miss Kitty.
You work around stock much?
All my life, just about.
Yeah, you see, he was working for Jake Creed up until yesterday.
Jake Creed.
Yeah. You know him?
I know about him. Only a few months back, some cowboy was giving me a half a dozen reasons why I ought to kill him.
He must have been the fellow Jake threw out just before I come along.
You probably stayed with him about 3-4 months. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Then he started some argument. You had a fight, and he threw you out?
That's about the right of it.
No pay into the bargain. Honestly, Matt, I don't know how Creed gets away with it.
Well, I guess there's always somebody new drifting by who doesn't know his reputation.
What did you argue about, Ben?
Oh, a little bit of everything, Miss Kitty. But mostly on how to rope.
How to rope?
Yeah. He says when you're working stock, the only way is to tie hard and fast and not dally.
Well, I sure couldn't argue that.
No, Kitty, you see, hard and fast means that you tie the end of your rope to the saddle horn, you see.
And when you dally, you just hold the end of the rope in your hand and twist it around the horn a couple of times.
That's right.
That way, if the rope gets tangled up in your mount's legs or yours, you let go and you're free. There ain't no way to get dragged if you dally.
You mean old Creed don't believe in dallying?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Oh.
Well, most of the fellows don't think it amounts to much, but they do some in California.
Well, they sure don't in Texas.
Creed says that nobody who knows anything about working stock could ever rope anyway except hard and fast.
I'm glad I make a living in here.
It sounds complicated, I guess, Miss Kitty, but it ain't to a horseman.
Well, no matter what the argument was about, he should have paid you, Ben.
Oh, Ben, you got any money at all?
No, sir.
Here, I'll give you $5 and you can pay me back when you make it, huh?
Thanks, Marshal.
Well, as long as you're paying, don't forget the beer, Marshal.
Yeah, sure. Here you are.
Thank you.
Yeah, Sam won't have to worry about his bar, not with you behind it, Kitty.
Well, this bar pays a good part of my salary.
Marshal, I think maybe I'd better go down and have a look at my horse. Make sure he's been watered this morning.
Oh, Moss would take good care of him, Ben.
Well, I think maybe I'll just walk down there anyway.
Can I go with you? I'd like to see your horse.
Sure.
Ben, you come back later this afternoon. Sam will be here then. We can talk about a job for you.
Thank you, Miss Kitty.
He seems like a nice young fellow, Matt.
Yeah.
What's the matter?
I was thinking about Jake Creed, Kitty.
What about him?
Now, he's got something on his mind. He'll try to get to Ben Tolliver's some way.
To you, to the thousands of smokers who are changing to L&M every day, to the millions who now smoke L&M, here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, yet light and mild. And L&M's superior filter is the purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. Yes, L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
In the next 3 or 4 days, there was no sign of Jake Creed around town, and I began to breathe easier. Ben came in one morning and said that he'd found a job out at the Walker place and that he was going to start the next day. And I was glad for him. But then trouble came.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Mr. Dillon, he's gone.
Well, who's gone?
Ben Tolliver. He took a horse from Moss Grimace and he's headed out for the Creed place. He says he's going to kill him.
Oh, what for? What's it all about?
Well, this morning I walked down to the stable with Ben to kind of say goodbye like, and that's when we saw it. Oh, doggone it, that poor old stud.
Well, so what, Chester?
Moss told us he'd seen old man Creed out and back by the corrals, but he didn't think too much of it.
Chester, what happened?
That mean old devil hamstrung Ben's stud, Mr. Dillon.
Hamstrung him?
He cut both hind legs. Oh, that horse couldn't budge an inch out of his tracks. Ben just stood there real stony-like, looking at the stud, and then he shot him. He didn't say a word, just turned and walked away with a funny kind of a look on his face.
All right, come on, Chester. We'll ride out to the Creed place before Ben does something he'll be sorry for.
Hello, Marshal.
Is your pa here, Nancy?
No, he's down the catch pens. It ain't time to eat, so he's working.
Uh-huh. Nancy, have you seen Ben Tolliver?
Sure did. He rode up here a few minutes ago, wanted to see Pa. I told him Pa was down the corrals. He just went down there.
Come on, Chester.
Well, if you're going down to talk to Pa, I'll go with you. He goes down to the corrals for sunup and don't come back till time for dinner. What you want Pa for, Marshal?
To keep him from getting killed.
Who'd kill Pa? You don't...
That came from the corrals. Come on, let's go.
Mr. Dillon, look. Out there in the middle of that catch pen.
All right, Tolliver. Hold it right there.
I ain't moving.
All right, give me your gun.
What for?
You're under arrest, and this time you'll stay in jail.
Ben, why'd you shoot my Pa?
I didn't, Nancy.
Well, then who did shoot him?
Nobody shot him, Marshal. I'm trying to tell you. Jake was already dead when I got here. It was a horse I shot.
What?
See for yourself. It looks to me like Jake's horse got tangled up in the rope while he was working a Mustang. The horse got throwed, and Jake was trapped under him, and the Mustang drug them both. It killed Jake. His horse had 2 legs broke, so I shot him. That's what you heard.
Well, looks like you're telling the truth, Ben.
I am, Marshal.
Poor old Pa.
I always told Jake he shouldn't work wild horses alone. He ought to have somebody snub for him.
Pa always did have a mind of his own.
He sure did. That old devil.
You should be glad he did, Ben. It saved you from hanging.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. The Special music for Gunsmoke was composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Sam Edwards, Eleanor Tannen, and James Nusser. Parley Bear is Chester, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier when Matt Dillon, Chester Proudfoot, Doc, and Kitty, together with all the other hard-living citizens of Dodge, will be with you once more. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. A transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Hello, Marshal.
Oh, Mr. Hightower, how are you this morning?
Fine, thank you.
Hello, Matt.
Why, hello, Kitty.
What are you doing in here this time of day?
Just looking for a little shelter.
What?
From his son.
Oh.
Yeah, I figure I can keep the peace in here as well as out there in that heat.
Well, you're that lazy. We better go sit down.
You know, that's a good idea.
Oh, there's a table over there next to Olive and Kate.
Oh, okay. Say, who's the old man they're sitting with?
Oh, I don't know. He came in just before you did.
Hey, Kitty.
Kitty, you're missing all the fun.
I don't hear your friend laughing.
Oh, he's crazy. Hello, Marshall.
Hello, Olive. Kate.
Marshall, sit down.
No, thanks, Kate. We're
Oh,
going to sit
come on, Marshall. Kitty.
Shall we, Kitty? Okay.
Kitty, you gotta hear this. What'd you say your name is, old man?
Man, I ain't so old. My name is Nip Colors.
Nip Colors?
I ain't a day over 60.
Or a day under. Tell me, how come you never been to Dodge before?
I only just bought me a ranch down on Crooked Creek.
What's that got to do with it?
I ain't never been in Kansas before. I made my money mining out in Arizona. I'm rich now, and my ma died.
You mean your wife?
No, Ma, my mama. Mama, she was real old. She kind of crippled up, but she died, and now I can get married.
You mean that a man your age has never been married?
I was, but she died a long time ago.
You have any kids?
Some, but they all run off soon as they got big enough.
Oh, this is kind of sad, Matt.
Yeah.
So you come to Dodge looking for a wife, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to find me one, too.
What makes you think you're going to find one here?
Well, there's women here. I figured I'd look 'em over.
And take your pick.
Well, how else?
Listen, there isn't enough gold in the world to get me to marry an old, ugly coot like you.
Me either. You're about as romantic as a turkey buzzard.
Why, I've seen water dogs I'd sooner cuddle. I wouldn't get any closer to you than I am now to save me from hanging.
Olive, that's mean.
Well, look at him.
Oh, he can't help it. I mean, you don't have to talk to him like that.
He's an old fool.
He isn't doing you any harm, Kate.
No. I don't mean to do no harm. But I gotta find a wife.
You don't need a wife. You need a bell around your neck and one leg tied up.
I've had enough of this.
Now, Kitty.
I'll handle this. Olive, you and Kate get out of here and leave him alone.
What?
You heard me? Get out, both of you.
Since when did you start running things around here?
You ever see me fight?
Kitty, will you take it easy?
You girls will look like scarecrows when I'm done with you. You're first, Olive. Get up.
Look, I don't want any trouble with you, Kitty.
Then get away from this table.
I'm going.
You too, Kate.
Sure. We don't want to talk to him anyway.
You gotta excuse them, mister. They learn all that talk from the cowboys and such that come in here.
They said that your name is Kitty?
That's right.
You're very nice, Kitty.
Oh, sometimes a woman can handle women better than a man can.
You're pretty, too.
Yeah. Well, you better stay out of here, Nip. Go look for a wife someplace else.
Well, I don't have to.
What?
Not now. I found one.
You have?
You?
Me?
Sure. I didn't want either of them to. I was just looking them over, but I like you fine. You make a good wife.
Now, look, Nip, don't you go getting any ideas.
It's okay, Kitty. I'll take care of everything. I'll be back in a few days.
Oh, wait,
We'll get married then.
Matt?
Oh, well, Kitty, and it looks like you got yourself into something, doesn't it?
Try to be nice to somebody. Try to do a good deed and see what happens.
Oh, well, I wouldn't worry about it. Maybe you'll forget about it.
You think so?
No.
Oh, what am I going to do?
Why don't you marry him, Kitty?
You ever see me fight?
Now, Kitty.
This is it, L&M Filter. filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M's got everything. Superior filtration, superior taste, superior filtration because of L&M's superior filter. White, all white, pure white. The purest tip that ever touched your lips. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Tasty, full of flavor, and light, and mild. No doubt about it. L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is it. L&M filters. L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Well, the stage come in, Mr. Dillon.
Oh? Now, didn't you think it would, Chester?
Oh, yes, sir. Sure, I knew it would. It was awful late, though.
Oh, was it? Huh.
Yes, sir, it was late.
Well, why?
Well, I declare, I don't know. I didn't bother to ask.
Oh, I see. Well, what else is new, Chester?
Well, sir, nothing I know of.
You know, Chester, you ought to stay in the office more and keep out of the sun.
Oh, well, the sun's already went down, Mr. Dillon.
Well, now, that's something new. I hadn't noticed that. Well, yes, sir, you're right. It has.
Well, yes, sir, it sure has.
Matt?
Oh, hello, Kitty. Come on in.
Evening, Miss Kitty.
Chester. Matt, you gotta do something.
What? Well, what's the trouble?
That Nip Colors is back.
Well, I'd say I want to get a look at him.
Yeah, well, you will, Chester.
He's back already, huh?
It's been 3 days, and he's sure been busy.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, first he's gone and bought a lot of new clothes. Got himself all duded up.
Well, he needed it.
Well, that's not the point. They're wedding clothes.
Oh?
He came into the Long Branch wearing them. He's over there now buying drinks for the house. Celebrating. I nearly died of shame, Matt. Everybody laughing at him and at me. I left. I got out.
Well, that's funny, Kitty. I'd have thought you'd have got mad or laughed it off yourself.
Matt, he's serious. I don't know how to stop him. And what's more, I am mad now. That's why I came here.
Oh?
I ran into the preacher on the street. And you know what he said? He's real pleased he's going to marry me and Nip Colors tomorrow. That old fool's gone and set up a wedding.
Oh, my goodness.
It's got to stop. It's got to stop, Matt. You've got to help me.
Well, Kitty,
Please, Matt.
Oh, sure, Kitty. Of course I will. I'll go over there now and see what I can do.
Well, I'm going with you.
Well, you don't have to, Kitty.
I want to. There he is, at the bar, talking to Olive.
Yeah. Now maybe he's changed his mind.
I doubt it.
Look at that beaver hat. He must be rich.
Matt, he's crazy. He's awful crazy. Oh.
Easy now, Kitty. It's gonna be all right.
Hey, Kitty!
Oh, no.
Kitty! Hey, set up some drinks, bartender.
Sam. No, never mind.
Oh, what? Oh, you're the marshal, ain't you?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, you come to the wedding, too, Marshal. Everybody's invited.
Yeah, I'm going. I wouldn't miss it for nothing.
You'll miss the next 2 days if you don't shut up, Olive.
Now, wait a minute. Look, Colors. Kitty says that she doesn't want to marry you.
Yeah. she told me that, too. But you know how women are, Marshal. Kind of bashful like.
Hi!
Kitty isn't a bashful woman, Colors. She doesn't want to marry you. Now, can't you understand that?
But she can't back out now.
Oh, for mercy's sake, it's no use talking to her,
I
Matt.
gotta have me wife, and I decided on her. That's how it's going to be. And I'm coming by for her noon tomorrow, and we're going to get church.
You come by at noon tomorrow or any other time, and I'm going to be waiting with a shotgun to blow your head off, and I mean it.
I think she does.
No, that ain't no way to talk, Kitty.
All right, Colors, the talking's over.
What?
You get out of town or I'm going to lock you up.
Lock me up?
In jail, and you'll stay there till you're ready to quit bothering people.
Well, now, whoever heard of going to jail for wanting to get married?
You see?
I'm not going to argue with you, Colors. Now you take your choice right now.
You're the meanest marshal I ever met. I just ain't going to jail.
All right, Colors, come on.
No, let me go now. I'll leave. I don't want to go to jail.
All right, then get out.
Well, I'm going. But I'll be back, Kitty. You'll see.
And I'll be waiting with a shotgun.
Oh, Kitty. Oh.
Well, you let me know if he does come back, huh, Kitty?
You'll know. Thanks, Matt.
Yeah, sure.
Well, I'm kind of tired tonight. Well, it was a good dinner, though. Turkey and chocolate sauce. Well, can you imagine that? Turkey and chocolate.
Doc.
Yeah, huh?
Hey, Doc.
What?
Over here.
Oh! I didn't see you standing there, Matt.
Well, I don't like standing in the light very much.
Oh, no, I don't blame you.
Oh, where you been? On a call?
No, I had a late supper. I was busy until, after 10 o'clock tonight.
No? I was over at Delmonico's?
No, I wasn't. I went to that new Mexican place. I had some of their turkey and chocolate sauce. Say, you tried that?
Yeah, it's good, too.
Yes, it is. Yeah, well, I think I'll turn in now.
Okay. Wait a minute, Doc.
Why, it's Chester.
Mr. Dillon, you better come too, Doc.
Oh, what's the trouble, Chester?
Out back the stable. Old Nip Colors, he's been shot.
What?
Yes, sir. With a shotgun.
Oh, now, take it easy.
Well, it's rich.
Oh,
Well, Doc, how does he look?
he looks like a Virginia ham just sprinkled with cloves.
Well, now, that's no way for a doctor to talk. I've been shot.
It isn't my talk you should be worrying about. It's whether I can dig all those pellets out. That's going to be quite a task. Yes, sir. It's going to be quite a task.
Well, why don't you get started before I die?
Oh, be quiet. Better get him up to my office, man. I'll need better light than that lantern at Chester's.
Well, one lantern's all I can get, Doc. You know, I ain't in the habit of carrying more than a half dozen around with me.
Never mind, Chester. Excuse me, Doc. Would you let me get on there, please?
Yes.
Colors, what happened? Who shot you?
Yeah, you got gall asking a dying man foolish questions.
Doc doesn't think you're gonna die, Colors. Now tell me, did you hear or see anybody?
How could I see who shot me in the back?
I mean before that or after that.
I didn't care after. I just lay here hoping they wouldn't pepper me again.
And before it happened?
I didn't see nobody. But I can tell you who it was. You heard her. It's Kitty. She said she was going to shoot me with a shotgun, too.
Now, wait a minute.
She said she'd shoot you if you came back bothering her, but that was just talk. Kitty wouldn't shoot anybody.
No. Look at my back.
Where'd the shot come from, Colors?
Out there, by the water trough.
Chester.
Yes, sir?
Bring that lantern, will you? Let's see what we can find over there.
What do you mean you're going to leave us here in the dark?
Well, it'll rest your eyes, Doc. You're going to need them. Come on, Chester.
Ow. Fine way to treat a dying man.
Hey, what if they're still around, Mr. Dillon? Won't they take a shot at us?
It's not us they're after, Chester. Here, hold that lantern down by the ground here where it's muddy, will you?
Okay.
Wait a minute. No, back here, Chester. There. Look at that.
Well, I do declare, Mr. Dillon, them is woman footprints.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Miss Kitty.
Come on in, Kitty.
What's this all about, Matt? Chester won't tell me a thing.
Well, sit down and I'll tell you.
Must be serious to have me dragged away from work at midnight.
Yes, it is, Kitty.
It hasn't got something to do with old nipped colors again, has it?
Have you heard anything?
No. Well, what, Matt?
He got shot
Got shot?
about a half hour ago by a woman. She used a shotgun.
You're thinking I did it.
Well, you were talking about doing it, weren't you?
I sure was. And you know something else? I went out to get some air about an hour ago. I took a walk. Alone. And I got back just before Chester came in. I don't even have an alibi.
Yeah. So, as soon as the word gets around, there are going to be a lot of people thinking you did it.
Sure.
Olive was there, too. She heard you threaten him.
She'll be real pleased to testify against me.
Yeah. Kitty, might be easier for you if you laid low till I find out who did this, huh?
How do you know I didn't?
Well, I don't know. Not that way. Not so's I could prove it legally.
All right, Matt. I'll lay low.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
Somebody just went upstairs to Doc.
So?
I seen her out the window here.
Her?
Yes, sir. It was some old woman. And she seemed like she was in an awful hurry.
To you, to the thousands of smokers who are changing to L&M every day, to the millions who now smoke L&M, here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, and light, and mild. And L&M's superior filter is the purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. Yes, L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
Hello.
Where is he?
Are you looking for Doc?
They told me he was here. Man at the stable did. They said the doctor brought him here.
You mean Nip Colors?
Where is he?
Well, Doc's working on him in the back room there. He got shot.
I know he got shot.
Here, now, wait a minute.
Oh. You're the marshal, ain't you?
Who is she, man?
Well, we'd all like to know that. Who are you, ma'am?
I'm Nettie Beecher. Now, let me go, Marshal. I got to see him.
He's not gonna die.
You sure?
Well, I thought maybe you'd come to finish him off.
No, I come to see him and tell him I'm sorry. I got mad when I said he was going to get married.
Oh? Well, were you engaged to him or something?
Well, I thought I was. I've been with him 20 years, cleaning his house, cooking his food, raising his kids, nursing his old crippled ma. All them years, he kept saying he'd get married again when his ma died.
You thought he meant you?
Who else would have him? Him and his crazy ways. I didn't believe it when he said some girl here was going to marry him. I didn't believe a word of it.
Nettie, I'm the girl he was talking about.
No, well, I'm right, ain't I? A girl like you marrying him?
I told him no.
If you didn't believe it, why did you shoot him?
Oh, I didn't aim to kill him. I only wanted to hurt him some.
But why?
Because he never looked at me. 20 years, and he never once looked at me. But I'm sorry now, and that's why I'll come here.
What's going on in here?
I will tell you later, Doc. Right now, this lady'd like to see Colors. Can she come in?
Well, does she have to?
Yeah, she has to.
All right, but you come with her. I don't want any trouble in there. There he is, lady.
Mr. Colors? Nip?
Well, what in tarnation are you doing here?
Well, I'm sorry I done it.
Well, you done it?
It is me.
You shot me?
Made me mad, you're going off trying to marry some other woman.
It made you mad? Why?
After 20 years waiting, you asked me that?
What? You been waiting for me?
Ever since I come to work for you. After your wife died.
Why, you never told me that, Nettie.
Ain't for a woman to speak up.
Well, you sure never did. Till tonight. Oh, you sure spoke up tonight.
There comes a time when a woman has to, Nip.
Hold your tongue for 20 years and then blow me up with a shotgun? Well, you're quite a woman, Nettie. Funny. Never noticed that.
You ain't looked at me in 20 years.
I'm looking at you now.
Doc.
Yes?
There isn't going to be any trouble.
No.
Come on.
Well, what happened?
Oh, they're talking, Kitty.
Well, of course they're talking. What about?
Well, let's say that you just lost yourself a bridegroom.
Well, I can't say I'm sorry. But you know something, Ma?
What?
I lost him to a pretty good woman.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke Produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were John Daner, Michael Ann Barrett, and Virginia Gregg. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters. This is it. L&M is best, stands out from all the rest. Around Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful. And a little lonely.
Miss Bell?
Yes?
I'm Jim Buck. I'm driving the stage from here on into Dodge.
Oh. What happened to the other driver?
I always spell him here. He told me to look out for you.
Oh, that's kind of him. And kind of you, too.
You're awful young to be traveling alone.
I'm 17.
Well, now, I take it back.
Are we about ready to leave?
As soon as I get the other passenger away from that bar over there.
They told me I'd be alone on the rest of the trip.
Well, miss, I don't know this fella. Says his name's Bassett. But if he's drunk, I promise you he ain't riding.
How do you expect anybody to ride sober if you're driving, Jim?
Marshal Dillon, what are you doing in Pawnee?
Oh, I had some business up this way, but I'd sure like to get back to Dodge. You got any room?
Sure have. Oh, this here's Marshal Dillon, Miss Bell.
How do you do, Marshal?
Miss Bell?
It's Linda.
All right, Linda. When are you leaving, Jim?
Soon as I round up that Bassett fella.
Well, get him, whoever he is. Huh? And drive easy, will you, Jim? I wore out a horse getting this far, and I sure need some sleep.
I'm glad you're riding with us, Marshal. I don't like the looks of that fella Bassett. But you two climb in now. We'll pull out of here in 5 minutes.
Nice day. The lawman's asleep. It's you I'm talking to, Missy. It's a nice day, ain't it?
Yes.
That's better. As long as we're riding the Dodge together, we better get acquainted. My name's Joe Bassett.
How do you do?
Well, there's no cause to be bashful, Missy. I ain't gonna hurt you. You staying in Dodge?
Yes.
Well, now that's just fine.
Please, I'm rather tired.
Oh, you are. You have dancing girl or something? Ah, you're too young for that, ain't you? Ain't you?
Please.
Hey, I know. I got a bottle here. Here, have a drink.
No,
Say, mister,
What do you want?
you're making it awful hard for me to sleep.
Oh, I am, huh?
And I'm pretty tired.
Well, that's too bad.
Now, it's going to be a long ride, so why don't you just sit there and look out the window, huh?
Because I'd rather look at this pretty little girl here. Now, come on, honey, have a drink.
No, I...
Hey, Jim! Jim, pull up, will you?
What for?
You heard me. Pull up.
Okay, Marshal. What do you think you're doing?
What's your trouble, Marshal?
There's no trouble. Your friend Bassett here wants to ride up on the box with you.
What?
He wants somebody to talk to, Jim.
Are you crazy?
He's waiting for you, Bassett.
I'm staying where I am.
You're holding us up. Now you get moving.
All right. I will. You're like you broke my arm.
You should have left your gun where it was. All right, now get outside. Hurry it up.
I'm going. But you're going to wish you'd never seen me.
I'm wishing that already.
Give me a hand, driver. All right. My arm's all numb where to kick.
I'm sorry for the delay, Linda.
Marshal.
It was worth it, though. Maybe now we can both get a little sleep, huh?
Well, I can certainly use...
What'd you say?
I said I can certainly use some.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
You know, I feel as though I hadn't slept since I left St. Louis.
Oh, you've come a long way, huh?
Oh, it'll be worth it once I reach Dodge.
Is that so?
I'm meeting my fiancé there, Marshal.
Oh, well, maybe I know him.
Oh, he hasn't been there long. His name's Lou Paxson.
Lou Paxson, huh? Yeah, well, what does he do?
Well, I don't really know. I met him in St. Louis. It was only for a few days.
Uh-huh. I see.
Marshal,
What?
if you promise to keep it a secret, I'll tell you something.
Okay, I promise.
I ran away from home. My parents think I'm too young to get married.
Oh? Well, how old are you, Linda?
17. Do you think that's too young?
Well, I don't know, Linda. I guess that depends on what you're like and what this fella Paxson's like.
Oh, he's a wonderful man. He's so strong and so handsome.
Uh-huh.
You'll see when you meet him.
Yeah, I'm sure it will.
Marshal?
Yeah.
Are there a lot of men in Dodge like that man, Bassett?
Oh, why do you ask, Linda?
Well, he frightens me. He's not going to forget what you did to him just now.
Oh, well, you let me worry about Bassett, huh?
I don't like him.
Well, I don't like him either, but why don't we forget about him and try to get a little sleep, huh?
This is it, L&M filters. It stands out from all the rest. Miracle tip, much more flavor.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Yes, L&M's got everything. Superior filtration, superior taste.
Superior filtration because of L&M's superior filter. White. All white. Pure white. The purest tip that ever touched your lips.
Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Tasty, full of flavor, and light, and mild.
No doubt about it. L&M is America's best filter tip cigarette.
This is it, L&M filters.
L&M's got everything.
It's the best.
Well, here we are, Linda.
I don't see Lou.
Oh, we'll find him, all right. You want me to give you a hand?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. There we go.
Come home, Mr. Dillon.
Oh, hello, Chester. Oh, Linda, this is Chester Proudfoot.
How do you do, Chester?
How do you do, Miss?
It's Linda Bell, Chester, but she likes it simple.
Oh, you look good.
There he is, Marshal. There he is.
Huh?
Lou! Lou!
Hey, how come she knows him?
Why do you?
Yes, sir, Lou.
Oh, Linda.
Oh, Lou, I made it, and I never thought I would.
Oh, I knew you would.
No, it might have been bad, too, except for Marshal Dillon here.
Well, you're Marshal Dillon.
Yeah, that's right.
Lou, it was that man right over there. He was
What?
trying to make me drink with him and everything.
Which man?
He's coming this way.
Him. Marshal? Where?
His name's Bassett, Lou. He was annoying
Don't
me.
you worry about him, Linda. Ah, so this is who the little girl was coming to see.
She's my fiancée.
I'll be darned. I mean, she didn't say she was coming here to get married.
Well, it's true.
Sure.
What do you want, Bassett?
You got my gun in your belt. You aim to steal it?
Hey, you aim to sell it?
What do you mean by that?
You look like a gunman to me. Where you from?
Wichita. Now, what are you going to do about that?
Here, catch it.
You didn't have to throw it at me.
Well, I wanted to see how you handled it. You move pretty fast when you're sober.
What are you prodding me for, Marshal?
You aim to stay here long?
No. Not long.
Good. And while you are here, I'm going to be watching you.
That won't bother me.
Well, Marshal, I got to thank you for taking care of Linda.
Yeah, sure.
Now, I don't know who that Bassett fella is, but he shouldn't have been bothering her.
No, that's right.
Well, come on, Linda, we'll get your stuff. They got a room for you over to the Dodge house.
All right, Lou. Marshal, I hope I'll see you again. You too, Chester.
Yes, thanks, Linda. We'll see you.
So long, Linda.
Bye.
Come on, Linda.
My, Paxton acts kind of funny, don't he?
He's trying to hide something, Chester.
He is.
He and Bassett didn't handle that very well.
What do you mean?
They know each other.
You think so?
That was pretty clear. But they don't want anybody to know it.
Well, why?
What do you know about Lou Paxson, Chester?
Nothing. I just seen him around.
Uh-huh. Any idea what his game is?
No, sir. I don't. None at all.
Well, maybe we'll find out now. I expect he's just been waiting for Bassett to get here. Hello, Kitty.
I heard you got back this morning.
Yeah?
Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
You know, you've been gone most 2 weeks.
You know something? It seems a lot longer than that to me.
I also heard what happened on the stage.
Oh? You did?
Yeah. Linda told me.
Linda? Now, how come you know her?
She's sitting right over there.
What?
Well, it kind of surprised me, too. The Paxson brought her in this afternoon and made Sam give her a job. Sam didn't like the idea much. She's only 17, Matt.
Yeah, I know, Kitty. What's this Paxson up to, anyway?
Well, I don't know, and I don't care. But you gotta get that girl out of here. This is a terrible place for her.
That's not my affair, Kitty.
Since you're the only one who can do it, it is your affair.
Now, Kitty, I can't interfere in a thing like this.
Why? Because nobody's stolen anything or killed anybody? Because there's no law against it? Is that why?
No, that isn't why, but...
But nothing. You know what can happen to that little girl? Look at her, Matt. She's scared half to death right now. You wait till midnight. Wait till it starts to get really rough in here. You know what some of these horn-handed, drunken wild men are likely to do? You can't let it happen, Matt. You gotta get her out of here, and if you're any kind of a man at all, you do it right now. Well?
Well, Kitty, All right, ask her to come over here, huh?
Sometimes I get a feeling that maybe you're not all bad, Matt Dillon. Yeah. I'll bring it back. Here we are.
Oh, hello, Linda.
Kitty said you wanted to see me, Marshal.
Yeah, that's right. Sit down, won't you?
All right.
You don't have to be scared of the marshal, Linda.
Oh, I'm not really. But, well, tonight I feel scared of everybody.
Well, then why do you stay here, Linda?
Lou says I've got to.
Why?
He says it's to keep me out of the way.
Oh? Out of the way of what?
I don't know. But if I'm here, he knows where I am, and he can always come to find me. But I don't like it here, Marshal. I'm not used to men like these.
Linda, I want you to go back to your room, and I want you to stay there.
Oh, I can't, Marshal. Lou'd get angry.
You don't have to tell him about it.
But he'll find out.
He'll find out all right, Linda. As soon as I explain things to Sam here, he'll find out from me.
Dillon, down at the end of the hall, there goes that fellow Bassett.
Yeah.
I didn't know he had a room here.
Now, that could be Paxson's room he came out of.
Number 12, ain't it? By golly, you're right, it is.
Now, listen here, Oh. Thought it was someone else.
Bassett's gone, Paxson.
What do you want, Marshal?
I want to talk to you.
Oh. What about?
Why did you pretend you didn't know Bassett at the stage this morning?
I don't know him.
Well, he just walked out of your room.
I mean, I didn't know him. I didn't know him this morning.
You're lying. Now, Bassett's a gunman, Paxson. What's your business with him?
I got no business with him, Marshal. We were talking is all.
Uh-huh. About how much are you going to pay him?
I got nothing to do with him, I tell you.
All right. Now, I don't know who you're after, but this time I'm going to stop the trouble before it starts. Chester, when's the next stage leave?
Not till day after tomorrow, Mr. Dillon. But there's a Santa Fe out in the morning.
I'll be there to see that you're on it, Paxson.
I can't leave, Marshal, you've got no right to make me.
You're leaving, and you're leaving alone.
What?
A man who'll put an innocent 17-year-old girl to work in the Long Branch isn't going to keep her if I can stop it. I got her out of there, Paxson, and I told Sam she's not to come back.
Well, I got good reason for her being there.
Oh, and what are they?
Well, it's none of your business. Marshal, you're interfering in something you got no right.
As far as Linda's concerned, maybe I am, but I'm doing it anyway. That you and Bassett are different. And I'm going to run him out of town tomorrow, too.
You're making a mistake, Dillon.
If I am, you can stop it.
What's that mean?
Start talking.
No.
Okay. Come on, Chester.
To you, to the thousands of smokers who are changing to L&M every day, to the millions who now smoke L&M, here is your assurance. L&M gives superior filtration because of its superior filter. Superior taste because of L&M's superior tobaccos. Yes, L&M tobaccos are tasty, full of flavor, and light, and mild. And L&M's superior filter is the purest tip that ever touched your lips. It's white, all white. Truly the miracle tip, because when it's added to L&M's superior tobacco, it actually tones up the taste, actually improves your enjoyment of this great cigarette. Yes, L&M's got everything. Superior taste, superior tobacco, superior filter. That's why it's America's best filter tip cigarette. Try L&M today.
You still up, man?
Oh, come in, Doc. Come on in.
Said, you know it's nearly midnight?
Well, now, when did I start going to bed at midnight?
Well, you should. A man needs his sleep.
Then what are you doing up?
I'm looking for somebody to argue with.
Well, I'm your man. Start up.
Yeah, what? Sounds like somebody beat us to it.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah. That came from right down the street. Down by the Alfraganza.
Yeah, it sounded like it.
Mr. Dillon! Mr. Dillon!
Over here, Chester. What happened, Chester?
Lou Paxson. They shot him. He went into the back room at the Alfraganza wearing a mask and carrying a gun in his hand, but they shot him before he could run off with any money. He didn't even try to shoot back.
Well, is he hurt bad, Chester?
I don't know, Doc. I didn't wait to see.
Well, I'll go see that he's taken up to my office.
Give him a hand, Chester.
Yes.
I'll come up there in a few minutes.
Well, where are you going?
There's a man across the street I want to have a little talk with.
Where? Oh, Bassett.
Yeah, that's right.
Evening, Marshal.
What are you doing here, Bassett?
Watching.
Watching for what?
Not for anything. Just watching.
You working with Lou Paxson?
Why?
He just got shot.
Dead?
Why don't you go find out?
Ain't nothing to me, Marshal.
You know, Bassett, I was going to run you out of town tomorrow, but now I think I'll keep you around till I find out what this is all about.
I ain't done a thing.
And you're not going to, because I'm going to lock you up right now.
I never been in jail in my life, Marshal.
A lot of men haven't, even men like you. But you're going now.
No, I ain't.
You leave your gun alone.
Then get out of here and leave me alone.
There's been one shooting already. That's enough. Now, I'll take your gun, Bassett.
Not likely.
He missed you, Mr. Dillon. Thank goodness he missed you.
He was in too much of a hurry, Chester.
Is he dead?
He died standing.
I knew there'd be trouble. I just had to wait and see what happened.
Go get Linda and bring her up to Doc's, will you?
Yes, sir.
How is he, Doc?
He's not good, Matt. One bullet in the neck, another in the chest. I'm sorry, Paxson. There isn't much I can do for him.
No, I can't live this way. Not for long.
Paxson, Chester's gone for Linda. She'll be here directly.
That poor little girl.
How did you expect to hold up the Alafraganza like that? Was Bassett supposed to help you?
Him? No. He was just waiting for the money.
What?
I tell you, it don't matter. It's what he come here for. We robbed a stage up north. And I run off and I spent the money in St. Louis. And he followed me here. He found me.
No wonder you didn't want to tell me what it was all about.
He said he was going to hurt Linda if I didn't get the money, so I figured she was safer where there was a crowd around.
Bassett's dead, Paxson.
Is he? So am I. Just a minute.
He's gone, Matt.
Oh, that's probably Linda.
You better keep her out of here.
Yeah. Chester, wait in there, will you?
Yes, sir.
What are you going to tell her, Matt?
I'm going to tell her the truth, Doc. The whole story.
Oh, that would be awful hard on her, wouldn't it? Finding out what kind of a man Paxson was? No, you could spare her that.
Linda got off easy, Doc. Married to an outlaw, she'd have been in real trouble. But all this won't do her any good at all if I don't send her home a lot smarter than she left. And that's what I'm going to do.
And now our star, William Conrad.
Thank you, George. You know what I like about L&M's is they're mild and mighty easy on the draw. When you get right down to it, no filter stacks up with L&M's pure white miracle tip for quality or effectiveness. Darn good smoke. See for yourself. L&M stands out from all the rest.
Gunsmoke, produced and directed by Norman McDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Our story was specially written for Gunsmoke by John Meston, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Sound patterns by Tom Hanley and Bill James. Featured in the cast were Eleanor Tannen, Vic Perrin, Lawrence Dobkin, and Paul Dubois. Parley Bear is Chester, Howard McNear is Doc, and Georgia Ellis is Kitty.
Put a smile in your smoking. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, only Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray. This amazing quality detective electronically checks and controls the making of your Chesterfield, giving a uniformity and smoking quality never possible before. For the first time, you get a perfect smoke column from end to end. From the first puff to the last puff, Chesterfield smokes smoother. Chesterfield smokes cooler. Chesterfield is best for you. Next time you buy cigarettes, stop. Remember, Chesterfield is made the modern way with Accuray.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give 'em a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
Remember, listen again next week for another transcribed story of the Western frontier. It's America growing west in the 1870s. It's Gunsmoke, brought to you by L&M Filters.